Chapter 151. What does it mean to be bold? Lu is now. Who is Joanna? That's the female devil who made the scalps of this group of enhancers go numb. But Lu repeatedly challenged her bottom line. In the eyes of other younger brothers, this is completely an act of courting death. But Joanna is not an ordinary person, she can sense something wrong with Lu. Boy, what's wrong with you? What's wrong? Other survivors saw us, either dodged their eyes, or lowered their eyebrows and obeyed, while you. When Joanna said this, her eyes suddenly froze. Where does the confidence come from? Hehe, it seems that you are not too stupid? Forget it. Lu shrugged indifferently, since the words have been spoken, I will stop beating around the bush and answer my questions obediently. I can spare your lives, otherwise. Court death. As soon as these words came out, Joanna, who was already on guard, backed away quickly. At the same time, he drew the whip in his hand towards Lu. In her opinion, Lu is indeed handsome. But no matter how handsome he is, after saying such provocative words, he is still her enemy. She will not be soft in the face of the enemy. Seeing this, the others immediately clenched their weapons and surrounded them. Ah! Not self-sufficient? Call. Facing the swiftly drawn whip, Lu smiled disdainfully. Without even moving, a barrier formed by a strong wind appeared in front of him. After both physical strength and abilities advanced to bronze, Lu's abilities became more diverse. Although it is still impossible to use large-scale abilities such as tornadoes and wind walls, it is also impossible to use wind elements to fly in the air. But other small-scale abilities can basically be used. Use the wind element to reduce body weight and push the body forward, thereby increasing the speed of movement. Mobilize the surrounding air to form a defensive wind that protects the body. And the power to control the wind enough to change the wind direction of nature. Even if it's just the most basic wind blade, it has been greatly strengthened because of the improvement of supernatural power and mental power. At this time, Lu used the wind of defense. Use mental power to resonate with supernatural powers, and mobilize the surrounding wind elements for your own use. According to your preference, you can make this wind barrier appear at any position about 1 meter around you. In an instant, the airflow was so strong that it was comparable to a Category Typhoon. Although it can't resist bullets and other penetrating attacks, the effect is still very good in the face of some enemies who want to attack themselves with cold weapons or bows and arrows from a long distance. A whip like Joanna was directly redirected by this airflow. Stranger. Seeing her whip being bounced off by the strong wind, Joanna's complexion changed, she pulled back the whip and wanted to launch a second attack. But how could Lu give her this chance? As soon as the wind walk is opened, move forward with the wind. When Joanna was about to swing the whip for the second time, Lu had already come in front of her and hit her chest with a whip. So fast. With 90 points of agility plus wind walk, Joanna couldn't react at all, so she quickly threw the whip and quickly crossed her hands to block. Boom! The terrifying force from Lu's leg made Joanna's arm numb. The intense pain even made her wonder if she was broken by this blow. Thump, thump, thump. Joanna didn't have time to think too much, she backed away quickly. But even if Lu withdrew some strength from this kick, Joanna took 7 steps in a row before barely standing still. It's slow to say, but the fight between the two sides is actually only a flash. After Lu kicked Joanna away, the others rushed forward. The two people closest to Jiao Manli were blocked by Lu's 2 gusts of wind. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Jiao Manli stepped aside and was protected by Cao Meng. When the other 3 rushed over, Lu had already circled behind Joanna, and while holding her left hand, he pinched her fair neck. If your subordinates dare to move again, I will break your neck. The playful voice reached Joanna's ears, and the audience fell into silence. In a moment. Oh my god! This kid, what speed is it? Really? Seeing that Lu blocked the 2 of them in an instant, and easily controlled Joanna, everyone looked incredulous. You know Joanna is the strongest among the 6 of them? In the blink of an eye, was he controlled by the other party? But they were astonished as they were, and didn't dare to step forward. It's not how loyal they are to Joanna, but because they know that Joanna is Zhou Xiong's sister. If something happened to Joanna here, Zhou Xiong would not let them go. The man named Mouse originally wanted to catch Jiao Manli, but Cao Meng's obstruction made him frown. Cao Meng, what the hell do you mean? Before they came, they inquired about the situation here. Among this group of college students, there are only 2 supernatural beings, Liang Feng and Cao Meng, and the rest are ordinary people. After killing Liang Feng, Cao Meng can become the boss of this group of people. And the purpose of their coming here today is to help Cao Meng take over the survivor base. But now? Nothing interesting, the boss here is not me now. Cao Meng gritted his teeth and replied. He is a life-saving person, and it is impossible for him to easily make a major choice that affects his life. Why did he choose Liu between Zhou Xiong and Liu? Apart from Liu having a gun, the biggest reason is intuition. From Liu, he felt stronger confidence and aura than Zhou Xiong. This is something that only the truly strong deserve to have. Zhou Xiong didn't have this thing, so he felt that if the two sides fought formally, the unfathomable Liu would have a better chance of winning. And since he chose to stand by Liu's side, he naturally did his best. What? The mouse was stunned. Knowing that I was waiting for others today, I was tricked by the other party. How is that possible? You. The most incredible person at this time was not Zhou Yana and her subordinates, but Zhou Yana herself, who was pinched by Liu's neck. Because from the end of the world to the present, Liu is the second person besides Xiao Fan who can counter her abilities. Ability? That's right. Like Wei Jianjun, she is a person who strengthens abilities. Not only has the body been strengthened, but also the ability has been awakened. When Liu pinched her neck just now, she activated her ability. But not only did it not have any impact on Liu, but felt that Liu's hands had increased by 2 points. Want to use supernatural powers against me? The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and he searched for information in his brain. Sorry, I disappointed you. If I guessed correctly, your ability should be to control blood. Who are you? Hearing Liu's words, Zhou Yana was inexplicably horrified. Because her ability is indeed to control blood. If the enemy is injured, even if it is only a little bit of skin, she can cause the opponent to bleed excessively in a short time. Even if the opponent is not injured, she can rely on her strong mental power to invade the opponent's brain and control the blood flow in the opponent's body. But now, don't worry, we have plenty of time to get to know each other. Manly. Go and open the iron door of the air raid shelter. Well. Xiao Manly understood, and while she was vigilant against them, she took the key from Cao Meng and opened the iron door of the air raid shelter. Soon, 2 huge monsters protected her and appeared in the air raid shelter. This next week, Yana and the others are completely useless. But seeing these 2 monsters, Zhou Yana suddenly thought of something. Golden snub-nosed monkey? Mutant dog? Are you Liu? You know me? Hehe, it seems that we have to learn more about it. Come with me, beauty, let's find a quieter place. Chapter 152. Zhou Yana's awakened ability is to control blood. Although this ability is more lethal to wounded and bleeding enemies. But their spiritual power is lower than that of the spiritual powers. If you want to defeat your opponent without being injured, you must either use some dirty tricks to make the opponent bleed first, or use mental power to invade the opponent's brain. Liu was not injured, and her combat power and mental strength crushed her, so her abilities didn't work on Liu. Facing Liu's invitation, can Zhou Yana refuse? No. In the face of absolute strength, she and her subordinates could only obey Liu's arrangement. So, under the threat of Liu, Lei Ming, Shuo and other 5 younger brothers left the air raid shelter aggrieved. Liu handcuffed Zhou Yana, took Xiao Manli and kidnapped her to a clothing store outside the air raid shelter. 2 battle pets guarded the door, and 5 younger brothers waited anxiously outside. Inside the clothing store, the glass door is closed. Liu didn't really let her sing conquer on her knees. Instead, he let her sit opposite him and started a series of interrogations. Your name is Zhou Yana? Your brother's name is Zhou Xiong. So what? What does Xiao Fan have to do with you? Why should I tell you? You are in my hands now, why do you say? You. The corner of Liu's mouth raised a sneer, and he leaned forward and reached out to roughly pinch her fair pretty face. If you dare to speak harshly to me again, I will definitely torture you for 3 days and 3 nights, and then throw you out to feed the zombies. If you don't believe me, you can try it. Looking at the handsome and cold-voiced Great Demon King in front of her, Zhou Yana had a complicated expression on her face. Xiao Fan had told her about Liu's characteristics before. With a sword. There are so many beautiful women around. There are also 2 mutant beasts as pets. One is a monkey and the other is a mutant dog. So when she saw Xiaojin and Heishui, she immediately recognized Liu's identity. But I have to admit that if we put aside the hatred between the 2 sides, we don't talk about it. Liu is really handsome, her figure and appearance are based on her Zhou Yana's aesthetics. Growing up so big, Liu is also one of the few boys who can make her heart beat just by his looks. But you answer me a question first. After a while, Zhou Yana gritted her teeth. Although she knew that if she asked Liu at this time, the other party would not necessarily admit it. But now that she has fallen into Liu's hands, she is powerless to resist. It's better to ask the matter clearly while I still have breath. What is the problem? Did you kill my mother? Your mother? The sudden question made Liu stunned. With Zhou Yana's explanation, Liu understood a general idea. It turns out that the aunt I killed at the Rhine Hotel, Zhou Xiong and Zhou Yana's mother? Do I need such a coincidence? That ant was the first person Liu killed after the end of the world, so Liu remembered it very clearly. However, in Xiao Fan's plot, there is no mention of who Zhou Xiong's mother is. So he really didn't know that there would be a mother-child relationship between that ant and Zhou Xiong? Hehe, so that's the case, you just believe in Xiao Fan's one-sided words. Will Liu admit it? Of course not. It wasn't that he was afraid of Zhou Xiong, but that he suddenly realized that this was a good opportunity to sow discord? Is not it? Zhou Yana has been observing Liu's expression, and seeing that there is nothing unusual about him, she is a little confused again. Liu smiled disdainfully, at first I didn't need to explain to you, but if it's about Xiao Fan, I need to tell you. What enmity do you think I have with your mother? Why did you kill her? Killed the monster on the first day it appeared? Don't say I'm still a student, do you dare with your brother? How much do you know about the holiday between me and Xiao Fan? You can't see that he is using you so obviously as a weapon. Several questions in succession made Zhou Yana, who was already skeptical about what happened, even more confused. When Xiao Fan just mentioned this matter, she and Zhou Xiong did suspect that Xiao Fan was using a knife to kill someone. Now hearing what Liu said, she became even more suspicious. You didn't kill it? Then how did my mother die? How do I know? Anyway, she left with another ant. How did you die? You should ask Xiao Fan. Liu said casually, maybe this guy deliberately made an excuse to deal with me. Zhou Yana, Forget it, anyway, it's all one-sided, let's talk about the base. Liu changed the subject, I came here this time just to deal with Xiao Fan. I took over the base. If you want to it's not impossible, but the premise is that you must stand by my side. As long as you are willing to stand on my side, not only this base is yours, but I will also give you some crystal nuclei as a reward. Liu released Zhou Yana's handcuffs and handed her a small porcelain bottle. Zhou Yana rubbed her swollen arm, and after seeing that there was no fracture, she took the porcelain bottle and poured out the contents. An irregular transparent crystal with black lines appeared in her sight. Crystal nucleus? Isn't this the spar in the monster's head? What's the use? The end of the world has come for nearly 20 days, and they also got some crystal nuclei. Just don't know what it does. Looking at Liu's appearance now, this thing seems to be very expensive? You still don't know what this thing does. Hearing Zhou Yana's words, Liu was stunned for a moment, and then smiled again, hehe, it seems that Xiao Fan is not sincerely cooperating with you. Come on, swallow it. After Liu finished speaking, he took back the crystal core, pinched Zhou Yana's cheeks, and threw the crystal core into her mouth. Facing the powerful Liu, how could Zhou Yana have the strength to resist? Hey, cough, what are you doing? After the crystal nucleus fell into her throat, Zhou Yana held her throat and coughed non-stop. But after a while, she felt something was wrong. A warm current spread from her stomach to her whole body. This force. There is no doubt that the distance meter. Originally, after Liu knew Zhou Yana's information, he could have abused Zhou Yana and wiped out Zhou Xiong's team. But his main target is Xiao Fan. Killing Zhou Xiong will not only make things more troublesome, but also scare the snake away. And Xiao Fan can think of killing people with a knife, why can't he use his strength to fight? So it is necessary to provoke the relationship between the two parties. Anyway, Wu Lan has nothing to prove, and it is impossible for them to completely lock the hatred on themselves. So Liu improvised and planted a seed of doubt in Zhou Yana's heart. After telling Zhou Yana how to use the 3 basic crystal nuclei, he put her back. Zhou Yana, who was sent back by Liu, had complicated thoughts along the way. Do you believe in Liu, still believe in Xiao Fan? This is a very serious problem. Judging from the performance of both parties, Xiao Fan is not sincere at all except for one more witness. Whether it was the hatred between him and Liu, or the role of the crystal nucleus, he didn't reveal a word to himself. Although Liu's words are not credible, he feels very frank. At least, he was able to bring his relationship with Xiao Fan to light. Not only told them the role of the crystal nucleus, but also straightforwardly set the conditions, and gave the base and the crystal nucleus on his side. When she told Zhou Xiong about her doubts, Zhou Xiong also frowned. He first used a life system crystal nucleus according to what Liu gave. After feeling the effect of the crystal nucleus, he turned his eyes to his sister. Little sister, who do you think you should trust? I don't think either of them is very credible, but now is not the time to think about it. What do you mean? Since both sides want to rely on us, why don't we get all the benefits? As soon as Zhou Yana said this, she immediately got Zhou Xiong's approval. So the two siblings discussed it. Early the next morning, Xiao Fan went to monitor Liu and hadn't returned yet. Taking advantage of this moment, Zhou Yana led someone to find Liu again. Hey? You want to merge the bases first. The corner of the bomb shelter. After listening to Zhou Yana's narration, Liu squinted his eyes, and immediately knew what this woman was thinking in his heart. After all, Xiao Fan has witnesses. If you want to increase your credibility, why don't you show some sincerity first? Hehe, what you said makes sense. Not only did Liu not refuse, but he was already happy in his heart. Because if the bases were merged first, it would be safe to kill Xiao Fan by himself. Come on, Chen Yang, come here. Chapter 153 Defeating Magic with Magic. Don't be afraid that they have plans, but be afraid that they will have nothing. At least Liu thought so. If Zhou Xiong's brother and sister had a good relationship with Xiao Fan, they would not believe what they said at all. Then after his whereabouts were exposed, he could only kill Zhou Xiong and others, and then find another chance to kill Xiao Fan. But now Zhou Yana actually wants to merge the base with herself first? That proves that they have doubts about Xiao Fan, and they put their own interests first. In this case, I have enough room for maneuvering. However, Liu is a very cautious person, so it is impossible to pin his hope of killing Xiao Fan on Zhou Yana and his sister. So he called Chen Yang. When Liu and Zhou Yana had a conflict yesterday, Chen Yang and Qin Ziro also saw it. It's just that both of them chose to remain silent. Qin Ziro was temporarily unable to help, while Chen Yang wanted to hide his strength. After Zhou Yana left, Cao Meng took Chen Yang and other boys out to find food, while Qin Ziro was left in the air raid shelter for sanitation. It has to be said that after the team had Liu, the division of labor was very clear, and everyone saw the hope of surviving. So Chen Yang, who went out to find food, did not choose to leave Liu's team. Hearing Liu calling him, Chen Yang, who was still bruised, ran over. Brother Liu, are you calling me? Although there is no balance between good and evil, at least on the surface, Liu treats Chen Yang very well. So there is nothing wrong with Chen Yang calling Liu brother. Liu didn't answer, but looked at Zhou Yana in front of him first. There is no problem with merging bases, but I have one condition. You say. His name is Chen Yang. He is a brother I just took in. I will take him and that girl named Qin Ziro away in a few days, so I don't want them to be wronged in your base these few days. Of course it's fine. Liu nodded slightly. Chen Yang, I have something to do these 2 days, you go to her base to stay for a few days first, and come to you when I finish my work. Okay, brother Liu. Chen Yang didn't think much about it. Although Liu's decision made him a little puzzled, Chen Yang was the protagonist of the hidden plot after all. With his current fusion ability, even if he is not Zhou Xiong's opponent, it is enough to protect himself. So everyone has their own ghosts. Liu wanted to kill Xiao Fan, Zhou Yana wanted the base, and Chen Yang was going to wait and see what happened. Liu explained some precautions to Chen Yang, and the others began to move to Zhou Xiong's base under the command of Zhou Yana and Cao Meng. The monsters on this road have already been cleaned up by Zhou Xiong's people. There was no danger along the way. But Zhou Yana hadn't decided to help Liu deal with Xiao Fan, so it was impossible for Liu to go there with the big army. Manly, let's go too. Seeing everyone leaving, Liu smiled. Liu came out yesterday to help Jiao Manly catch pets, but when he met Cao Meng, he delayed the matter. Everything is ready now. Okay. Jiao Manly smiled, and naturally took Liu's arm. A man and a woman took 2 battle pets and quickly disappeared in the air raid shelter. Why did Liu agree to merge the bases? Apart from not being interested in this base, the biggest reason is naturally to deal with Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan's abilities are really annoying, even more annoying than the previous Chu Feng. So in order not to make any mistakes, Liu once again used all the chess pieces that could be used. Brothers and sisters Cao Meng, Chen Yang, Qin Ziro, Zhou Yana, and the survivors of the 2 bases. Especially Chen Yang and Qin Ziro. Isn't the protagonist invincible by luck? Facing the encirclement and suppression of the villains, is it possible to save himself from danger every time? Then it's okay to use magic to defeat magic, and use the protagonist to deal with the protagonist, right? Liu really doesn't believe that there will always be conflicts between villains, and there will be peaceful coexistence between protagonists and protagonists. You know, I have killed many villains along the way. The hotel gangster Chen Fei, Li Wanning's blind date Shen Bin, and the police thug Su Bao. Which one is not the villain who should stand on the opposite side of the protagonist? Therefore, Liu has every reason to believe that there will be conflicts between the protagonist and the protagonist. And it turns out that Liu's guess is indeed correct. On the afternoon of the 2nd day after Cao Meng led the team to live in the supermarket base, Xiao Fan, who was in charge of monitoring Liu, returned to the supermarket base. He didn't wait for Liu, but saw the black minibus in the parking lot in front of the Rhine Hotel. This guy, you're so quick to strike, idiot. Thinking of the information he had obtained in the past few days, Xiao Fan couldn't help but curse secretly. Before, he only saw the black minibus leaving, but he didn't know that the black minibus was robbed by Luu. So after seeing the doomsday chariot at the hotel, the envy, jealousy, and hatred in Xiao Fan's heart was raised to another level. While thinking, Xiao Fan entered the supermarket base. The noisy survivors inside made him frown. Brother Xiao Fan. Zhou Ziyang greeted him with a smile, it's just in time for you to come back. The people from the air raid shelter are here. Well, here we come. I heard that there are a lot of girls over there, take me to have a look. The condescending command tone made Zhou Ziyang a little uncomfortable, but at this time he would not care too much about Xiao Fan. Okay, come with me. Zhou Ziyang pretended to be free and easy, and brought Xiao Fan to the survivors' habitat on the second floor of the shopping mall. Cao Meng's survivor team totaled more than 70 people, and nearly dash of them were girls. Xiao Fan couldn't take his eyes off Ying Yunyan's female college student. However, after seeing the best girls around Luu, the slightly prettier girls like Li Qin and Zheng Zhen couldn't catch his eye anymore. These girls are very ordinary. Xiao Fan curled his lips, obviously not very satisfied with the beauty of these girls. After saying this, he was ready to leave. But the moment Xiao Fan turned around, the halo of the heroine took effect again. The cute girl in the crowd wearing a black high school uniform and twin ponytails caught his attention. That's Qin Xiao. He rubbed his eyes, a little in disbelief of what he saw. I found several survivor teams before, but they all said that they had never seen Qin Xiao. Didn't expect her to appear here? After repeatedly confirming the other party's identity, Xiao Fan quickly walked towards Qin Xiao. Xiao Fan? Why are you here? Seeing Xiao Fan again, Qin Xiao was a little incredulous. After all, Xiao Fan once saved her life, how could she forget it in less than 20 days? Brother Xiao Fan, do you know each other? Seeing the expressions of Xiao Fan and Qin Xiao, Zhou Ziyang who followed was puzzled. It's just that his question didn't matter, but it made Qin Xiao immediately vigilant. What's the situation? Zhou Ziyang actually called Brother Xiao Fan? Although she has only been here for less than 2 days. But what is going on in this base, she is very clear. Men can only be coolies, and women with a little bit of beauty have become the playthings of Zhou Ziyang and his group. If they hadn't just come over and Luu had greeted her in advance, she would have had no good end. In other words, Zhou Ziyang was a real bad guy in her heart, even worse than Luu. How could Xiao Fan call such a person his brother? Of course I do. Hehe, Xiao, I didn't expect to meet you here. Yet. I didn't expect that either. The two were old acquaintances, and they started chatting after meeting. After a few words, Xiao Fan spoke directly. Don't stay with them, come with me. Go with you. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Qin Xiao was stunned. Just when she was at a loss, Chen Yang's voice suddenly sounded from the side. Xiao Ro, who is he? Chapter 154 Let the horse come over. Qin Xiao is a young guy who just came to Zhou Ziyang's side, and Xiao Fan is one of the high-level people here. After Xiao Fan met Qin Xiao at the base, he naturally wanted to use his privilege to take Qin Xiao away. Under normal circumstances, it would be no problem for Xiao Fan to do so. But this time it wasn't just Qin Xiao who came together, but also Chen Yang. Qin Xiao was just a special female character in Xiao Fan's script. But in Chen Yang's script, she is the #1 heroine. Will Chen Yang let Xiao Fan take Qin Xiao away so smoothly? Obviously not. When Xiao Fan came back, Chen Yang had already noticed his existence. After all, Zhou Ziyang is not a good person, and he knows it well. Seeing Xiao Fan and Zhou Ziyang walking in Qin Xiao's direction, he followed immediately. Hearing Xiao Fan said that he would take Qin Xiao away, Chen Yang hurriedly asked, and looked at Xiao Fan with hostility in his eyes. Zhou Ziyang is not a good person, and this guy is definitely not a good person either. His name is Xiao Fan, and he saved me the day the monster first appeared. Qin Xiao didn't hide anything, and told the situation of the two of them. Their relationship is actually just average. Because apart from the brief contact on the first day of the last days, there was no other communication. It's just that Qin Xiao's image has a very huge lethality for a fool like Xiao Fan. So Xiao Fan didn't find Qin Xiao after awakening, and felt like he had lost something precious. This is also one of the reasons why Xiao Fan became more and more ruthless later on. The day the monster first appeared, Chen Yang was awake, and then asked tentatively, after so many days, you don't really want to go with him, do you? Hey? This. Hearing Chen Yang's words, Qin Xiao also looked embarrassed. Although Xiao Fan saved himself, the relationship between the two parties was not so good. Moreover, the hearts of people in the last days will change, and there are so many days in the last days. Seeing Qin Xiao's hesitation, Xiao Fan immediately looked at Chen Yang with a displeased face. Boy, who the hell are you? Are you here to speak? I am Xiao's classmate. Chen Yang summoned up his courage. Student. Xiao Fan looked disdainful when he heard the words, student, what are you talking about with me? I don't know, I thought you were her boyfriend. You. Chen Yang clenched his teeth and tightened his fist. Seeing this scene, the disdain on Xiao Fan's face became even stronger. If you don't want to die, you better shut up for me, otherwise I will let you know why flowers are so popular. Unbearable to be humiliated, Chen Yang clenched his teeth and was about to say something when Qin Zairo's voice rang out in time. Xiao Fan, don't go too far. Xiao Fan saved Qin Zairo, and Chen Yang also saved Qin Zairo. Therefore, it is impossible for Qin Zairo to watch the conflict between the two. It's just that Xiao Fan's current style of handling things is really hard for Qin Zairo to accept. Arrogant and domineering. This is completely different from Xiao Fan who saved him before. I'm too much. Chen Yang is also my classmate after all, why are you so aggressive with him? Hearing Qin Zairo's words, Xiao Fan suddenly came to his senses. The unscrupulousness during this period has made him develop a certain habit of doing things. As a result, the habitual humiliation of Chen Yang made Qin Zairo feel disgusted. I'm sorry, I've gotten used to being vicious recently. The haze in Xiao Fan's eyes was fleeting, and then he smiled nonchalantly, trying to make himself look normal, but since you don't want to go with me, then I won't bother you. Said Xiao Fan did not wait for Qin Zairo to answer, and directly led Zhou Xiong away from the place. Chen Yang, are you okay? Seeing Xiao Fan leave, Qin Zairo hurriedly asked with concern. No matter what, Chen Yang was helping her just now. So she didn't want Chen Yang to be implicated because of her own affairs. It's all right. Chen Yang was thinking about something in his mind, subconsciously answered Qin Zairo's question, and then felt a little hot in his chest. He quickly reached for his neck. There is a red rope hanging around his neck, which is the kind of red rope on the decorations and scenic spots. Now on this red rope, there is a triangular amulet folded from white paper. The amulet was filled with some incomprehensible runes, and there was a black mark in the middle that looked like it had been burned. What happened to you? Seeing Chen Yang pulling out this triangular amulet as if he was scalded, Qin Zairo looked puzzled. Xiao Ro, although I know that you may be upset when I say this, I still want to tell you. Chen Yang stared fixedly at the burnt black mark on the triangular talisman, and explained to Qin Zairo, this Xiao Fan may not be the Xiao Fan who saved you before. Hearing this, Qin Zairo couldn't help being startled. Why do you say that? Be careful anyway, I'll go there first. Because it was troublesome to explain this kind of thing, Chen Yang didn't explain it. After saying this, he turned around and left Qin Zairo's position. He is a protagonist after all. Although he doesn't have any danger perception skills, but he has the spell of the ancient book. Warning sign, within 10 meters, when someone has the idea of attacking, this spell will generate heat to remind you. When someone has a killing intent towards you, this spell will automatically destroy you with overheating effect. Note, the warning symbol is the most basic amulet, which can only serve as a warning reminder, and cannot produce a defensive effect when the enemy attacks you. This warning symbol is equivalent to Lu's villain's eye. Although it can't play a defensive role, it can prevent being plotted by people around you. After seeing the black mark burned by fire on the warning sign, Chen Yang immediately understood that Xiao Fan had a killing intent towards him. Yes, killing intent. With that burning black mark, this spell has lost its effect. In other words, Xiao Fan wants to kill himself? Although he didn't understand why Xiao Fan was so violent, he wanted to kill himself after just saying a few words to him. But this is enough to prove that his guess is correct. This Xiao Fan is not a good person. Insufficient strength, talking about everything is superfluous. Recalling the scene just now, and recalling what Lu said to him before, Chen Yang clenched his fists. Damn it, let the horse come here, I'm not easy to bully. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 155 The two protagonists are going to war. Under Lu's deliberate arrangement, Xiao Fan and Chen Yang successfully clashed. And Xiao Fan also had killing intent towards Chen Yang? That's right. As a blackened protagonist, Xiao Fan's eyes can no longer contain half a grain of sand. Those who dare to offend him, even if there is only a little friction, he will never be soft-handed. This is the style of dealing with the darkened protagonist in the last days. What's the background of that kid named Chen Yang? Manager's office. After Xiao Fan came here, he went straight to the point. He is a very cautious person. Facing any enemy, he needs to know himself and the enemy. Why? Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Zhou Xiong paused. You don't want to kill him, do you? Because Zhou Yana had experienced Lu's strength, Zhou Xiong knew that Lu was a strong enemy. Facing such a powerful enemy, he would not offend him unless it was particularly necessary. But now Xiao Fan actually wants to kill Chen Yang? What's up with this Nima? You know, Chen Yang and Qin Xiao are both people who Liu greeted. If Xiao Fan killed Chen Yang, wouldn't he offend Liu to death? Although Liu may be their mother-killing enemy, it's okay to offend Liu, but his preparations are not enough now? And can the feeling of actively killing Liu be the same as passively dealing with Liu? Why not? Xiao Fan asked instead. Have you taken a fancy to that girl? You don't need to know that, just tell me the origin of that kid. Xiao Fan didn't want to answer Zhou Xiong's question at all. In his heart, people like Zhou Xiong are his pawns. What can I say to Kazai? I don't know about this, but I can ask someone to find out for you. Seeing that Xiao Fan had made up his mind, Zhou Xiong hesitated for a while, but did not immediately refuse. Because he has already wasted too much time on Xiao Fan, it is impossible to directly choose to give up Xiao Fan when encountering some problems. Then do it quickly. It just so happens that I have some good news to tell you. With the intrigue of everyone, the night of the end of the world is approaching in a blink of an eye. The night at the supermarket base is fairly calm. After all, there are many people here, and there are relatively few monsters outside. It's just that there is an undercurrent surging in the base. Qin Xiao didn't sleep well in this strange environment. For 2 nights in a row, I slept lightly. Chen Yang didn't feel much sleepy tonight, he huddled in a corner by himself with half a candle on, not knowing what he was doing. Brother and sister Zhou Xiong, let alone. Why didn't they take revenge on Liu directly? In addition to being moved by Liu, there is no definite evidence, the biggest reason is their personality. Because the things they have been exposed to since childhood are different from others, they actually don't have so much loyalty, filial piety and shame in their hearts. Coupled with the advent of the end of the world, it made them value their interests more than anything else. So killing Liu is not necessary. Originally, what they discussed was to merge Liu's base first, then completely turn Xiao Fan into their own, and finally find an opportunity to join forces with Xiao Fan to kill Liu. After all, on the surface, Xiao Fan was his own, and no matter how many benefits Liu gave them, it was not as real as Xiao Fan. In addition, for them now, Liu is not only a security risk, but also has a lot of strategic materials in their hands. Swords, women, battle pets, hot weapons and the black chariot that Xiao Fan just mentioned. So get rid of Liu, they will get more benefits. But now the existence of Chen Yang and Qin Xiao completely disrupted their plans. Little sister, what should I do now? Xiao Fan seems to have thoughts about that girl named Qin Xiao. What if Xiao Fan loses interest in you? Zhou Xiong didn't say any more, because a fool can see it. If Xiao Fan loses interest in his sister or is moved by Qin Xiao, then Xiao Fan will break away from their control. Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, Liu's handsome figure suddenly flashed in Zhou Yana's mind. No wonder he wants to tell me to take good care of Chen Yang, so that's what happened. What do you mean? Zhou Xiong was a little puzzled. Zhou Yana explained, before Liu promised us to merge the base, he told me not to bully Chen Yang and Qin Xiao. Now it seems that he already knew about the relationship between Xiao Fan and Qin Xiao. He's plotting against us again. I know this too, the question is what should we do now? Zhou Xiong was a little irritable at this moment. After all, being calculated by others is not a beautiful thing. There is no other way, it is impossible for us to stay out of it now. That guy Liu put Qin Xiao into our team to tell us that he knows everything about us. If we continue to help Xiao Fan, we can only die. There are 2 paths before us now, either ignore Xiao Fan's behavior and directly declare war on Liu, or help Liu solve Xiao Fan. According to Liu's previous strength and city government, our victory rate in declaring war with him is less than 10%, so we can only give up on Xiao Fan. Zhou Xiong accepted what his sister said, and looked at her incredulously. According to Zhou Yana's description, Liu is just a college student. After the end of the world, everyone has the possibility to awaken abilities, so the level of strength cannot be measured by age. But the city mansion is different. It needs a certain amount of experience to be able to train it. Theoretically speaking, the older the person, the deeper the city will be. Liu, a 20-year-old college student, how can he calculate himself? And still so dead? This is simply a born scheming boy, isn't he? How will Zhou Xiong brothers and sisters choose? There is no doubt that they can only choose to stand on Liu's side. Because Liu put Qin Xiao and Chen Yang in their team, he was telling them, I know you still want to fight me with Xiao Fan. But I still agree with combining bases, why? Because Xiao Fan is beyond your control, you'd better give up the idea of dealing with me. Liu's behavior is a kind of provocation, but also a kind of absolute confidence. So after weighing the pros and cons, no matter how unhappy they are, they can only choose Liu. However, the Zhou Xiong brothers and sisters are not fools, and it is impossible to confront Xiao Fan directly. Let Liu and Xiao Fan compete with each other, wouldn't it be good for them to reap the benefits of fishing? So the next afternoon, Zhou Xiong sent a mouse to notify Liu, and he found Xiao Fan inside the supermarket manager's office. Zhou Xiong and Xiao Fan sat opposite each other, with 2 cups of hot tea on the table. Looking at the dark-skinned man in front of him, Xiao Fan slowly opened his mouth after taking a sip of tea. Let me go to the air raid shelter and recruit the remaining 2 teams. Not bad. Zhou Xiong nodded. The 2 teams have a total of 1 superhuman and 3 strengtheners. It will be good for us to recruit them. Why don't you just send someone over for such a trivial matter? They are not as reliable as you. How many people should I ask Yana to take with you? Okay. Xiao Fan raised his eyebrows, but I have to bring 1 more person. Who? Chen Yang. Undoubtedly, Xiao Fan wanted to take this opportunity to kill Chen Yang. It was just this request that made Zhou Xiong frowned. Do you really want to kill him? Can't. Of course not, this person is useful to me. Choose Liu, and then kill Chen Yang, isn't this just offending both ends? How could Zhou Xiong do such a thing? It's just a good-for-nothing boy, what's the use? Don't worry about it, anyway, I have my use. Alright. Xiao Fan thought for a while, and then compromised. Since Chen Yang won't let me take Qin Zyro, can I take Qin Zyro? That's fine. Hearing this, Zhou Xiong did not refuse again. Because his purpose was to trick Xiao Fan into the air raid shelter, and then let Xiao Fan and Liu fight to the death. Qin Zyro was originally Liu's person, and it was impossible for Xiao Fan to kill Qin Zyro. There is nothing wrong with bringing her back to the bomb shelter. He just promised Xiao Fan to take Qin Zyro away, so Zhou Xiong's promise counts? No. With Chen Yang's reminder, Qin Zyro, who was already wary of Xiao Fan, became more cautious. Knowing that Xiao Fan is not a good person, Chen Yang would not just watch him take Qin Zyro away. So the 2 protagonists finally went to war for a Qin Zyro, justifiably. It's so dangerous outside, why did you take her out? Damn it, what did I take her to do? It's none of your business. Get the hell out of here. Looking at Chen Yang who blocked Qin Zyro, Xiao Fan looked impatient. But this time, Chen Yang didn't hesitate at all, and quickly took out a self-made white charm from his trouser pocket. If you tell me to get out, I'll get out. Then don't I lose face? Grass, you are looking for death. Want to fight? Come on, I want to fight you a long time ago. Go to hell. Defensive Talisman, Scattered. Chapter 156 Chen Yang vs Xiao Fan. Why did Xiao Fan want to take Qin Zyro away? Because he wanted to take this opportunity to develop a relationship with Qin Zyro. Now Xiao Fan has not been black for too long, and he has retained a certain amount of emotions and desires. There is nothing wrong with spending more time on the woman you like. It's just that this kid, Chen Yang, is really annoying, to challenge his bottom line again and again. So Xiao Fan, who couldn't take it anymore, directly took a step and kicked towards Chen Yang. At this time, the distance between the 2 sides was less than 2 meters, and neither of them was holding a weapon. With Xiao Fan's physical fitness, it is very difficult for anyone to escape this distance. It's just that Chen Yang never thought of hiding from the beginning. Defensive Talisman, Scattered. Boom, hum. Following Chen Yang's inner voice, the white charm in his hand was ignited by a magical force. A blue barrier like an energy shield spreads out in all directions around the burning point of the spell. The energy barrier is not big, just enough to cover Chen Yang. The duration was not long, about 5 seconds at most, but it was enough to block Xiao Fan's kick. Xiao Fan did not expect Chen Yang to have such a move. Feeling the resistance from his feet, he froze for a moment, and it was at this moment of bewilderment. A hard white talisman spun and flew towards his face. Energy Talisman, explode. Boom. A huge explosion sounded suddenly, and the hard white charm that flew in front of Xiao Fan was instantly shattered by the explosion. The white confetti after the explosion slowly fell in the air like snowflakes. Xiao Fan was blown back several steps. What ability is this? This kid has a bit of a way. Did not see it. It's actually so dark to Xiao Fan? It's unbelievable. Mouse, Lei Ming, and Scar were all surprised when they saw this scene. Because the ability used by Chen Yang has completely exceeded their cognition. A piece of cardboard the size of a palm, the explosive power is equivalent to a small grenade? Although there is no metal shrapnel or iron sand from the grenade, the energy of the shockwave alone is too much for ordinary people to be blown up in the face like this. Zhou Xiong and Zhou Yana looked at each other, and they both saw surprise in each other's eyes. It's fine if Liu is so awesome, but is his younger brother also so awesome? Qin Zyro in the crowd was also full of question marks. Chen Yang was unable to fight back when he was beaten by Sun Yuntao before, why did he suddenly become so powerful? But as soon as her thoughts came here, Chen Yang's voice reached her ears. Li Qin, quickly take Zyro out of here. Hearing this, Li Qin behind Qin Zyro reacted and quickly pulled Qin Zyro to the back of the crowd. The second floor of the supermarket was originally a place where all kinds of convenient food were piled up. Now the food here has been moved by Zhou Xiong, and the entire second floor has also been transformed into a habitat for survivors. The shelf has become a windshield for people. There are huge rooms surrounded by several shelves for men and women. The battlefield between Xiao Fan and Chen Yang was in the aisle of the original supermarket. There are no shelves now, and the venue is very spacious. The upstairs and surrounding are surrounded by spectators. Seeing Qin Zyro being dragged away by Li Qin, Xiao Fan didn't care. He covered his injured face, his expression changed from a sneer to a hideous one. He. Kid, I didn't expect you to be a little bit capable. Very good, you have successfully angered me. After saying this, Xiao Fan slowly put down his hand. The face that should have been disfigured by the explosion, not only did not have a drop of blood, but instead kept dropping dirt. This is an earth-type ability. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang couldn't help but freeze in place. At the moment when he was stunned, Xiao Fan suddenly moved. Go to hell! No one can save you this time. Xiao Fan gave a cold shout, and rushed towards Chen Yang at an extremely fast speed. Greet Chen Yang with fists and kicks. Bang bang, boom. After 2 moves, Chen Yang barely blocked Xiao Fan's fist twice. But after all, Xiao Fan has been strengthened for so long before him. If it is close combat, how can he be Xiao Fan's opponent? After 2 moves, Xiao Fan kicked Chen Yang's chest. Chen Yang was kicked out and fell heavily to the ground, and the crowd watching the battle quickly dispersed. Taking advantage of the victory, Xiao Fan pursued and raised his right hand without any mercy. Boom! A fireball as big as a volleyball burned above his palm. Xiao Fan directly threw the fireball in his hand towards the fallen Chen Yang. Die for me! Boom boom boom! Fireballs the size of volleyballs hit after hit without fail. It's just that not only was Chen Yang on the ground not burned by the fireball, but he still had time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Damn, do you still have the fire ability? Give it back to you! Boom! A cardboard charm that absorbed several fireballs flew towards Xiao Fan. When he was about to approach Xiao Fan, a scorching fireball with a diameter of 2 meters instantly devoured the spell. Although Xiao Fan's reaction was not slow, the fireball appeared too suddenly and had a diameter of 2 meters. Even if he dodged in time, he was still caught in the hair by the fire. The air was filled with the smell of Xiao Fan's burnt hair. Bastard, you almost hurt yourself. Smelling the burnt smell of his hair, Xiao Fan could no longer restrain the killing intent in his heart. Death, I must die, I must kill him today. At this moment, what Zhou Xiong, what Qin Zyro, it doesn't work at all. At this moment, Xiao Fan only wanted to kill Chen Yang. Xiao Fan attacked Chen Yang with fire-type powers, and Chen Yang used spells to fight back. The two sides are fighting like gods, using abilities that are difficult for ordinary people to achieve. Chen Yang was a little better, after all, he only used spells. And no matter what kind of spell, it needs items that contain energy to make it. For example, the yellow paper made by the mutated tree, or the monster's blood that contains special energy. The monster's blood is easy to find now, but where can Chen Yang find the yellow paper made by the mutated tree? Therefore, everyone can accept Chen Yang's fighting power. But Xiao Fan's ability made them unable to understand. This guy is not only super capable in melee combat, but also has 2 abilities. Earth and fire. Bang bang bang. While everyone was thinking, the two sides played against each other for several more rounds. Chen Yang hurt Xiao Fan, but Xiao Fan also discovered his weakness. Direct close-to-body close combat, after a set of combined punches hit Chen Yang, he was sent flying. Puff! The qi and blood in Chen Yang's body surged, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. With this little ability, you dare to be arrogant in front of me? Who the hell gave you the courage? Xiao Fan, who was slightly injured in the battle just now, was so angry that he covered his right hand with a rock and walked towards Chen Yang. Brother Xiao Fan, you can't kill him. Zhou Xiong's complexion changed, and he hurried forward to stop him. If Chen Yang had only received a beating, he might not have been implicated. But if Chen Yang died, he would really be out of play. It's just that Xiao Fan at this time, how can he listen to Zhou Xiong's persuasion? Go away! Xiao Fan gave a cold shout, pushed Zhou Xiong away and walked quickly to Chen Yang. He took a deep breath, then clenched his rock-wrapped fist and smashed it towards Chen Yang's head. Goodbye. Chapter 157 Xiao Fan, give me face. Chen Yang's spell is a little different from ordinary abilities. Although ordinary abilities can be released directly, the number of releases is limited, and the early stage power is not very great. Although Chen Yang's spell cannot be released directly, it can be made in advance. Therefore, after possessing a certain amount of spell reserves, Chen Yang's combat effectiveness will be far greater than that of ordinary awakened ones. The current Chen Yang can only make 4 kinds of spells: warning, defense, energy, and devouring talismans. There is nothing to say about the first 3 spells, you can know the effect just by looking at the name. The main thing here is the 4th type of engulfing character. This kind of charm can theoretically devour all energy and store it. Release the energy when needed. According to the improvement of Chen Yang's ability, the amount of energy that each talisman can store will also increase accordingly, and the time for storing energy will naturally become longer. Because this kind of spell is more difficult to make. So in the past few days of awakening, Chen Yang only made 2 sheets, and each sheet can only store energy for 24 hours. The few fireballs that Chen Yang used to devour Xiao Fan earlier used this kind of spell. Originally, Chen Yang thought that no matter how powerful Xiao Fan was, he would at most be better than ordinary awakened ones. With my current ability, I still have a good chance of winning by taking a surprise attack. Even if he can't win, he won't lose too badly. But he really didn't expect that this guy Xiao Fan not only has ridiculously strong melee combat ability, but also awakened the dual element ability of earth and fire. Seeing Xiao Fan smashing his fist, Chen Yang, who lost the strength to resist, showed despair. Are you still too young and too impulsive? Wash white weak 3 points, blackening 3 times stronger. He is only 17 years old this year, and he is still a young man with a passion. He was no match for blackening Xiao Fan at all. But at the moment when Chen Yang closed his eyes and waited to die, a black shadow suddenly flew towards Xiao Fan. Stop! Xiao Fan's expression changed as the cold shout sounded. Subconsciously retracting the fist that hit Chen Yang, at the same time, he punched the black shadow in front of him with his backhand. Boom! The black shadow was smashed and flew out. Pillow. Seeing what he hit, Xiao Fan frowned slightly, and then looked at the figure who rescued Chen Yang. Is this a muscular black gorilla? So it was you. Seeing the person coming, Xiao Fan's voice was cold. Cao Meng, even you want to stop me? The two met once when they were discussing cooperation, so they knew each other's name. After Cao Meng rescued Chen Yang, he put him on the ground beside him, then watched Xiao Fan clenched his teeth and said, Chen Yang came here with me, and I have the responsibility to protect his safety. His mission was to protect Chen Yang and Qin Zyro while reporting to Liu about the situation in the supermarket. Liu once told him that if the two of them were not in danger of their lives, there was no need to act. Before, he wondered, how could Chen Yang and Qin Zyro's lives be in danger while staying in the supermarket base? Didn't expect Chen Yang's life to be in danger so soon? He was originally unwilling to stand up, but after thinking about it for a long time, he still mustered up the courage to make a move. Because people, sometimes you still have to gamble on your future. Liu's strength and scheming are worth the gamble. Protect his safety, right? Alright, I will burn all your orangutan fur. Xiao Fan, stop fighting, I'll go with you, can't I go with you? Chen Yang's protagonist's aura played a role, and the people who saved him came one by one. Qin Zyro also cried, broke free from the restraints of Li Qin and Zheng Zhen, and quickly got out of the crowd. Hostesses are generally very kind. Seeing Chen Yang fighting Xiao Fan in order to protect herself, she had already thought of stopping it. It's just that the battle between the two was a bit exaggerated, and she couldn't join in at all. At this time, Chen Yang was rescued by Cao Meng, and she finally found this opportunity. No. Xiao Fan uttered 2 words coldly, then paused and continued, this kid has violated my bottom line, he must die today. Although he liked Qin Zyro's actions to protect Chen Yang made him very unhappy. In this case, women can no longer control his thoughts. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, Qin Zyro froze in place, completely at a loss. Because she really never thought that Xiao Fan would become like this. Xiao Fan, give me some face. Zhou Ziyang stood up once again in the form of a man with the face fruit ability. Xiao Fan's act of letting him go just now also made him very unhappy. The words brother Xiao Fan in his mouth also directly changed to Xiao Fan. It's just that Xiao Fan doesn't care about this at all now. What he cared about was why so many people dared to take the risk of offending him to intercede for Chen Yang. This is a bit unscientific, isn't it? It's a pity that the arrow is on the string, and Xiao Fan has no time to think too much. Giving you face? I'll give you face, who the hell give me face? In this apocalyptic world where power is paramount, he with the top fighting power has the absolute right to speak. There is absolutely no need to consider other people's feelings. It has to be said that after Chu Feng died, Xiao Fan does have the capital of I am the only one. Not being noticed by monsters, super physical fitness, and those powerful abilities. Among the people present, except for Chen Yang and Cao Meng, only Zhou Ziyang could barely fight him. But will Zhou Ziyang go to war with Chen Yang? Will not. Because in Zhou Ziyang's view, he has done his best. Even if Chen Yang was killed by Xiao Fan, Liu had no reason to blame him. So Cao Meng became Chen Yang's last barrier. Just when Qin Xiao was about to step forward, Xiao Fan shouted Zhou Xiong back, and was about to kill Cao Meng and deal with Chen Yang. A joking voice suddenly sounded. He. Xiao Fan. I haven't seen you for a few days, why have you become so arrogant? It's so loud. Everyone followed the prestige, and the crowd approaching the direction of the stairs took the initiative to get out of the way. The handsome man and beautiful woman in the air raid shelter appeared again in everyone's sight. The man is still so handsome and handsome. In addition to maintaining her sexy and enchanting appearance, the woman also has a mutated sparrow the size of a pigeon standing on her shoulder. Seeing this young man, Zhou Xiong and his sister couldn't help being stunned. Because they didn't know why Liu appeared here? Didn't you agree to wait in the air raid shelter? Xiao Fan was also stunned. Liu? Why are you here? When Liu heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched, ignoring the eyes of others, she walked up to Zhou Yana and stood still. Then naturally stretched out her arms and hugged Zhou Yana's sexy waist. Zhou Yana wanted to resist subconsciously, but how could Liu give her this chance? As the strength in her hand increased by 2 points, the sound also reached her ears. What do you say? Seeing the playful smile on Liu's face, and the movement of Liu hugging Zhou Yana's waist, Xiao Fan immediately understood. Boss Zhou, you betrayed me. Betrayal? Don't say it so harshly. If you give Boss Zhou a little more favor, he won't be on my side. After saying this, Liu smirked and stretched out his hand to lift Zhou Yana's fair chin. Are you right? Sister Yana. You should call me sister. If you can kneel in front of me and call me dad tonight, maybe I can consider calling you sister. Zhou Yana. Chapter 158. Zhou Yana is about the same height as Qiao Manli, about 170, she belongs to the skinny type of woman. Facing Liu's straightforward teasing, Qiao Manli didn't say anything, she was a little at a loss. Liu is so powerful, should he resist or not? Resist, you can't beat yourself. If you don't resist, you will be at a disadvantage. Well, it's not really a disadvantage, after all, Liu has a good figure and is handsome. Facing such a handsome man, a normal woman actually wants to be molested in her heart. Having figured this out, Zhou Yana simply broke the jar and gave up resistance, but Liu did it. Seeing that the woman gave up resistance, Liu raised a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Why did he appear so timely? Again. Of course he had to pay attention to the game he set up himself from beginning to end. After Cao Meng left the air raid shelter with the survivor team, he immediately helped Qiao Manli catch her first pet. The first pet is not Dixing Long, but this mutated sparrow. Beastmasters have unique abilities. The number of mutant beasts that can be controlled has nothing to do with the level, but with the amount of mental power. Under normal circumstances, they can only contract mutant beasts of the same level or lower than their own. After contracting mutant beasts of the same level, they need to rest for about 1 to 10 days before they can recover to the level of the second pet contracted. If you contract a low-level mutant beast, you need to calculate the recovery time based on the mental strength of the mutant beast and the trainer. Liu solved the monsters in the police station before and got a lot of black iron crystal cores. Although no black iron essence was found, there were quite a few crystal nuclei of the life system and spirit system. Cangyun can't use the black iron crystal core now, so Liu gave the non-attribute crystal core to Shueli and Ding Feng, and gave Qiao Manli the life type and spiritual type crystal cores. In other words, Qiao Manli's current attributes are already stuck at the black iron bottleneck of around 40 points. A mutated sparrow like this doesn't even count as a black iron beginner, and it looks like a contracted sparrow needs to consume 7 or 8 points of mental power. Judging from the fact that a normal person would feel exhausted when their mental strength dropped to 5 points, Qiao Manli could contract at least 4 or 5 of these pets in a day. If it weren't for the fact that this kind of sparrow has no other function except sending letters, and it is very troublesome to catch, Liu would definitely catch a few more sparrows to play with. In short, after Liu had this sparrow that delivered the letter, he could completely avoid Xiao Fan and move his chariot and subordinates to the vicinity. Using the invisible drone on the chariot, in conjunction with Cao Meng's internal response, it is easy to grasp all the movements of this supermarket. When the mouse informed Liu that he was going to trick Xiao Fan into the air raid shelter. In order to prevent Zhou Xiong from cheating and to catch Xiao Fan by surprise, Liu directly decided to come to the supermarket to encircle and suppress Xiao Fan. Chen Yang couldn't beat Xiao Fan, Liu had already expected it. After all, Chen Yang has only just awakened for a few days, so how could he be Xiao Fan's opponent? So from the beginning, he didn't expect Zhou Xiong brothers and sisters to kill Xiao Fan, nor did he expect Chen Yang to kill Xiao Fan. What Liu needed was that they could divert Xiao Fan's attention and try to hold Xiao Fan back as much as possible, so as to buy himself a certain amount of time to encircle and suppress. So this scene just happened. Seeing Liu hugging Zhou Yana, and the woman's appearance of giving up resistance, Xiao Fan smiled disdainfully. Hehe, are you really a nest of snakes and rats? Forget it, I have expected this situation a long time ago. Since you are here, I will not play with you. We will meet later. Want to run? Liu said quickly. Boss Zhou, what are you waiting for? If Xiao Fan runs away, he will definitely come back to seek revenge on you. Zhou Xiong, dot. You still don't let your people do it. Grass. Hearing Liu's reminder, Zhou Xiong cursed secretly, Laming, Scar, stop Xiao Fan. Originally, he wanted Liu and Xiao Fan to bite the dog, but he didn't expect Liu to remind Xiao Fan at this time to ask him to seek revenge. I am Nima. Maybe Xiao Fan didn't think about it that way. But at this moment, he didn't have time to think about it, he quickly controlled his worms and blocked Xiao Fan's retreat. Zhou Xiong's younger brother also followed quickly. Help me get rid of Xiao Fan, I will give you a chance to be my mistress. Liu's voice appeared in Zhou Yana's ears in time. A chance to be your mistress. Zhou Yana curled her lips, it's like no one wants me. Although she is still held in Liu's arms, it doesn't affect her rejection of Liu at all. In fact, in her mind, Liu is a very good man. Not only is he strong, but he also knows how to calculate. Most importantly, he is very handsome. But she is an ambitious woman, why is she willing to be Liu's mistress? I'm not talking to you right now. Liu put away his smile, and a coldness flashed in his eyes. You shit. Zhou Yana gritted her teeth lightly, but did not refute Liu's words. Because she knows what it means to eat the strong. In this crisis-ridden end time, if your skills are not as good as others, you will either die generously, or you will have to live on. She can't beat Liu, and she can't figure out Liu, what can she do? Boss Zhou, are you sure you want to fight with me? Xiao Fan's cold voice interrupted Zhou Yana's meditation. At this time, Xiao Fan had already kicked a younger brother away, and was in a stalemate with several other people in the aisle. Hearing Xiao Fan's words, a ruthless look flashed in Zhou Xiong's eyes. There was no turning back when he opened the bow, even if he didn't want to now, he could only bite the bullet. Xiao Fan, I'm sorry, I have no other choice. Ha ha ha, what a last resort. Xiao Fan laughed loudly. Zhou Xiong, I'm really curious what kind of benefit that bastard Liu has given you? He actually made you forget your revenge of killing your mother. What revenge for killing my mother? Liu's voice rang out in time, it's obviously a lie you deliberately fabricated in order to let them help you deal with me. Lie. Liu is confident, and his villain's heart has greatly improved his lying skills. Xiao Fan, did you see me kill someone? Or did your friend see me kill someone? Just find someone, and you can be a witness. If this is the case, can I also find someone to say that you killed it? You bastard, what the hell? As soon as Liu said this, Xiao Fan almost vomited blood in anger. Because he really only listened to that Aunt Kui's one-sided words. It's just that other members of the survivor team acted as witnesses, and Aunt Kui had no reason to lie to herself. So he is convinced. But now. Go away. Xiao Fan gave a cold shout, and directly condensed a fireball, hitting the scar closest to him. He knew that there was no need for him to pursue Liu's question now. For a team leader like Zhou Xiong who made a fierce move, it would be fine if he didn't make a move, but if he made a move, it would definitely be thunderous. Even if Boss Zhou believed in his words again, it was impossible to let him go. Having figured this out, Xiao Fan used the fireball to force the scar back, and quickly scanned the layout of the supermarket, trying to find his own escape route. Zhou Xiong's younger brothers, he wasn't afraid at all. After all, these guys are not strong enough, and they are dying. It's impossible to come up and fight myself desperately just because of Zhou Xiong's order. What he is most afraid of now is that if he hits himself, that bastard Liu will attack him. While fighting with Zhou Xiong's younger brother, Xiao Fan's brain was spinning rapidly to find a countermeasure. Did I draft it? Bastards don't talk about martial arts. Xiao Fan didn't think for a few seconds, then suddenly cursed angrily, then kicked Laming flying in front of him, and ran in one direction. Because out of the corner of his eye, he suddenly saw that Liu drew his gun. Talk about the martial arts of Nima, go to death. Chapter 159 surrounded and killed Xiao Fan. This guy has a gun. Fuck. Get down. What? Humans are creatures that like to join in the fun. Sometimes they're not even sure if they're safe, and they like to follow other people to make fun of Jill. So when Xiao Fan and Chen Yang were duel, the upstairs and downstairs were already full of people eating melons. They were happy to see Liu molesting Zhou Yana. But when they saw Liu pull out a pistol out of nowhere, they were instantly stunned. He quickly found a cover and hid, for fear that Liu's stray bullets would hit him. Bang bang bang. As bullets spewed out of the muzzle one after another, people panicked, screamed, and ran in all directions. Even Xiao Fan could only dodge in panic. However, before the apocalypse, the gun was a very deterrent weapon, but after the apocalypse, it has lost its original status as the overlord of weapons. Because now there is a magical species called awakened in the whole world. Although the current strengtheners and supernatural beings are still unable to resist bullets. But the super-fast reaction and speed have already allowed them to avoid bullets, especially in places with complex terrain like this. In addition, Liu had just come into contact with guns, so his marksmanship was really bad. So with so many shots fired, it really didn't hit a single shot. The bullets hit the walls and stone pillars, sparking bursts of sparks. Damn it, Liu is a bastard. Xiao Fan hid behind a stone pillar and cursed angrily. He is a son of luck. In this last days full of all kinds of enhancers and supernatural beings, of course it is impossible to have only one ability to hide aura. But no matter how much Xiao Fan awakened, after seeing Liu's close combat ability outside the police station, he would not dare to confront Liu head-on by himself. Passing through a group of monsters without even touching your body, who the hell can do that? He can't do it himself. So he needs to find teammates and allies. But his teammates came here by coercion, even though they are still in the supermarket at this time. But Zhou Ziyang, a bastard, has been instigated by Liu. Facing so many enemies, it's good that they didn't make trouble, and expect them to help him fight against Zhou Ziyang? Obviously unrealistic. Ding ding ding. While thinking, a grenade rolled to his feet. Am I playing with you, grass? Xiao Fan didn't have time to think too much, he quickly threw himself to the side and at the same time activated his soil ability again. Boom. The sound of the huge explosion was deafening. The smoke from the grenade enveloped Xiao Fan in an instant. Chi chi chi. Liu's subsequent attacks did not stop because of the explosion of the grenade. Several huge vicious insects came out from all directions, and rushed towards Xiao Fan's hiding place. The abilities of your two brothers and sisters are quite good. Seeing these bugs, Liu put the gun back into the ring, and a playful smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Zhou Ziyang's ability is to control insects, which is a bit like a beast tamer. It's just that one is a contracted bird and beast, and the other is a contracted bug. His bugs, apart from a few small bugs with special functions, the ones that really have combat power are those relatively large ferocious insects from other worlds. 2 black-striped scorpions the same size as corpse beetles. 2 armored beetles the size of a sickle mantis. There is also a 2-meter-long blood-colored centipede. These fierce insects are all summoned from other worlds and contracted directly. Why is Zhou Ziyang so awesome? Can you summon bugs directly from another world? In fact, even he himself is not very clear about this matter. On the first day of the end of the world, Zhou Ziyang was in his temporary office. The moment the cosmic storm swept past him, he passed out directly. After waking up, he saw a giant iron-clad longhorn in front of him. At first he was intimidated by the armored beetle, but when he found that he had a spiritual connection with the armored beetle and could communicate with it, he is so happy. You must know that the armor on the armored beetle is no worse than that of the corpse beetle, and the bite force of the chewing mouthparts is much stronger than that of the sickle mantis. It can be said that it is a bug that truly integrates offense and defense. So he took off. Originally, he wanted to rely on these fierce insects to kill Liu. But Liu was not only powerful, but also very cautious, so he didn't give him this chance at all. So he could only use these bugs to deal with Xiao Fan. No matter how strong it is not as strong as you. Zhou Yana couldn't help muttering, and didn't get entangled in this issue, and looked at the gemstone ring on Liu's left hand. She noticed before that when Liu was holding the pistol and grenade, an imperceptible light flashed on the ring. So this ring must be a treasure for storage. Swords, battle pets, chariots, storage rings? Where do you get these treasures from? Liu glanced at her sideways, and asked without answering, why should I tell you? Hurry up and help me get rid of Xiao Fan, I still have a lot of things to do today. Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense with Zhou Yana. He didn't have a good impression of Zhou Ziyang and his group. Like Xiao Fan, he regarded them as pawns. What is there to say about these chess pieces? Hoo, bang bang. While the two were talking, 2 strong winds suddenly knocked the 2 armored beetles flying out from behind the stone pillar. Is this the wind ability? Seeing this scene, Liu's eyes froze slightly, it really is so. Although he had expected it a long time ago, it was still incredible to see it with his own eyes. You know, from the beginning to the present, Liu has contacted a total of 4 protagonists. Chu Feng, Lin Chen, Xiao Fan, and Chen Yang, each protagonist has his own unique ability. But from the surface, Xiao Fan's potential is the worst among the 4. Chu Feng has a sacred body, Lin Chen has alien technology, and Chen Yang also has ancient books. The 3 abilities evolved to a later stage, and they were all very incomprehensible. And Xiao Fan only has one skill to avoid being bitten by monsters? How can he be the protagonist? So the last time outside the police station, after his wind blade didn't hurt Xiao Fan, Liu suspected that he had other abilities. The results were as expected. When I saw him confronting Chen Yang with an invisible drone before, I used earth, fire, and 2 abilities. Now he can use the same wind ability as himself again? Seeing this scene, Liu has made up his mind that no matter how much it costs today, he must kill Xiao Fan. Otherwise, if he grows up, he will definitely be a more difficult existence than Chu Feng. At this time, the battlefield between the two sides is still on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. Xiao Fan's location is behind a stone pillar. There are no windows on the 2nd floor of the supermarket. So if he wants to escape, the best way is to jump to the 1st floor and rush out from the main entrance. But Liu now has a gun in his hand, and there are 3 bugs around him. If he wanted to safely jump to the 1st floor, he had to get rid of these bugs first. Seeing the 2 beetles who were beaten into the air by him stand up again, Xiao Fan gritted his teeth. Damn it, I have to gamble. After saying this, Xiao Fan sent out 3 strong winds, knocking away the remaining 2 poisonous scorpions and 1 bloody centipede. Find the right opportunity to quickly run towards the railing. The moment he left the pillar, he threw a fireball at Liu in an attempt to block his sight. Then without even looking at the railing, he jumped downstairs. With his current ability, jumping to the 2nd floor does not require any pause at all. Blah blah blah. Xiao Fan landed easily and rushed towards the supermarket gate without stopping. As long as he leaves the gate of the supermarket, no matter how awesome Liu is, he has nothing to do with him. Xiao Fan thought so, and so did the others. But when Xiao Fan was less than 10 meters away from the gate. Xiao Fan, you idiot, where are you going today? A man and a monkey rushed out from both sides of the gate, blocking his way. The human body is covered with dark brown horniness, and the monkey's body is covered with golden hairs. Without a doubt, Wu Jiang and Xiao Jin. Seeing this person and monkey, Xiao Fan frowned. He didn't choose to confront this person head-on. Because he knew that even if he was only blocked by them for a few seconds, Liu might catch up with him. So he immediately changed direction and wanted to leave through another door of the supermarket. But after a few steps, 2 men in suits and leather shoes appeared in front of him with a mutant dog. I'm sorry, brother, this way doesn't work. Seeing this, Xiao Fan wanted to run back again. In order to prevent Liu from injuring his own people with hot weapons, he descended from the sky with a silver-green sword in his hand, completely blocking his last escape route. Xiao Fan, if I let you run away today, my surname will not be Liu from now on. Chapter 160 Dad, save me. Xiao Fan jumped from the 2nd floor just now. After landing, the legs are only slightly bent, which is completely different from the jumping movements of ordinary people. To know. The 2nd floor of the supermarket is much higher than the average apartment in the community. Coupled with the hard ground, ordinary people can't do the degree that Xiao Fan can completely relieve the force by slightly bending his legs. So Xiao Fan's movements are still coherent in the eyes of others. But Liu just float down from the 2nd floor. Although Liu can't use Yu Feng to fly now. But after reducing your own weight and controlling the surrounding airflow, it is not very difficult to do this action. Therefore, judging from the landing actions of both sides, Liu's mastery of wind power is definitely much better than Xiao Fan's. In order to kill Xiao Fan, it can be said that Liu took great pains, consuming no less energy than dealing with Chu Feng before. Whether it was the pawns that held Xiao Fan back, or the manpower layout for the encirclement and suppression, he wasted a lot of time. So if Xiao Fan is still allowed to run away under this situation, Liu really doesn't have to play. Who are they? When did you come in? Mouse, what's going on? At this time, on the 2nd floor of the supermarket, Chen Yang was protected by Cao Meng, and Qin Xiao was dragged to Cao Meng's side by Jiao Manli. Zhou Xiong's younger brothers looked puzzled at the few people who suddenly appeared downstairs. Zhou Xiong even looked at the little brother named Mouse. Mouse. As the name suggests, he has long eyebrows and mouse eyes, and a wretched look. Before the apocalypse, he was a scumbag, a reformed-through labor prisoner, who spent 10 years in prison for rape. He is already in his 30s this year. He has no wife or children all his life, and his parents, relatives, and friends have all severed ties with him. But good fortune tricks people. After the end of the world, he became a supernatural being. His ability is nothing but the mouse with the same name as him. Not to control the mice, but to talk to those mice. Don't underestimate this ability. You know, how many mutated mice are there all over the country? If he uses this ability properly, not only can he get a lot of information from the mice, but he can also make these mice obey his commands. Become a real rat king. I brought them in. Hearing Zhou Xiong's words, the mouse looked embarrassed. Boss, didn't you let me obey this kid's orders? When I went to inform him before, he asked me to bring them here. That's it. Hearing what the mouse said, Zhou Ziyang didn't say anything. After all, he has already decided to deal with Xiao Fan, it doesn't matter where the war starts. But, are they this kid's subordinates? It seems a bit difficult to deal with. Looking at the few people downstairs, Zhou Ziyang frowned, thinking about the gains and losses in his heart. In the lobby on the first floor of the supermarket, 4 people and 2 beasts surrounded Xiao Fan. After Liu landed his sword one by one, Xiao Fan realized the seriousness of the problem. Boss Zhou's betrayal and the ambush of so many people. It is enough to show that these guys have premeditated and prepared for a long time. And I didn't notice it at all? How so? Xiao Fan clenched his teeth, thinking of something inconceivable. With my current alertness, how could I not notice it at all? Isn't this scientific? Didn't he think that Zhou Ziyang would cooperate with his mother-killing enemy, or was Qin Zairo's attention attracted? Or maybe both. Xiao Fan didn't have time to think too much, so he quickly held his breath and concentrated on fighting the enemy. Xiao Jin, kill him. Liu's calm words made Xiao Fan calm down. Squeak. Xiao Jin got the order, and while being vigilant against Xiao Fan, he crawled towards him with hands and feet. The two sides quickly fought together. Fuck me, these people's fighting power is so strong. So amazing. Is everyone's melee ability worse than Xiao Fan's? Fuck, why are they all so awesome? Who knows? In this kind of close combat, supernatural powers have very little effect. If you continue to fight like this, Xiao Fan will soon be unable to withstand it. Watching the battle between the two sides downstairs, everyone in Laming talked a lot. After Liu's people came, they naturally lost their effect. Downstairs on Liu's side, there are 4 people in total. Xiaojin, Heishui, Liu, and Wu Jiang have already advanced to bronze. With the support of Liu's crystal nucleus, Shueli and Ding Feng have just advanced to bronze. Xiao Fan played against 6, and 6 bronze? There is no doubt that he can't beat it at all. Although he has a few more supernatural powers than Liu, but his supernatural powers are in addition to the elementary bronze fire system. The level of other abilities is not high. High-level earth-type black iron, the remaining abilities are at most middle-level black iron. Before fighting Chen Yang, he spent a lot of strength to retreat Zhou Ziyang's bugs. Now facing a lineup like Liu, how does he play? Boom! Xiao Fan forced Xiao Jin back with a fireball. Liu took the opportunity to hit him with a wind blade, and Xiao Fan quickly turned around and defended with earth-type abilities. Puff! The rock formation did not appear in time and was not thick enough. The strong wind blade pierced through the rock formation and injured Xiao Fan's body. What? Xiao Fan uttered a scream of pain. Clutching his shoulders, he glared at Liu. Blood seeped into his clothes and slowly flowed out from between his fingers. Seeing the few drops of blood on Xiao Fan's hand, Liu smiled. Xiao Fan, outside the police station, you used the earth-type ability before, right? No wonder you got hit by my wind blade and only shed a few drops of blood. When he was in the police station before, Liu hit Xiao Fan with a wind blade, and Xiao Fan stood up without a pause, obviously only slightly injured. Now it seems that this guy is using the Earth System ability defense. Asshole, bastard. Liu said the truth. But at this moment, Xiao Fan didn't care about this. Liu, you trash, what's your ability to bully more than less? If you have the guts, just challenge me one-on-one. One-on-one. Liu was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed, haha, Xiao Fan, how dare you say that? If I'm not afraid that you will run away, how about arranging so many people to serve you? Besides, which idiot told you that it is not a skill to bully the few? It is my skill that I can find so many people to encircle and suppress you. If you have the ability, you can also find some brothers to help you support the scene. Okay, stop talking nonsense, hurry up and die. Is it a draft, old man? This is it. Xiao Fan clenched his teeth and let out an angry shout, but suddenly realized something was wrong. The wound on his shoulder is still bleeding out? You know, human blood has the function of coagulation under normal circumstances. After human beings are injured, the blood coagulation function will play a role quickly, so that the blood coagulates and blocks the wound to stop the bleeding and avoid a large amount of blood loss. But now, his wound is not deep, not only has the blood not coagulated, but it is still flowing out. Zhou Yana. Xiao Fan noticed the abnormality and quickly raised his head, just in time to see Zhou Yana stepping down from the nearby elevator step by step on a sexy catwalk. Before he had time to think about it, he quickly took a deep breath and used his mental power to interfere with Zhou Yana's ability. Xiao Fan, don't blame me. Zhou Yana was not in a hurry either, she walked up to Liu and smiled charmingly at Xiao Fan, our brothers and sisters are not young Master Lu's opponents. If you want to survive, you can only choose to sacrifice you. Did I draft it, bitch, I'm courting death. Oh, young Master Lu, he is so fierce, hurry up and protect him. Call Dad. Dot. Call me Dad, and I'll protect you. Joanna obviously paused for a moment, and then said angrily, Young Master Lu, seeing how young you are, why do you like such a nasty name? Just say it or not. Dad, save me. Yana, how cute. Joanna, dot. Xiao Fan, dot. Chapter 161 Xiao Fan, I and number 039, LL be your dog. Faced with Lu's unscrupulous molestation, Joanna compromised without much hesitation this time. This daddy not only almost broke Lu's defense, but also caused real damage to Xiao Fan. Damn it, Joanna is a bitch. Because Xiao Fan was blown up by Lu's grenade just now, he was cut to the shoulder by Lu's wind blade again. So now, he looks disheveled and extremely embarrassed. Seeing Joanna acting like a baby in front of Lu, his face was full of resentment. Although the woman Xiao Fan likes as Qin Xiao, it is undeniable that Joanna is also very pretty. So he not only wanted to get away with Qin Xiao, but also wanted to get away with Joanna. But Joanna, a woman, has always been indifferent to him. When chatting with him, she always uses the way of dealing with dog licking. This behavior made him very unhappy. If it wasn't for uniting the siblings to deal with Lu, he would have used his strength against Joanna long ago. But now, how long have you known Lu? Just call him Dad. The two completely different coping methods made Xiao Fan resentful. Why? Why is this happening? Why do these beautiful women only like rich people like Lu? Why can't I get these women to look me in the eyes when I'm so powerful? Don't poor people deserve to have love? Can't they have beautiful girlfriends because they are average? Why are these women so superficial? I don't accept it, I don't accept it. Xiao Fan kept roaring in his heart. Hey Shui, this time you go. Wang. Xiaojin, you play support. Squeak. Lu's voice interrupted Xiao Fan's meditation. Wujiang. Boss, leave it to me. Dogs, monkeys, dinosaurs. Under Lu's order, a new round of attack was launched against Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan doesn't have a weapon in his hand now, so he can only cover his fist with a layer of rocks to fight these beasts. He is not Chu Feng, he does not have any superb fighting skills, nor does he have the powerful fighting skills of later generations. In the face of Lu's deliberate encirclement and suppression, his explosive fighting power is simply not enough. Joanna's ability is to control blood. This ability is still somewhat different from Lu's wind ability. Lu's supernatural ability is a kind of supernatural energy in his body. When releasing a supernatural power, one needs to use mental power to mobilize this supernatural power to launch an attack. But Joanna's ability does not have any energy in itself, it is an extension of the spiritual ability. Similar to mental power control and mind power, these abilities cannot be seen or touched, and can be activated by directly mobilizing mental power. Her ability is very lethal to humans or monsters with lower mental power than herself. Even if you are not injured, there is a risk of insufficient blood flow to the brain and heart. But for people whose spiritual power is much stronger than her, the power is not as great as imagined. Just like Xiao Fan now. Although Xiao Fan's spiritual power can't extend outside the body like a person with spiritual abilities. But if you can't protect others, it's okay to protect yourself. So he was able to use his mental power to interfere with Joanna's abilities. Only. Hey, this kid seems to be slowing down. Because you were distracted from resisting the blood control ability, did your reaction become dull? Ha ha ha, don't worry, let's take our time. Yes, grind him to death. Fuck you. Boom. After punching Ding Feng who was flying with steel bars, Xiao Fan wanted to break out of Lu's encirclement. But the big black dog suddenly rushed towards him at this moment. In order to interfere with Joanna's ability, Xiao Fan couldn't concentrate at all. The successive battles just now had already exhausted him a bit. So he was accidentally bitten by He Shui on the thigh. Xiao Fan, die. Wujiang saw the right opportunity and attacked from the side. With his ability, it is more suitable to use weapons when dealing with monsters, but when dealing with people, it is obviously more convenient to use bare hands. Are you drafting it? Get lost. Wujiang scratched his lower abdomen, and the powerful animal claws almost pierced his stomach. Xiao Fan screamed, grabbed Wujiang's wrist, quickly turned his body sideways, and kicked Wujiang away with a swing of his leg. Boom boom boom. Wujiang was kicked 7 or 8 meters away, and rolled on the ground several times before barely stopping. However, after the transformation, Wujiang has a strong ability to fight. Although Xiao Fan's kick made his blood surge, it did not cause any substantial damage. At this time, Shuali had already circled behind Xiao Fan and kicked Xiao Fan's back. With 1 against 6, Xiao Fan's body finally couldn't keep up with the attacking rhythm of the crowd. He was kicked out by Shuali and fell to the ground. Liu walked slowly in front of Xiao Fan. Xiao Fan reacted quickly, turned around and wanted to activate his ability to defend. Puff! Liu pierced his other shoulder with a sword. Liu, you bastard! Xiao Fan bared his teeth in pain, covered his shoulder and cursed angrily. You try to curse again. Liu pulled out the sword and stepped on Xiao Fan's thigh bitten by He Shui. The toe also slammed twice on his wound. The wound bitten by the dog, coupled with Liu's deliberate leg strength, made Xiao Fan feel so painful. Asshole! Asshole! Xiao Fan! Liu raised the green sword in his hand. It's over. Seeing the murderous intent in Liu's eyes, Xiao Fan finally panicked. No, you can't kill me. Hearing this, Liu subconsciously stopped what he was doing. Seeing this scene, Xiao Fan hurriedly said. I'm still young, I don't want to die yet. Liu, dot. Without further ado, raise your sword again. Before this idiot died, he was still playing nonsense with himself? You don't want to die, what's the matter with me? No, Xiao Fan hurriedly shouted. Liu, young master Liu, I was wrong before, I shouldn't seek revenge on you, let alone plot against you. I'm sorry, as long as you are willing to spare my life, I am willing to be your little brother and do chores for you. No, no, I will be your dog, as long as you are willing to let me go, you can ask me to do anything. Being a dog? Ha ha ha. Seeing Xiao Fan begging for mercy with fear on his face, Liu couldn't help laughing loudly. Xiao Fan, I didn't expect you to say such a thing just to save your life. But I'm sorry, I can raise dogs, but never wolves. Goodbye. As soon as the words fell, Xiao Fan only saw a flash of cold light. Swish! A sword seals the throat. His voice stopped abruptly, Wu Jiang's betrayal rate decreased by 20%. Why is this happening? Xiao Fan clutched his neck, looking at Liu's face full of disbelief. Blood also flowed out from his fingers very quickly. Was he really cowardly just now, and wanted to kneel down and beg for mercy from Liu? Of course not. He is the blackened protagonist, how could he compromise with the villain Liu? He begged for mercy just now, just to let Liu relax his vigilance, so that he could find a chance to kill Liu. Didn't expect that Liu wouldn't take this kind of thing at all, he never left his eyes from beginning to end. Isn't this different from what he imagined? A rich second generation like Liu, seeing himself so humble, shouldn't humiliate him wantonly, and then make fun of him? Why did you do it right away? Xiao Fan couldn't figure it out, and he didn't have a chance to figure it out. Because his body was getting colder and colder, and his vision was becoming more and more blurred. Boom! Xiao Fan soon lost his strength and fell to the ground, and the whole world fell into darkness. Boss, is this guy dead? Looking at Xiao Fan who was clutching his neck and slowly falling to the ground, Wu Jiang asked tentatively while clutching his chest. Xiao Fan's fighting power just now surprised him. Although Liu didn't make a big move just now, Xiao Fan persisted for such a long time with 1-on-5. If it were someone else, he would have died long ago and couldn't die anymore. But Xiao Fan shouldn't be dead yet. Liu frowned. Fuck, is this kid's vitality so tenacious? Wu Jiang looked at Xiao Fan lying on the ground in disbelief. Unexpectedly, his voice just fell. Ding, congratulations to the host for killing the protagonist Xiao Fan and gaining Xiao Fan's talent abilities, Hidden Abyss, Crystal Nucleus Suitability, Danger Perception. Hearing the system prompt, Liu's frowning brows instantly relaxed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Should be dead by now. Chapter 162 Young Master Liu, you are so bad. Seeing his own system prompt, Liu finally felt relieved. After all, the system's prompt is much more accurate than the naked eye's judgment. And with the appearance of this system prompt, Liu also felt the changes in his body. Because he already has a sacred body, Liu's feeling this time is not as strong as the last time he killed Chu Feng. It's like adding some powerful weapons to a strong body. The main body has not changed, but it feels stronger. Young Master Liu, what should we do with this kid's body? Xueli glanced at Xiao Fan's body on the ground, and hurried forward to ask a question. Because Liu came to Boss Zhou's side this time to do something that ordinary people could not accept. So in order to avoid some unnecessary troubles, Liu did not bring Lu Ruobing, Yan Yun and Wei Jianjun with him. Just let Xueli and Ding Feng follow along with Wu Jiang. Xueli and Ding Feng are Liu's personal bodyguards, no matter what Liu does, they will support him. Needless to say, Wu Jiang. He is Liu's younger brother, and he is also one of the targets that Xiao Fan must solve. Hearing that Liu needed a few helpers to solve Xiao Fan, he followed without hesitation. It's just that Wu Jiang didn't know what other people thought when Liu said the phrase I can keep dogs, but never wolves. Anyway, he was scared enough. He even once thought that Liu was pointing at Sang and scolding Huai, and deliberately told himself this. But fortunately, Liu has no time to talk to him now. Give it to He Shui and Xiao Jin. When Liu came back to his senses, he didn't study the ability he had just obtained in the first place. Instead, he answered such a sentence casually. The meat of the awakener and the monster is a great supplement to the monster. Xiao Fan's body is almost already strengthened to the intermediate level of bronze, so naturally it cannot be wasted. Although it was cruel to do so, in Liu's opinion, Xiao Fan's behavior was no longer worthy of owning a whole corpse. Okay. Xueli didn't think too much, and looked at Ding Feng, follow me. Coming. Ding Feng agreed, took Xiaojin and He Shui, and together with Xueli, dragged Xiao Fan's body to the corner of the supermarket. So Xiao Fan, who could have ruled the last days, was torn to pieces by two monsters. Oh shit! The second floor of the supermarket. Seeing Xiao Fan's body being dragged to the corner by two monsters, Zhou Ping and another man exchanged glances, and then slowly disappeared into the crowd. They were originally recruited by Xiao Fan to fight against Liu's teammates. But after Boss Zhou betrayed Xiao Fan, they certainly wouldn't be so stupid as to stand up against Liu and Boss Zhou. So while Liu is still cleaning the battlefield, it is king to run away as soon as possible. At this time, everyone's eyes were on Liu and his party, and no one cared about their going or staying. Zhou Xiong and his younger brothers looked a little complicated at this moment. After all, Liu is not a good partner. The reason why they stood on Liu's side was completely forced by Liu's tricks. Seeing Liu coming up with three subordinates and his sister, Zhou Xiong hurried up to meet him. Young Master Liu. I need a quiet place. Liu directly raised his hand to interrupt what Zhou Xiong was about to say. Okay, you all go away. Zhou Xiong was displeased, but he didn't dare to talk too much. He hurriedly drove away all the people watching the excitement, and deliberately left his sister behind. Liu didn't care, and led a group of people to find Chen Yang. Cao Meng, take Chen Yang to heal his injuries first. Well. Cao Meng was wondering why Liu's people were so awesome, even a powerful existence like Xiao Fan was forcibly killed by Liu. But Liu's order brought him back to reality, and he quickly carried Chen Yang on his back and walked towards the temporary treatment department of the base. Chen Yang was seriously injured at this time, and there were many questions in his mind that he wanted to ask Liu. But he also knew that now was not the time to ask these questions. After leaving with Cao Meng, Liu quickly arranged the rest of his finishing work. Manly, help Qin Xiao pack her things. Okay. Ding Feng, Wu Jiang, please take care of it here. Okay, young Master Liu. Don't worry, boss. Xueli, come with me. After Liu finished arranging the work, only Xueli and Zhou Yana were left beside him. Xueli glanced at Zhou Yana not far away, then walked up to Liu and asked softly. Young Master Liu, do the people in this base need to deal with it? Xueli has no interest in the ordinary people here, but Xueli doesn't like the leaders of Zhou Xiong. That's why he asked this question. It's just that his voice was not deliberately lowered, so that Zhou Yana next to him could hear it. Solve. Young Master Liu, we have always cooperated with you. Hearing Xueli's question and realizing that something was wrong with Liu's eyes, Zhou Yana's heart tightened, and she hurried forward to speak. They are just the villains of Xiao Fan's plot, and the crystal nucleus was discovered not long ago. Without knowing the function of crystal nuclei, they didn't deliberately collect them. So they don't have too many crystal nuclei, their combat power is very average, and everyone in the entire base is equivalent to a Xiao Fan. And it's still Xiao Fan at this stage. If it was delayed for another 10 days and a half months, they would no longer be Xiao Fan's opponents. In other words, if Liu wanted to turn his guns to deal with them now, they would have no choice but to abandon the base and flee for their lives. Is it very cooperative? It seems to be quite cooperative. The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and then he reached out to hug Zhou Yana. This time, Zhou Yana didn't dare to resist, but instead leaned softly into Liu's arms. Oh, young Master Liu, you hurt me. I'll make you hurt even more later. Liu leaned close to Zhou Yana's ear and said something evil. From the end of the world to the present, a total of 4 protagonists have appeared. Chu Feng, Lin Chen, and Xiao Fan have all been killed by him. In the end, there was only Chen Yang who was not a threat to him, so Liu felt that it was time for him to relax. Young Master Liu, you are so bad. Seeing Zhou Yana's expression of refusal and welcome, Liu nodded in satisfaction. In this world where strength is the most important thing, once you have strength, you can do whatever you want. Zhou Yana's attitude is enough to explain everything. Of course, Liu did not relax his vigilance against them. After bringing Zhou Yana to the manager's office, the 2 battle pets almost finished eating Xiao Fan's body. He sent Xueli to watch Zhou Xiong, and let 2 pets guard the door. Then he sat on the chair and looked at his own system. After killing Xiao Fan, he got a total of 3 abilities. Hidden Abyss Crystal Nucleus Suitability and Danger Perception. Danger Perception, needless to say, Lu Ruobing also has this ability. After awakening this ability, you can be like Spider-Man, you don't need to look with your eyes, you can dodge or block the enemy's attack from a blind spot just by instinct. When outside the police station, Xiao Fan relied on this ability to block Lu's wind blade with his back turned. Xiao Fan was able to deal with so many people at the same time just now, and it was also related to this ability. The other 2 abilities are stronger, they can be said to be the 2 core abilities of Xiao Fan. Crystal Nucleus Suitability, the crystal nucleus that can make your body adapt to all attributes. Everyone's awakened abilities are different, and the crystal nuclei that can be absorbed are also different. If you forcibly use a crystal nucleus that does not match your own ability, the energy conflict will be invalid at the least, and you will explode and die directly at the worst. So Xiao Fan was able to use so many abilities, it should be because of this skill, he absorbed crystal nuclei of other attributes, and forcibly awakened the abilities. Hidden Abyss, all creatures that have been eroded by the power of the abyss will treat you as their kind. Cough, 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 cough. Joanna held her chest and coughed continuously, interrupting Lu's meditation. What happened? Got a tonsil. Luu. This woman can do it. Chapter 163 Xioxiu, hold on. Xiao Fan is dead. He was killed by Boss Zhou and Luu working together. Although Boss Zhou is very reluctant to cooperate with Luu, he is a bright card in front of Luu. Whether it's personal ability, team combat effectiveness, or what their brothers and sisters think in their hearts, they are all counted by Luu. So those who can't beat Luu can only help the tiger. As for the protagonist Xiao Fan, I have to say, he is a bit aggrieved. After all, he is a blackened son of luck, and his ability to awaken is not weak. If he continues to develop insignificantly, he may really become a generation of heroes. However, after Luu killed Chu Feng, his fighting power became much stronger. Especially top-level fighting and full-level swordsmanship, which gave him a qualitative leap in his melee combat ability. Therefore, when Xiao Fan obtained these supernatural abilities not long ago, he could not defeat Luu in a single duel. Even if he has more abilities than Luu, he can't beat him. Based on his ability level and the degree of control over the ability, Luu only needs to rely on the King's E-sword and the Wind Walk to win. In front of Luu, the only thing he can rely on. It's not his strong physical fitness, nor the several elemental abilities he obtained, nor his blackened personality. It was secret of the abyss that gave him the ability not to be bitten by monsters. With the help of monsters to block the way, stop Luu from chasing and killing him. Or rely on this ability, leave Yanqinch and stay away from Luu directly, and seek revenge on Luu after the supernatural power is achieved. But the protagonist has the pride of the protagonist, and the poor also has the pride of the poor. After being bullied so badly by Luu, how could Xiao Fan get up without seeking revenge from Luu? This is not his style of doing things, nor the protagonist's style of doing things, so he died. As for why Joanna coughed? The last time she coughed like this, Luu swallowed a crystal nucleus for her. And this time, obviously. Tattoos, long legs, black suspenders, and a sexy figure with bulging front and back. The only pity is that this woman is not the heroine. Otherwise, Luu should be able to get the heroine reward from her, and then directly advance to the high-level bronze. To kill Xiao Fan this time, Luu mainly consumed his brain power. So he is now extremely energetic. It was past 5 o'clock that afternoon. Luu is still teaching Joanna in the office. And on a certain street in the south of Yanqinch, a human chasing battle is being staged. Stop, don't run. Damn it, bitch, stop for me. A yellow-haired man and a skinny man were chasing a girl in her 20s with a weapon. The girl's name was Peng Qin, she was above average in appearance, and she carried a satchel on her back, which contained a lot of food. While running desperately, she looked back nervously, for fear that she would be overtaken by 2 men behind her. In this world, the end of the world has come almost 20 days ago. In the absence of power guarantee, lack of survival supplies, and no state protection, most of humanity is facing a very severe test of survival. Selfish, greedy? These are just human nature. Soon someone will become a robber in this wasteland of the last days, and become an ambitious man like Zhou Xiong. The yellow-haired and thin man behind them are the 2 younger brothers of one of the careerists. Hey, damn it, how the hell can this stinky bitch run away? The thin man supported his knees with both hands, panting heavily. Huang Mao Xiaoyang was also extremely tired, holding on to the electric pole next to him with an uncomfortable expression on his face. If Luu were here, he would definitely find this yellow-haired and thin man very familiar. Because they were the 2 underlings of the gangster Fei Chen at the Rhine Hotel back then. After Chen Fei was killed by Luu, Although they were trapped in the Rhine Hotel, how could they mix with Liao Dong, the hotel security guard, based on their personalities? So they left the Rhine Hotel while Liu had cleared the monsters around the hotel. On the day when Lin Chen drove the monster, he just drove away all the monsters in the street where he was. Later, when Liu set off fireworks at the police station, he helped them pull a wave of monsters. So the two stopped all the way, and came here to find their real boss Yu Kun. This Yu Kun is a very awesome existence, and Fei Chen was his younger brother before. As for why they chased this girl named Peng Qin? That's because this girl named Peng Qin not only looks good, but also stole a big bag of food from them. This is one person, at least 10 days rations. No matter how she can run, we have to catch up with her, otherwise Brother Kun will definitely pick off our skins when we go back. You're right, let's go. Hey, wait, skinny guy. Xiao Yang stopped the thin man, and looked ahead with a puzzled face. What's wrong? Seeing Huang Mao's expression, the thin man was a little confused. Why do I feel that this street is a bit too quiet? What's so strange? The monsters around here were attracted by the fireworks from the police station before. That's right, maybe I'm thinking too much. Let's go now. Hearing the thin man's urging, Huang Mao also scratched his head and stopped thinking about it. Even if you die, you must not be caught by them. In front of the street, Peng Qin, who only cared about escaping for her life, swore in her heart. Huang Mao's team is very unfriendly to women, as long as she is not strong enough, she will be destroyed by them. If it wasn't for my mother who escorted me out desperately, I'm afraid I would have died too. Thinking of her own mother who was beaten to death, tears flashed in Peng Qin's eyes. Hey, why is this street so quiet? After running for a while, Peng Qin looked at the quiet street in front of her and subconsciously slowed down. How could there be such a quiet place in the last days full of monsters, a little unreasonable. Stop, don't run. Oh shit. The shouts of the yellow hair and the thin man made Peng Qin have no time to think about it, and hurriedly continued to run forward. Peng Qin is not an awakened person, the reason why she can run ahead is just to run ahead of Huang Mao and the others. Now that she has been running for such a long time, she can't run anymore even with the bag on her back. At this moment, out of the corner of her eye, she suddenly saw a huge mutated willow tree in front of her. With an idea, Peng Qin quickly made a sharp turn and hid behind this mutated big willow tree. After the yellow hair and the thin man caught up, they did not notice her existence. Seeing how the two chased after her, Peng Qin let out a sigh of relief, and patted her chest. Hey, it's dangerous. After saying this, she subconsciously looked at the situation around her now. Ah! A sudden woman's exclamation attracted the attention of Huang Mao and the thin man. The two quickly turned around and soon found Peng Qin hiding behind the willow tree. Hey, bitch, why don't you keep running? Can't run anymore? Damn it, get the hell out of here. Huang Mao and the thin man walked towards Peng Qin with grinning, intending to tie him back. At this time, the two of them were completely immersed in the excitement of catching the prey, and they didn't notice the frightened expression on Peng Qin's face at all. Maybe they noticed it, but they only thought that Peng Qin was afraid of them, so they didn't care. It was only when they walked up to Peng Qin and wanted to do something. Swish! A gust of wind came. The huge willow branches and leaves are blown rustling. Fuck, what's going on? Is it a monster? Hey, it's okay. Damn it, I was shocked. I thought there was some giant creature. I am too, luckily it was just the wind. The two were startled and turned around quickly. Seeing that it was just the leaves blown by the wind, and there was no other abnormality, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But at the moment when they wanted to continue to catch Peng Qin, whoosh whoosh! Countless vines suddenly emerged from the soil in all directions. The speed of the vines was not slow, and they were very strong. Two of them directly entangled their legs. Zioxu, hold on, brother will definitely save you. Chapter 164 Even more invincible now. After the end of the world, all animals and plants have mutated. There are not a few moving flowers and trees, such as piranhas, cannibal trees, and so on. It's just that in this city full of steel and concrete, moving plants are still very rare. Not to mention Peng Qin, even Liu hasn't met her yet. So seeing the branches of this mutated willow tree move, Peng Qin was really taken aback. But in the situation just now, there was nothing she could do. On one side are two gangsters, Huang Mao and Xiaozi, and on the other side is a moving willow tree. What else can she do, a weak woman with no strength to restrain a chicken, but close her eyes and wait for death? It's just that she never dreamed that this willow tree didn't attack her. These vines drilled out of the soil are the roots of the mutated willow tree. After breaking through the ground, they began to besiege Huang Mao and Xiaozi from all directions. Fuck! Run! Seeing these moving tree roots, the yellow-haired and the thin man were inexplicably terrified, and wanted to escape from the place with a loud roar. But the weapons in their hands are just steel bars and crowbars. Such a blunt instrument could not cut through the roots that bound their legs. Am I drafting? What the hell is this? These tree roots are not very thick, and the strength of a single tree root is not very strong, probably an ordinary adult male can tear it off with all his strength. But there are dozens of hundreds of tree roots here. Even if they kept waving the weapons in their hands, it would not help at all. Soon they tripped over a few tree roots and fell to the ground, unable to hold the steel bars and crowbars in their hands, and fell aside. When Peng Qin saw the two men's weapons falling, a look of cruelty flashed in his eyes. He rushed over to pick up the steel bar and pointed it at Huang Mao's head. Bastard, go to hell! Boom! The steel bars were given to the heads of the two, and one person came twice. The entanglement of tree roots and Peng Qin's attack directly made the two of them pass out. Hey, is it over? Looking at the two people who fell to the ground, Peng Qin was still in shock, panting heavily. But in the next second, something that surprised her even more happened. How many small branches actually got into the mouths and ears of the two people on the ground? The two people who passed out suddenly showed pain on their faces, and soon began to twitch as time went by. Next up, their cheeks and eye sockets began to sink in at a speed visible to the naked eye, and their skin gradually became dry and flat. Does your body seem to be drained of water? My god, what's the situation? Seeing this scene, Peng Qin's little face turned pale with fright. If it wasn't for Willow not attacking her, she would probably have fainted from fright. But what Peng Qin didn't know was that with the deaths of Huang Mao and Xiaozi, a drop of liquid emitting green light appeared at the tip of the root of the thickest willow tree buried in the ground. Boo! With the slow dripping of the luminous liquid, a tender green sprout broke through the ground not far from the willow tree. Where new shoots grow, weeds do not grow, but they are extremely hidden. It's like someone wants to protect it deliberately. On the other side, the supermarket base. Of course Liu would not know about the willow tree. Young Master Liu, are you leaving? Looking at the boy in front of him who was wearing clothes leisurely with his back turned to him. Joanna, who was lying limp on the sofa, revealed a trace of reluctance in her tone. This well-proportioned figure and handsome appearance, which one is not the favorite of women? Coupled with Liu's strong strength, she couldn't resist at all. Yet, Liu nodded casually. Joanna straightened up, and gently put her arms around Liu's neck, and her soft white body hung on Liu's back. Don't you want me to be your mistress? I agree. Liu, who was putting on his shoes, did not stop his movements. I did have this idea before, but I thought about it later. Now that there are so many monsters outside, there is no way to communicate as often as before the end of the world, so forget it, let's just play. Based on your ability, do you still care about this? Young Master Liu, let's cooperate. Cooperation. We merged the two bases and then expanded the territory outward. When the time is right, we can still become kings on our own. At that time, you will be the leader, I will be your woman, and my brother will be your striker. What do you think? When Joanna, who was lying on Liu's back, said this, Liu could clearly feel the excitement in her tone. She seems to be really looking forward to the future. It has to be said that there are not a few awakened people who think like her in the last days. Because strength inflates a person. After some awakened people form their own forces, they often give their forces some relatively secondary names. What kind of gang, what faction, what cabinet, what society, these are relatively common. Some powerful awakened people feel that after the collapse of civilization, they can stand on their own as kings, so they directly name their power after the name of the country in an attempt to restore the monarchy. Liu just wanted to say that they were a little whimsical. At any time, the power of the country is the strongest. Even after the end of the world, there are more awakened people in the country than ordinary people. Coupled with the appeal of the national army, how can an individual organization surpass the country? Want to establish yourself as king? It's not impossible, but it's only in the early and middle period of the end of the world that it can be awe-inspiring. When the country is free to re-establish order, don't you have to surrender obediently? Don't dream. Liu poured cold water on it directly. Let's not talk about whether the country will allow such a thing to happen after it reacts. Even if they allow it, do you think you can live until then? Why not? Do you think the monsters outside will always be like this? And if you want to rule Yanqing, you need to recruit a large number of armed forces and survivors. The more survivors, the more food we need, and the more difficult it is to manage the armed forces. A management model like yours that allows your subordinates to act recklessly, will be killed sooner or later. Liu's words made Joanna stunned, because she didn't think so far. Okay, I'll go first. Liu stood up and sorted out his clothes, then took out a porcelain vase containing 10 black iron crystal nuclei. Give these to you, and exchange them for other crystal nuclei with attributes here. Do you have any problems? No problem at all. Joanna took the porcelain bottle from Liu's hand, put it aside, and then put on her own clothes. None of their supernatural beings can use attribute crystal nuclei. So such an exchange is very appropriate. However, can you tell me what your plan is? It was a matter of her own life and death, so she couldn't help but not pay more attention to it. Leave Yancheng and find a city with a large army first. After Liu finished speaking, he moved his arms and stretched his waist, and didn't say any more. Some things are not suitable to say too much. Joanna was thoughtful after listening, but she didn't think about it for too long. Seeing that Liu was still waiting for her, she hurriedly arranged her clothes, shoes, and socks, and cleaned the battlefield between the two of them just now. He got up and picked up the crystal nucleus given by Liu to find his elder brother Zhou Xiong. Soon she exchanged 3 attribute crystal nuclei from Zhou Xiong and handed them to Liu. Liu took a look, 1 fire element, 1 earth element, and 1 water element. 10 for 3, on the surface, Liu seems to be at a loss, but in fact, Liu is not at a loss. After all, he just played with Joanna for more than 2 hours. And after killing those monsters, the non-attribute crystal nuclei are the most. Compared with the attributable crystal nuclei, the ratio of 10 to 3 is definitely not reached. So Liu didn't care about the number of crystal nuclei, let alone whether they had any secrets. I randomly found a slightly hidden corner, counted the black iron crystal cores I have now, and then began to strengthen them. 3 water elements, 3 fire elements, 2 wind elements, 2 earth elements and 1 thunder element. Okay. Ding, you used the water attribute crystal core and obtained water attribute ability. Ding, you used the fire attribute crystal nucleus and obtained fire attribute ability. Ding, you used the earth attribute crystal nucleus and obtained earth attribute. Ding, you used a thunder attribute crystal nucleus. Seeing this series of system prompts, Liu sighed helplessly. Oh, it's even more invincible now. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 165 Survival of the Fittest in the Apocalyptic Environment. There are many types of crystal nuclei, except for the most basic 3 crystal nuclei of no attribute, life, and spirit. There are also 9 crystal nuclei with attributes of gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, and darkness. General auxiliary, spiritual, transformation, and special abilities can be improved in a very simple way. It is only necessary to strengthen the awakened person's body, and the ability will be improved accordingly. It can't be said that this kind of ability is not strong, but the visual effect released may not be so cool. For example, the auxiliary category, Cangyun. Spiritual, Jiao Manli, Zhou Yana. Transformation category, Cao Meng, Wu Jiang. Special category, Chu Feng, Dai Lian. Do you dare to say that the abilities of these people are not strong at all? And those elemental abilities that look cool in attack and defense usually need to use these 9 crystal nuclei to break through the bottleneck. Even some rare abilities are the same. For example, magnetism is a variant of metal abilities, magma is a variant of fire-type abilities, and ice, fog, and snow is a variant of water-type abilities. Awakened people who have awakened this kind of ability, like ordinary elemental awakened people, need these 9 kinds of crystal nuclei. It's just that the number of crystal nuclei may be more than that used by ordinary elemental abilities. As for those very rare abilities, such as space and time, there is no crystal nucleus to strengthen them. Guys who have awakened this kind of ability are without exception the pride of heaven. They don't need any crystal nucleus at all, and they can take off directly by relying on their own comprehension and various adventures. According to Liu's experience during this period, the most common crystal nucleus is undoubtedly the non-attribute crystal nucleus. As long as the monster has a crystal nucleus, there is at least a %% to %% probability of this. Then there are the crystal nuclei of the life system and the spirit system. And then there is water, fire, wind, and soil. The rarity of the thunder attribute crystal nucleus should be the same as that of Jinmu. Finally, light and dark. The attribute crystal nuclei that Liu used just now were all obtained by killing those monsters with hot weapons at the police station. After killing so many zombies, only 1 thunder attribute crystal nucleus appeared? Xiao Fan's abilities are so unique that he hasn't even found one? From this, it can be seen how rare the thunder attribute crystal nucleus is. Not to mention the light and dark crystal nucleus. Using the crystal nucleus, there is no way to get those mutant abilities. Looking at his attribute panel, Liu muttered something to himself. Xiao Fan, the protagonist, has a total of 4 elemental abilities, water, fire, wind, and earth. Because the water ability has no lethality in the early stage, and the lethality is 0 in places where there is no water. So Xiao Fan didn't use it in the previous battle. And the fundamental reason why he obtained these abilities is because of the skill crystal nucleus suitability. So what Liu got by killing him was not these 4 elemental abilities, but crystal nucleus suitability. Crystal nucleus suitability Liu can obtain the powers of the 9 elements, but there is no way to obtain those special powers. That is to say, if you want to get more powerful abilities, you have to be the protagonist? It seems very reasonable. Liu raised his eyebrows and came to a very correct conclusion. Forget it, let's go back and talk. This ability has already given him 4 more elemental abilities, so Liu didn't bother to care too much about it. He patted his butt, got up and greeted everyone to leave the supermarket base. Ding Feng, go and call Cao Meng and Chen Yang, get ready to go. Okay. Ding Feng agreed, and began to gather people. Liu is leaving, will Zhou Ji bravely stay? Of course not. Liu even killed Xiao Fan, what would he keep? But Liu didn't take Zhou Yana away this time. Because in his mind, this woman is a scorpion, and he even killed her mother. Letting her be his mistress is still reluctant to be his own woman, obviously not very suitable. Not only can't he get along with other women, but he also has to guard against being plotted against by her. Bringing it back does more harm than good. As for whether Liu thought about killing the leaders of Zhou Yana's base? Of course. Leaving other black sheep aside, just the relationship between Zhou Yana's brother and sister and Wulan gave Liu reason to prevent future troubles. However, Liu believes that offending people in the last days is not a big deal. As long as you are strong enough and you are not on the same team as the opponent. It doesn't matter how many such enemies you make. In addition, Zhou Yana cooperated so well, so Liu didn't bother to pursue it. As for those survivors? Liu had no choice. He is not a doomsman, and he is not interested in doing things that punish rape and eliminate evil. End of the world environment, survival of the fittest. The weak will be eliminated by the living environment sooner or later, this is the law of nature. Why save people he doesn't know, or who are useless to him? The only thing he can do is to call Zhou Yana before leaving. As for whether this woman can open up and treat them better? Then it depends on the luck of the survivors. This time at the supermarket base, Liu's team had 5 more people, Cao Meng, Chen Yang, Qin Zhiro, Li Qin, and Zheng Zhen. Li Qin and Zheng Zhen are considering the future development of the team. 2 mutant beasts opened the way ahead, and Xiao Manli held Liu's arm. Cao Meng carried Chen Yang behind his back. Qin Zhiro and the 2 girls went into battle lightly and followed behind Liu. Shueli, Ding Feng, and Wu Jiang helped Cao Meng and the 3 girls with their luggage. Originally, the 5 newcomers had their own concerns. But when he saw Liu's black chariot parked in the underground garage on the next street, the attention of the 5 people was attracted at the same time. Hey, why is there such a cool black car here? Aren't we going to get in this car? Can this car still start? My god, no. Young Master Liu, this car. Stop talking nonsense, sit down quickly. Looking at the 5 people as if they were bumpkins who had never seen the world, Liu did not despise them. Because normal people see this chariot, the first time they react like this. Boom. As Shueli sat in the driver's seat, the engine of the steel chariot let out a roar. After the steel chariot drove out of the underground garage, it went on a rampage. Bang bang bang. This road was cleared when I took Xiao Manli out, and the scattered zombies, praying mantises, lizards, and mutant mice that wandered over were all crushed ruthlessly by the steel chariot. But after the chariot drove for a while, it slowed down slowly. Before Liu could ask, Shueli's voice reached Liu's ears. Young Master Liu, there are a few dragons blocking the way ahead. Earth Dragon. Hearing this, Liu raised his eyebrows. Dixinglong is very big, and the smallest adult is the size of a car. Anyone is more than 10 tons. If you encounter them by car and choose to hit them directly, not only will you cause serious damage to the car, but you will not be able to kill them, which is of little significance. Liu glanced at it. At this time, the road ahead was not very wide, and there were 2 large, 2 small, and 4 ground dragons lying on the road to rest. Occupying more than half of the road, the chariot could not pass at all. What should I do? Young Master Liu, do you want to take a detour? What's the detour? Just catch one for Manly and take it back as a pet. Liu was too lazy to talk nonsense, so he directly asked Shueli to stop and open the door. Before helping Xiao Manli to catch the ground and walk the dragon, Liu was afraid that the injury would be too serious and it would be useless to catch it back. Now that we have the lightning power, wouldn't a few electrotherapy treatments be enough? As for Liu now, would not be attacked by monsters cause others to suspect? This is nothing to worry about. Because the hidden abyss, all creatures that have been eroded by the power of the abyss will treat you as their kind. Note 1, abyssal creatures will also attack each other, and the enhancement level is 1 step higher than yours, and these creatures may attack you. Territorial, or when fighting for food, they will attack you regardless of rank, please be careful. Note 2, since this skill is very special and is obtained by killing the protagonist, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it is best for the host to use it when acting alone. Next to this skill, there is an on and off button. Chapter 166. I'll destroy one later, and then pull away the other ground dragons and monsters. Try to be as fast as possible when you make a contract. It is good. Xiaojin, He Shui, you are responsible for protecting her. Wang. Squeak. Because the earth dragon is too big and its defense is too strong, without powerful weapons, it can't even break through the defense. If you want to capture them alive as pets, the difficulty factor will be even greater. At least in this car, except for Luu, no one else has this ability. So Luu had to do it by himself. Seeing the skill description of the system, Luu can of course understand the meaning of the system. Xiao Fan's hidden abyss skill is actually an orphan skill. He can let others know that he has this ability, and he can also raise some mates who have no combat effectiveness. But it's not suitable for having your own teammates. Think about it. A team, if there is an awakener who is not attacked by monsters, are the others willing to venture out to find food and water? They will definitely put all the reinforcement and search tasks on this awakened person, and then only do some auxiliary work themselves. What? You are the boss, don't you want to? So nice. A boss who is unwilling to consider the safety of the team members. What does our team need you to do? Let's all leave and start a new team, okay? Some people may say that they can be coerced by force. Coercion by force is actually the most stupid way. People who can come up with this method are only suitable to be orphans. Think about Xiao Fan from before. Coercing two teammates to deal with Luu, what's the use of it at a critical moment? Luu didn't need such a teammate, and this ability was looted from Xiao Fan by Luu. Therefore, in order to prevent this ability from causing trouble to Luu, the system thoughtfully set this permanent passive skill as an active skill with no consumption and no CD. Once the skill is off, no one knows that he has this ability. As for the abilities of other attributes, this doesn't matter anymore. Ordinary people can rely on attribute crystal cores to awaken abilities, and they are not afraid of death, so what's the problem with eating two more? No problem at all. Then. Boom. Luu found a suitable position and opened his hand slightly upwards like a claw, and a hot fireball the size of a volleyball appeared above his palm. Without even thinking about it, he threw at the nearest and the biggest ground dragon. In order to save the energy of the crystal nucleus before, Luu only ate one of each kind of crystal nucleus, so the 4 abilities he just got are now the first level of black iron. With this level of abilities, except for the lightning type abilities, other abilities can basically not cause much damage to the rough-skinned and thick-skinned earth dragon. So this fireball is only used to pull monsters. Creatures like Dixinglong are lazy after eating and are not very aggressive. Even if prey appears, they don't bother to take care of it. But being attacked with a fireball is different. Roar. Boom boom boom. The ground dragon that was hit by the fireball found Luu's existence, and with a roar, it took heavy steps and ran towards Luu like a tank. The other ground dragons didn't seem to be aware of the danger, they just glanced at them and ignored them. Just like the monster in the game that doesn't take the initiative to hate. But it doesn't matter, the important thing is. Why does young Master Lu also have fire abilities? What's the situation? It's not scientific. Before I saw the boss using crystal cores at the front desk of the supermarket. Could it be that he was stimulated by Xiao Fan to eat those attribute crystal cores? Damn it, it's really possible. Luu's old teammates all know that crystal nuclei cannot be eaten indiscriminately. When they saw Luu throwing a fireball, they were a little dumbfounded. Wujiang even gave Luu a reason. Seeing Xiao Fan's many abilities, Luu was stimulated. I have to say, this reason is very reasonable. Luu has no time to talk to them. After pulling the largest ground dragon to a suitable position, he directly raised his right hand. The distance between the two sides was about 7 or 8 meters, and several intertwined electric arcs suddenly appeared on Luu's hand. After these arcs appeared, they were directly connected to Dixinglong's head. Roar. The ground dragon let out a painful roar, which instantly woke up other ground dragons and monsters. In an instant, all the ground dragons and monsters rushed in the direction where Luu was. The arc did not disappear immediately when it hit the target like the fireball and wind blade, but lasted for about a second before disappearing. Hey, is this a lightning type ability? I'm stupid, it really is. Really? Xiao Fan doesn't even know this ability. It seems that young Master Lu really ate those attribute crystal nuclei. Isn't it crazy? Of the 5 abilities of water, fire, wind, earth, and mine, the most destructive one is the thunder attribute. The wind ability of the black iron elementary level can release 5 compressed wind blades. Black Iron's primary fire ability can release 10 fireballs the size of volleyballs. As for Black Iron's elementary lightning ability, he can use this super powerful electric shock 5 times, each lasting for 1 second. Such a powerful electric shock lasts for 1 second, enough to completely disable any monster below bronze. These are the other 4 attribute abilities, which cannot be achieved at the elementary level of Black Iron. However, all the resistances of the ground dragon are very high, and this one is a high-level bronze, so one electric shock is definitely not enough. Seeing the monsters around him, they were moving closer to him, and the number was increasing, a few, a dozen, dozens. Liu didn't have time to think about it. While avoiding the attack of the ground dragon, he released another electric shock, and then threw a few wind blades to clear the mobs. Move position, electric shock, wind blade clear mobs. After using up all the lightning abilities 5 times in this way, the ground dragon finally couldn't hold it anymore. Walking is swaying, as if drunk. The energy used by the 5 abilities is different. After using the wind attribute ability, you can use the fire attribute ability, and after using the fire attribute ability, you can use the thunder attribute ability. If all these abilities are upgraded to bronze, silver, or even gold, then prepare enough crystal nuclei to help recover. Then will I become a mobile elemental fort. Thinking of this, Liu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, other ground dragons rushed over with some scattered monsters. Liu Yachao hurriedly sent a signal to Jiao Manli, and then prepared to pull away all the remaining monsters. Damn, why are there so many monsters? Seeing dozens of lizardmen and praying mantis monsters approaching the corner of the street, Liu cursed secretly. Just when Liu was about to use the wind ability to deal with some monsters before leaving, something suddenly occurred to his mind. The power of the 5 elements, mutual generation, and mutual restraint. Then can I use a supernatural combination skill or something? Thinking of this, Liu, who was dodging the attack of the ground dragon, raised his hands subconsciously. Fingers slightly bent, palms facing each other. Boom, call. One side is the fireball, the other side is the air current. When the two are combined, the fire becomes bigger and more urgent. The speed of consuming abilities is also getting faster and faster. Liu didn't care too much, and at the same time quickly increased the size of the fireball, the airflow it gave was getting stronger and stronger. When he felt that the fire ability was almost exhausted, Liu directly pushed the fireball out with his mental power. Boom! The fire borrows the wind, and the wind helps the fire. The fireball with a diameter of almost 1 meter, carrying the scorching heat and the dust on the ground, passed several ground dragons and galloped towards the group of monsters at an extremely fast speed. Boom boom boom! The fireball, which contained a large number of wind attribute abilities, pierced through the monster group like a cannonball. Not only does it double the burning power, but it also has a very strong penetrating power. Even the ground was burnt into a long hot trench. He's so strong. Seeing this scene, Chen Yang on the chariot tightened his fists. Chapter 167 Young Man, it end number 039, your turn. Wind and fire are 2 attributes that are born together. After the 2 elements are fused together, there will be an additive effect on each other. The cooking stoves used in restaurants and hotel kitchens use this principle to increase firepower. Therefore, relying on his strong mental power, Liu integrated the wind attribute into a cyclone into the big fireball. It is normal to succeed once. With the blessing of the wind attribute, the big fireball's lethality and penetrating power have become stronger, and its attack distance has also increased a lot. A fireball with a diameter of 1 meter killed almost 1/3 of these 30 or 40 monsters. This is still the case where the fireball is too small and the monsters are not dense enough. If the ability level is higher and the fireball is bigger. Tisk tisk, awesome! Looking at the power of his own fireball, Liu seemed to have discovered some new continent. While withdrawing his mind and pulling the other monsters to run, he was thinking quickly in his mind. Judging from the previous consumption of different energy, this combination skill mainly consumes the fire attribute. If released normally, the combination of the 2 energies can kill 3 or 5 low-level monsters at most. After all, the power level of the fire attribute is too low, the lethality is barely enough, and the fatality rate is almost 0. It can also burn praying mantises with wings and some dense small bugs. But after the combination of wind and fire, the power more than doubled. And if both wind and fire have this kind of power, then can you use wind and earth to make a wind and sand blind your eyes? Can earth and fire form a meteorite? The combination of water and thunder seems to be effective for group attacks? Of course, with the current ability level, it is definitely impossible to do this. But at least it provided Liu with an idea to use his abilities flexibly. He's so strong. Isn't young Master Liu exaggerating? Honey, so handsome. Oh my god! It's so awesome! He is really good, if he is really willing to help me find my father. On the black chariot, not only the protagonist Chen Yang, but also other people looked at Liu outside with surprise through the window. Even Qin Zyro was a little dumbfounded. Although this fireball used up all of Liu's fire energy, it is indeed powerful. At least so far, they have never seen such a powerful ability with one-time lethality. When Qin Zyro came out with Liu before, her mind was in a mess. Although Xiao Fan had saved her life before, his performance later made her doubt her life. It's fine to hang out with people like Zhou Ziyang. Chen Yang stood up to protect her, and was beaten up by him, and even wanted to kill Chen Yang? It doesn't help to stop it by yourself. If Liu hadn't appeared in time, I'm afraid I would be in trouble now. Liu is so strong, he really has the ability to do things that others cannot. But Chen Yang didn't think so at the moment. Although Liu was nice to him before, he seemed to be cooperating with Zhou Xiong in order to kill Xiao Fan. Chen Yang really didn't understand what Liu was thinking, but if such a powerful Liu wanted to do something to Qin Xiao, what would he do? Do you want to stand up? Is it useful to stand up? Several questions in a row made his brain extremely confused. In fact, if Liu knew that he thought so, he would definitely tell him that he thought too much. Because the person Liu will deal with next is Chen Yang. Xiaojin, handsome hey, come with me. Squeak. Wang. Xiao Manli didn't have time to think about it, so she quickly took Xiaojin and Heishui and ran towards the dragon on the other side. The monsters on the road were basically wiped out by Liu. Xiaojin and Heishui, the remaining scattered monsters, can be dealt with. At this time, the ground dragon was stunned by Liu's electric shock, and it was lying on the ground recovering. Under the cover of two mutant beasts, Xiao Manli quickly came to Xinglong. She first tentatively stretched her hand to Xinglong's forehead. Xinglong still has residual electricity on his body, but the power is not enough to influence her to sign a contract with it. Seeing that Xinglong's eyes were full of violence, but she had no strength to resist, she quickly put her hand on Xinglong's forehead, and then activated her own ability. A circle of black ancient runes appeared from her palm, centered on the forehead of the Earth Dragon, quickly spread towards the body of the Earth Dragon, and soon emitted bursts of faint black light. Xinglong seemed to have sensed something, and wanted to use brute force to break free from the opponent's shackles, but it had been stunned by Liu, and Xiao Manli's ability was its nemesis. So under Xiao Manli's efforts to control it, it finally surrendered. As the glow of the runes disappeared, the hostility in Xinglong's eyes also dissipated. No doubt. Xinglong, successfully captured. Can a high-level black iron animal trainer contract a high-level bronze mutant beast? Just ask if you are awesome? My god, what is that beauty doing? Are you capturing this Triceratops? Seeing Xiao Manli's actions, the few survivors on both sides of the road looked stunned. In their eyes, Xinglong is a larger Triceratops. Originally, they thought that it would be outrageous enough for this team to have chariots and people with supernatural powers. Still trying to capture Triceratops now? During this period of time, most people have not recovered from the phobia of the last days, okay? You are so awesome, does your family know? The fighting power of this team is so strong. And there seems to be a lot of things I know. Yes, judging from their performance, they are definitely not ordinary survivors. Say, should we ask them for help? What kind of help do you seek? Do you think people will take you as a waste? That's right, I don't even look at my own virtue. What's wrong with me being so virtuous? What's wrong with you? You can't do anything, you can't eat anything. What am I? Okay, stop arguing, that guy is back. A few people talked and almost started to fight, but Liu, who came back from those monsters, interrupted their quarrel. How did Liu get rid of those monsters? This is also simple. Relying on super high moving speed, kill some monsters. Then use the monster corpses to attract most of the monsters, and then follow the street for a few laps to get rid of the ground dragon. After coming back, except for the contracted ground dragon, there is not a single monster to be seen here. Boss, did you get those abilities after eating those crystal nuclei? As soon as Wu Jiang came back, he couldn't wait to ask. Yes. Liu did not deny it. Then can I? No. Before Wu Jiang finished speaking, Liu interrupted directly, if you don't believe me, I'll give you one to try when you go back. Wu Jiang's eyes lit up, really? Boss. Of course it's true, but you won't be needed for the next few days. As long as there are no life-threatening side effects, you have to fight it yourself. No problem. Wu Jiang patted his chest and promised. This is an opportunity to become stronger, of course he wants to seize it. Anyway, he also felt that his body was strong, and he shouldn't die if he ate wrongly. So as soon as everyone used the chariot to pull Xinglong back to the Rhine Hotel, Wu Jiang couldn't wait to try it. There are still 2 fire-type and water-type crystal nuclei left. The fire-type crystal nucleus is very powerful and cannot be given, but it is no problem to give him one for the water-type. Anyway, the team is not short of water now, so this attempt should be a reminder to others. In this way, after Liu introduced a few newcomers to everyone, Wu Jiang became Liu's experimental product. With a cry of fuck, Wu Jiang successfully transformed from an experimental product into a negative teaching material. Young Master Liu said you can't eat it, so you can't eat it. You don't believe in evil. Ding Feng curled his lips, is it all right now? Haha, Qiangzi, are you happy? Seeing Wu Jiang's current appearance, Shi Lei also smiled all over his face. If you don't listen to the boss, you will suffer in front of your eyes. He, young master Lu, what's wrong with this kid? Wei Jianjun couldn't help laughing. Why is it swollen like this? Is this edema? How long has he been in the water? What kind of bubbles are you soaking in? He just ate a water crystal nucleus. Oh? Ha 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 ha. And Yuan, percent number, percent asterisk, and... Hearing everyone's discussion, Wu Jiang wanted to speak, but now his whole body was swollen, his skin was so swollen that it was shiny, his arms were thicker than his thighs before, and his thighs directly turned into elephant legs. The lips and tongue are completely useless. Seeing this scene, everyone couldn't help laughing. Even the 5 newcomers who had just joined the team and were still a little apprehensive were infected by everyone's smiles. From the beginning of the end of the world to the present, it was the first time they saw such a heartfelt smile. Only Lu looked at the laughing crowd, and glanced at Chen Yang in the crowd out of the corner of his eye. Young man, next, it's up to you. Chapter 168 Chen Yang, Game Over. It was after 6 o'clock in the afternoon when Lu came out of the supermarket base. By the time we walked back to the hotel, it was already dark. During this time period, everyone at the base is present. Because the ground dragon was paralyzed by Lu with the lightning power, it barely stood up when everyone left. So Lu loaded it in a small truck and forcibly pulled it back with the steel cable on the chariot. Everyone was a little surprised to see a huge monster dragged back from behind Lu's chariot. But they all knew that Jiao Manli was a beast trainer, so they didn't pay much attention to it after following around. On the contrary, it was Wu Jiang's god-level operation that attracted everyone's attention. The crystal nucleus of the water attribute does not contain any water. The reason why such severe edema occurs is because the power of the crystal nucleus spreads, and Wu Jiang cannot absorb the power of the crystal nucleus. This force attached to every cell of him, automatically helping him absorb the moisture in the air. Then the body gradually became like this. Lu didn't really ignore him. Seeing that it was a warning, he put his hand on his belly button. Using mental power to guide the newly awakened water system ability, he guided the excess power and water in his body to the correct position. Of course, just to help him relieve his symptoms. The consequences of eating the crystal nucleus still have to be borne by himself. Lu, how many abilities do you have? This is Lu Ruobing, a female police officer, who strongly questioned Lu after seeing Lu help Wu Jiang relieve his symptoms. She couldn't understand this young man more and more. Lu said casually, 5. Is the ability you awakened an elementalist? No. Lu flatly denied it, and then asked again, you should know that my physique is a bit special, right? Well, I know something. Lu Ruobing nodded slightly. The last time Lu was scratched by a zombie at the police station, when Cangyun treated him, no corpse poison was found in his body. At that time, she knew that Lu's physique was different from that of ordinary people. There are too many attribute crystal nuclei on my body, so I just want to try it. It's hard to die anyway. In the end, if I eat one, I will get a power, and if I eat one, I will get a power. I don't want to do that either. Lu Ruobing, ... Seeing Lu's aggrieved expression of pretending to be good after getting a cheap price, Lu Ruobing really gave Lu a kick. Why is this product so versatile? With so many abilities, don't you want to? What about the face? No more face? I have to say that Lu's lie is also very reasonable. Although Chu Feng's sacred body is very powerful, at most, eating the crystal nucleus has no side effects, and there is no way to obtain supernatural powers. But other people don't have the sacred body? So Lu has the final say on how awesome this body is, and no one else will doubt it. The next few days. After Lu finished killing the protagonist, he captured the Earth Dragon. In addition to rectifying the base every day, killing monsters to collect crystal cores, and improving the level of abilities. The greatest joy was dealing with Chen Yang. After all, Chen Yang is the hidden protagonist of the plot attracted by Qin Xiero, a special heroine. Before gathering more powerful teammates to leave Yanchenj, if he can't use it for himself, wouldn't his work be in vain? So Lu was going to solve Chen Yang's problem first. In order to get more rewards from Qin Xiero and hide the plot, it is naturally impossible for Lu to give Qin Xiero to him. Can't give Qin Xiero to him, but want him to use him? Then the next idea is very clear. He found Zheng Zhen first, told her about the stakes, and then took out some red wine from the warehouse one evening a few days later. From now on, we will be a team. Cheers to the rest of our lives. This night, except for Xiaojin and Heishui who were standing guard at the entrance of the corridor. Wei Jianjun with his wife and daughter, Dong Ying with 2 children, lovers Li Yang and Fang Wan, Lu Chuan and Li Hong, 2 middle-aged men and women. Xiao Wang, Su Fei, Xiao Ye, Li Qin, Shi Lei, He Li, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Lu Ruobing and other team members all came. Seeing how complicated the members of Lu's team are, not only retired soldiers, but also heroic active policewomen, it didn't take long for Chen Yang to let go of his guard. With the cooperation of Ding Feng and Xiao Manli's roommates, Lu easily put Chen Yang down. Although Chen Yang is the protagonist, but the 17-year-old kid has not been blackened, how can he be Lu's opponent? So this night, when Zheng Zhen, who had been taking care of Chen Yang since the air raid shelter, was helping Chen Yang back to the room to rest, she accidentally did something that men love to do with Chen Yang in the room. And the next morning, Qin Ziro accidentally found out that the two of them slept together last night. Why did Lu ask Zheng Zhen to go with Chen Yang, instead of looking for other girls? One is that because Chen Yang is the protagonist, it is difficult for a girl with poor looks to play a role. Although the looks of the girls in Lu's team are not too bad, Zheng Zhen's figure and looks are among the top 3 besides Xiao Manli and a few heroines. Another reason is that Zheng Zhen's home is between Yancheng and Shanghai. If Lu wants to go back to Shanghai, he just happens to be on his way. In this way, he can bind her to his own boat with the condition of helping her find her parents. As for why Zheng Zhen agreed to Lu's request to commit herself to Chen Yang, in addition to Lu's strength and the condition of agreeing to take her back to find her parents, she also thinks that Chen Yang is pretty good. Not only is he handsome in appearance, but also powerful in strength. Although he couldn't beat Lu, he could still fight Xiao Fan back and forth, right? You know, Xiao Fan is an existence who can sit on an equal footing with Zhou Xiong. It is also a very happy thing in the last days to have such a good-looking and very powerful boy to protect himself. So she just didn't have a boyfriend. After hearing Lu's suggestion, everything became logical. Sister Manli, Chen Yang and Zheng Zhen are in this room. Hearing Xiao Manli's casual words, Qin Ziro couldn't help being stunned. She and Chen Yang are currently only limited to classmates, but after the end of the world, Chen Yang has been protecting her, and she can still feel it. In addition, the two are classmates, so it is impossible to say that they have no feeling at all. However, the two of them still had too little experience. How could they be rivals when they met Lu, an old driver? It should be, isn't Miss Zheng sending Chen Yang back to the room last night? After finishing speaking, Xiao Manli pretended to comfort her, don't worry too much, it's so dangerous outside, and everyone is young, it's normal to hug each other to keep warm. What do I care about? Hehe, I'm just asking casually. Qin Ziro smiled casually. To be frank, she felt a little uncomfortable, but only a little uncomfortable. After all, they are really just classmates now. If they were allowed to develop for a period of time, and after clarifying their relationship with each other, perhaps Lu's method would be difficult to work. When the halo of Chen Yang's harem was revealed, Qin Ziro accepted Zheng Zhen as a matter of course, and the three lived happily together. But now, hehe. There is a layer of mountains between men chasing women, and only a layer of veil between women chasing men. Lu's strategy of dividing troops is still very effective. This can be seen from Chen Yang's expression after he woke up and found Zheng Zhen next to him. Chen Yang is not blackened, he is a good boy. When he woke up and saw Zheng Zhen sleeping next to him, he was first surprised, then regretful, and finally serious. Zheng Zhen had taken care of him both in the air raid shelter and at the supermarket base, and she wasn't a whore herself. She just wants to find a boy to protect herself, what's wrong with her? Lu also didn't take pictures with his mobile phone and humiliate him with Zheng Zhen before they had a relationship like other urban novel villains, the rich second generation. So even if Chen Yang knew that Zheng Zhen slept with him on purpose, he would not be able to pull out any ruthlessness. As for Qin Ziro, excuse me. The relationship between the two is not considered close. He slept with Zheng Zhen and went after Qin Ziro, isn't this a proper scumbag behavior? The morality in Chen Yang's heart does not allow him to do this. Qin Ziro's three views could not accept Chen Yang like this. Just like what Lu said at the beginning. Many people marry someone who is not their favorite, isn't it? So Chen Yang and Zheng Zhen came together like this. When Qin Ziro usually does something, she tries to avoid the two of them as much as possible. The two who were supposed to be the hero and heroine are drifting away day by day. Chen Yang, game over. Chapter 169 My sister is a zombie. It didn't take much effort for Lu to solve Chen Yang. One is because Chen Yang is too young, and he has too little contact with human nature after the end of the world. After being pulled back by Lu from the edge of blackening, although his vigilance has improved, it is still far from enough. In addition to the few girls around Lu, none of them are worse than Qin Ziro. Xiao Manli, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Lu Ruobing. Although they are different in height, appearance, and temperament, without exception, they are all stunning in the world. Chen Yang never expected that after Lu had so many top-quality girls around, he would go out of his way to plot against him for Qin Ziro. Another reason is because of his relationship with Qin Xiaoro. Before, Chen Yang was in Qin Xiaoro's eyes, just like Chu Feng was in other people's eyes. Apart from his studies and looks, he is just a very ordinary boy. There are various activities and performances without him, and he is not very talkative. He is withdrawn and often bullied by other boys. After what happened to Sun Yuntao, Qin Xiaoro only slightly changed his opinion of him. The time when Xiao Fan really liked him was when Xiao Fan wanted to take her away and Chen Yang stood up to protect her. Regardless of whether Chen Yang can beat Xiao Fan or not, at least his act of standing up is enough to move most of the girls. Qin Xiaoro is no exception. But it's only been a few days. Chen Yang and Zheng Zhen got together? Even if the two of them have a good impression of each other at this moment, before the paper on the window is pierced, it is impossible for Qin Xiaoro to scold Zheng Zhen for being shameless just because of this little favor. It is also impossible for Chen Yang to abandon Zheng Zhen just because of this liking. So Zheng Zhen became a mountain between the window paper of the two of them, and the two of them would never have the chance to pierce the window paper in their lives. A few days after Liu cut off the connection between Chen Yang and Qin Xiaoro. It's been exactly 1 month since the end of the world. There are more and more powerful monsters on the streets outside. True lickers, creepers, claw zombies, giant zombies. And there are some monsters that have not been seen before. Bone worms, blood-sucking mosquitoes, fire-clouded leopards, bloodthirsty pigs, all kinds of bugs and beasts. Both local and foreign. It's just that most of the survivors are hiding in buildings, and it's hard to have a chance to deal with them. Dongxi is a city not far from Yancheng. This city is on the road from Yancheng to Shanghai. Due to the sides of the highway, most of them have dense vegetation. And the advent of the end of the world has caused these plants to mutate. So the expressway at this time has been covered by a large number of plants. Coupled with the sliding of the boulders on the mountain and the rampage of monsters, it is basically impossible to drive normally now. If Liu wants to go back to the magic capital and doesn't want to take a detour, Dongxi is a city he must pass through. When Liu was preparing to get together his staff and leave Yancheng, at the door of a single-family villa in Dongxi City, two groups of people are confronting each other. Human beings who can live for a month in the last days and dare to walk on the street have a little bit of ability. At this moment, 6 armed youths were surrounding another young man. The person surrounded was named Su Chen. I am 24 years old this year, and my height is about the same as that of Liu, about 179, 180. He is above average in appearance, with a well-proportioned figure and short, dry hair. He looks energetic. At this time, he was wearing black sportswear, with a backpack on his back and an axe in his hand. What do you mean? Seeing the 6 people coming from both sides of the street and blocking his way, Su Chen's eyes froze slightly. These 6 people actually ambushed themselves on both sides of the street with weapons? Just looking for death. Hearing Su Chen's words, the eyes of the leading young man who was about the same age as Su Chen were extremely cold. Boy, it was you who seriously injured Ryoko. Ryoko. Su Chen raised her eyebrows, and said 2 words lightly, I don't know. You're talking nonsense, it's obviously Ryoko you injured. A curly-haired man holding a watermelon knife in the crowd said while covering his red and swollen cheeks. Obviously, he was beaten together with Liangzi. Oh. Hearing this, Su Chen glanced at him, and suddenly said, so it's you. Hee hee. That's right, I beat that bastard with a rosaceous nose. Who told him to rob me? My Nima. When did the things in the supermarket become yours? That is. Brother Feng, this kid is too arrogant. Teach him a lesson, Brother Feng. Seeing Su Chen being so arrogant, the younger brothers were filled with righteous indignation. Holding the weapon tightly, he wanted to go forward to fuck Su Chen, but was stopped by this man named Feng. Brother Feng, full name, Liu Feng. I am 25 years old this year, from Modu. The reason why I came to Dongxi was because I chatted with a very beautiful girl on the internet before the end of the world. He came here all the way to pick up on this girl. In the end, although the girl had sex, the next morning, the girl turned into a zombie. This almost didn't scare him to death. Fortunately, at the critical moment, he became a person who strengthened his abilities. Relying on the ability of awakening, he killed the girl in time. After that, they hoarded supplies and formed their own forces, which has continued to this day. Boy, do you really want to die? Looking at Su Chen, Liu Feng narrowed his eyes. Start a fight after a disagreement? Of course not. Such impulsive people are often the first to die in the last days. You know, it has been a month since the end of the world. Most people have adapted to this world, and the awakened have also adapted to their own abilities. Among these awakened people, except for a very small number of people whose abilities can be traced, most of them have irregular abilities. All kinds of strange abilities made all the battle results unstable. It is easy to be counter-killed by easily exposing one's own ability. So it was impossible for Liu Feng to do it directly. Dead? Hehe, it's not certain which of us will die. Su Chen smiled disdainfully, and just finished speaking. Whoosh! A huge monster suddenly jumped out of the villa's more than 3-meter-high wall and landed beside Su Chen. This is a giant wolf covered with blue fluff. Although it seems that one eye is missing, it is huge. And the fangs in the mouth are also extremely sharp. Fuck! This is Wind Wolf. Seeing this giant wolf, everyone was frightened. They don't know the wolf's name, but they know that the wolf can blow wind balls. So call it Wind Wolf. At this time, they couldn't understand why there was such a thing in Su Chen's villa. Run! Who knows who yelled, and the others woke up and started running in all directions. But how could Su Chen let them go? One-eyed, bite them to death. Ho ho! With Su Chen's order, the wind wolf let out a low growl unique to wild beasts, and quickly rushed towards his nearest curly hair. The wind wolf is a creature from another world. Although the level of an adult wind wolf is lower than that of an earth dragon, its speed and lethality are definitely much stronger than that of an earth dragon. Curly is just an ordinary black iron enhancer, how can it be the opponent of this wind wolf? Before he could run a few steps, the wind wolf bit his thigh. Ah, ah, help me! Help me! With a scream, Curly fell to the ground, and he wanted to call for help, but how could anyone save him at this time? Before he could finish speaking, his neck was bitten off by Cyclops. Oh! A bunch of idiots! Seeing that the others had already fled, Su Chen couldn't help but mocked. But he didn't go after it either. Because the 6 escaped separately just now, but now he only has 1 person and 1 wolf. If you can't wipe them all out, there's no point in chasing 1 or 2 to death. So after seeing the curly hair being bitten to death by One Eye, Su Chen didn't ask any more questions, but calmly turned around and returned to the villa where she was. Open the door and enter the villa. In the living room of the villa, apart from a mutant cat, there is also a huge sofa standing in the corner of the living room. A pretty girl was tied up on the sofa. What is bound is not an ordinary rope, but an iron chain. The girl's clothes are very clean, and her figure is also very good. She belongs to Yan Yun's kind of protruding and beautiful young girl. It's just that this beautiful girl is not only bound by a huge iron chain, but also has some festering skin all over her body. Some places are even bleeding black blood. Looking carefully, her teeth and nails seem to be much sharper than normal people. Sister, are you good at home alone today? With a smile on her face, Su Chen asked very gently. Yes. This beautiful girl is Su Chen's younger sister. On the first day of the last days, she turned into a zombie. Su Chen is not a pervert, but wants to rely on her own ability to save her sister who turned into a zombie. Chapter 170. This villa is quite luxurious. The tables, chairs, benches, and sofas inside are all high-end goods. Su Chen walked to the corner of the living room of the villa, looked at the young girl with festered skin and a rancid smell. The conversation between the girl and herself echoed in her mind. Brother, what are you doing delicious today? It smells so delicious. What about the stewed beef with vegetables I made? And you damn girl, hurry down, you're dead. Who do you say is the most important? Who is the most important? The girl pretended to be angry and grabbed the boy's ear. Aren't you going to let people tell you how heavy you are? Come on, hurry up and help me pick vegetables. Humph. Obedient. Humph. Are you really angry? Humph. Small potato. You are the little potato, and your whole family is a little potato. Su Yin, 22 years old, just graduated from university. The two are siblings who grew up together. Their parents died in an air crash 3 years ago, leaving only the siblings to depend on each other. Originally, the family of the two was considered wealthy, and their lives were not too poor. After his parents died, the money left was enough for Su Chen to finish his last year of college. After Su Chen started working, the life of the brother and sister became smoother. It's just that I didn't expect it. Good luck tricks people. On the morning of a month ago, the end of the world suddenly came. Su Yin, who was about to go out to find a job, was frightened by a muffled thunder and her legs went limp. After resisting the cosmic storm, Su Chen immediately came out to check the situation. At that time, Su Yin had already started to turn into a corpse. Su Yin is Su Chen's biological sister who depends on each other for life. Even if she becomes an unconscious zombie, Su Chen won't let her go. So he had a quick wit and found a rope to tie Su Yin up. Fortunately, Su Yin, who has just turned into a zombie, is very powerful, but not very fast. In addition, Su Chen is also an awakened person, and finally tied up Su Yin without any risk. After a period of thrilling survival, Su Chen found this empty villa not long ago. Then he moved in with his sister. Come on, sister, this is what my brother found today, we each have one. Su Chen took out a fingernail-sized transparent spar with bronze lines, and said happily. This is a bronze crystal nucleus. At the beginning of the end of the world, Su Chen lived in the community. A seriously injured high-ranking mantis flew to his balcony. Su Chen opened the door to deal with the mantis, but Su Yan broke free from the rope at this moment. Su Chen had no choice but to dodge, but found that Su Yan's target was actually that praying mantis. Su Chen was dumbfounded, and when he realized it, Su Yan had already stuffed a black iron crystal core with a lot of blood and brains into his mouth. He didn't want to attack Su Yan, so there was no way to stop him. However, it was also discovered that Su Yan was not very interested in the raw meat he found for her, but was extremely eager for it. Even the festering flesh on his body after eating the crystal nucleus has obviously recovered a little. After retying Su Yan, Su Chen began to observe, and then discovered the existence of crystal nuclei. After that, going out to find the crystal nucleus to save his sister became his biggest goal. After Su Chen finished speaking, he wiped the bronze crystal nucleus with his right hand. A faint light flashed across the bronze crystal nucleus. Then the crystal nucleus with bronze-colored lines slowly began to split, and soon became two. Exactly the same size, shape, quality. Others would be surprised to see it here, but Su Chen has long been used to it, eating one by himself, and gently handing the other to Su Yan. Although the current Su Yan's violent aura is still fierce, she will no longer bite Su Chen. After seeing the bronze crystal nucleus in Su Chen's hand, she became extremely manic again. Brother Lu, how many people are there in your family? On the other side, the lobby on the first floor of the Rhine Hotel. Lu sat on the sofa thinking about something, and Chen Yang sat opposite him. A lot, what's wrong? Then you don't want them. It doesn't matter if you think about it or not. Now there are monsters everywhere outside, and all communication is cut off. If you want to do something, you can't do it without surviving first. That's right, but you are so powerful, why did you still cooperate with Zhou Xiong when you dealt with Xiao Fan before? Chen Yang, who held back for a long time, finally asked this question. When he was at the supermarket base before, it was obvious that Lu had planned to kill Xiao Fan for a long time. So he wanted to know some of the truth about it. This is the question Chen Yang really wants to ask, right? When Lu heard this, he didn't show any special expression. He had known for a long time that Chen Yang would not trust him so easily, so he casually told Chen Yang about his grievances with Xiao Fan. You should already know about my grievances with Xiao Fan? The purpose of going there was to kill Xiao Fan. Cooperating with Zhou Xiong is just to prevent him from escaping. I know this, what I want to ask is... Chen Yang hesitated to speak, but Lu took over the conversation directly. Before this, did I know about Qin Xiao's relationship with Xiao Fan? Okay. Chen Yang nodded without denying it. The reason why I and Qin Xiao are in Zhou Xiong's base is all because of Lu's relationship. In the end, Xiao Fan happened to know Qin Xiao, he felt that this was a bit too much of a coincidence. He, Chen Yang, could do his best to protect Qin Xiao and Xiao Fan. You can also give up Qin Xiao in order to be responsible to Zheng Zhen. But if you want to stay in this team and obey Lu's command, you naturally don't want to be tricked by Lu. Hee. Lu smiled, Chen Yang, you think too much, I do have some ability to predict, but what I predict is information about the end of the world, how to predict the relationship between strangers. When did Qin Xiao know Xiao Fan? You can ask Qin Xiao about this. I haven't seen her before. How do I know her relationship with Xiao Fan? You can't expect Xiao Fan to tell me about their relationship, right? Hearing Lu's explanation, Chen Yang hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded slightly. Because before the incident with Zheng Zhen, he also asked Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao and Xiao Fan only met after the apocalypse. Before the apocalypse, she didn't know Xiao Fan, let alone Lu. That is to say, only after Lu met Qin Xiao in the last days, could he know about her relationship with Xiao Fan. But Qin Xiao didn't tell Lu that she knew Xiao Fan. If Lu wanted to know the relationship between the two, he could only find out from Xiao Fan. But how could Xiao Fan tell Lu this? So it's really just a coincidence? Do you have any other questions? It's gone. Chen Yang came back to his senses, then shook his head. This question has been his biggest knot since this period of time. He felt much better when he heard Lu say it himself. It's fine if it's gone, go and inform other people to hold a meeting, let's discuss how to go next. It is good. Chen Yang. Okay. I hope you can become my teammate. Lu paused after saying this, and then emphasized again, a real teammate. Chen Yang couldn't help being stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. Don't worry, brother Lu, I know what to do. After saying this, Chen Yang turned around and left. Looking at the back of Chen Yang leaving, Lu raised a smile at the corner of his mouth. The protagonist deserves to be the protagonist, and it is really not an easy task to make the protagonist one of his subordinates. If he didn't rely on the system to know the relationship between Xiao Fan and Qin Xiao in advance, he really couldn't be fooled just now. But now this kid seems to have been fooled by himself? Chapter 171 Upgrading the Chariot. The end of the world is a very terrifying existence for ordinary people. But for Liu now, as long as he doesn't get sick, he basically won't die inexplicably. You know, he is a man with the power of the 3 protagonists. With the abilities of 2 protagonists and the equipment of 1 protagonist, the fighting power is simply beyond the charts. What Liu said to Chen Yang just now came from the bottom of his heart. Because of Chen Yang's ability, he really didn't have time to study it. Let Chen Yang be his teammate, he also decided early on. If it is really impossible to subdue and must kill the other party, Liu will definitely feel it is a pity. After all, the protagonist's level of combat power is gone immediately if he is killed. But after the conversation just now, there shouldn't be any problem with Chen Yang. When he first arrived at the base, the defection rate was 73%, after sleeping with Zheng Zhen, it was 51%, and now there are 27% left. After solving Chen Yang, Liu is equivalent to solving the 4 protagonists. After losing his opponent, he seemed to have lost a lot of fun. But fortunately, this is the end of the world. There are a lot of monsters waiting for him to kill, and there are also a lot of opportunities and women waiting for him to grab. In addition, he is also starting to prepare to leave Yanqing, so it is not boring. Under Liu's arrangement, everyone in the team cleaned up the hotel's conference room. Liu is like the head of a village, sitting in the main seat and looking down on all living beings. Shueli and Ding Feng brought 2 battle pets to guard everyone, while the others found a place and sat on both sides of the conference table. Is everyone here? Looking at the crowded conference room, Liu spoke slowly. He has done a lot of this kind of thing during this period, so he won't get used to it, let alone nervous. It's all there. After the last person sat down, Wei Jianjun replied. Then I'll start talking. Tell me. We're all ears. Liu stopped talking too much, and said directly, some more powerful monsters have begun to appear on the nearest street, you should have noticed it. I saw it. That day I saw a very strong rabbit, as tall as half a person. It's so fierce. Cangyun is still so pure and lovely, when she said this, she even gestured with her hand. I saw it too. Lu Ruobing sat on the chair with her hands folded, with a dignified expression, but what I saw was an iron-backed lizard lying on the ground. This kind of lizard is much harder to deal with than those lizardmen. Is it because you can't stand up, so you won't expose your weaknesses? Not only that, the defense on the back is simply not at the same level. Wei Jianjun also had a solemn expression when he heard the words, Young Master Liu, do you want to say that if this continues, our living environment will become worse and worse? That's right. Liu nodded, there are endless monsters to kill, and our food will be exhausted one day. No matter how much food we stock up, it's just sitting and eating, so we have to make another plan. Hearing Liu's words, everyone present was lost in thought. Although Liu's team now only has more than 20 people, its combat effectiveness is very top-notch. In addition to the pervert Liu, there is also a protagonist like Chen Yang. Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun, the 2 superpowers, and Cao Meng and Wu Jiang, the transformation superpowers. Beast trainer Qiao Manli, enhancers Ding Feng and Shueli. In addition, Yan Yun, Li Wanning, and Tong Nangao are 3 assistants. As long as you don't encounter a large-scale wave of monsters, everyone's safety can be guaranteed. At this time, everyone should think about what to do in the future. What is the reason why human beings can stand at the top of the Earth's food chain? Isn't it hard-working hands and a smart brain? So Lu Ruobing pondered for a moment, then looked at Liu. Do you have any good ideas? Let's talk about them first. Yeah, boss, just say it directly. We don't have any ideas about this right now, we can only listen to you. Young Master Liu, just tell me. Okay, then I'll just say it. Liu glanced at everyone, and without hiding anything, he said straightforwardly, I'm going to the capital. It's just that as soon as this was said, it caused a heated discussion among the people. Ah? Go to the magic capital. Why go to the magic capital? My god, Yanqing is far away from the devil, isn't it? It's not too far, just over 300 kilometers. More than 300 kilometers is not far away. That's right, you think this is before the end of the world. Yanqing is more than 300 kilometers away from Modu. Before the apocalypse, the distance of more than 300 kilometers was only a matter of 1 plane or 2 high-speed trains. It takes 3 or 4 hours at most. But after the end of the world, when all means of transportation are unusable, more than 300 kilometers is enough to kill an ordinary person thousands of times. It's true. As soon as Liu's voice sounded, everyone stopped discussing immediately. I went to Demon City for 2 reasons. One is because my home is in Shanghai City, and the other is because Shanghai City has a military area. I think everyone sitting here does not want to live in a place where order is chaotic and there is no hope at all. Bar. If the demons have an army, the safety factor will be much higher. In terms of safety factor, isn't Yanjing better? But there is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Yancheng. That's right, it's so far away, don't think about it. What about Nancheng, which is closer to Shanghai? There should be a military area in Nancheng, right? Of course there is. But Nancheng is only 100 kilometers away from the magic capital. Since I have already arrived in Nancheng, of course I want to go back and have a look. Is that so? I see. Lu's words made everyone fall into deep thought again. Before he could think for a few seconds, Lu's voice sounded again. I declare in advance that this road will definitely be more dangerous than staying in the city. It is up to you to decide whether you go or not. I will not force this. If we choose not to go, what will happen? Lu Chuan, a middle-aged man, asked tentatively. His whole family is in Yancheng, how could he go to Shanghai with Lu? Don't worry about this, we are teammates at least once, and those who don't want to go, I will arrange a suitable base for you. Hearing Lu's words, those who didn't want to go couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Of course, this group of people cannot come from the same place. There are places in all directions of Yancheng. Lu is such a ruthless person, if they are forced to join the group, they really have no choice. But now it seems that no matter how cruel Lu is, he is still very good to his own people. Not only can you choose not to go, but you also promise to find a safe survivor base for everyone? Thinking of this, everyone began to whisper. After half an hour, everyone had an answer. Young Master Lu. Wei Jianjun was the first to speak. Say. My family of 3 is here, and the elderly are not here. As for the other relatives, I can't control that much. If young Master Lu doesn't think my fighting power is too low, just take me with you. The combat power is too low? Hee, old Wei, you really know how to joke. If your combat power is too low, should the others still live? That's right, Brother Jun, are you hitting me in the face? Uncle Wei, you are so humble. If we talk about the combat effectiveness of Wei Jianjun, if he didn't use a weapon for close combat, even Lu Ruobing couldn't beat him now. Needless to say, Chen Yang who just developed. As for the others, they are no longer opponents. Okay, old Wei counts as 1, do you have any more? Count me in. Lu Ruobing was the second to say, as long as you can find the army, it doesn't matter where you go. Can. Lu, I'll go with you. I'll go as well. And I. Boss, take me one. Of course I want to hang out with the boss. Okay, Teacher Li, please register for me. Oh well. Li Wanning was a little distracted, and almost didn't come back to her senses. After the number of people was registered, Lu left behind a few core members. Old Wei, I will give you a list later. Take Cao Meng and Wu Jiang to drive in that car, fill up the car's fuel tank and water tank, and collect some metal materials by the way. Collect metal materials? What's the use? Upgrade the chariot. Chapter 172 Li Wanning has fallen. Seeing the continuous stream of people raising their hands, Lu felt very relieved. To be a villain is not to be an orphan. As the leader of a team, if no one follows, it is not only a tragedy, but also a failure. One of the 4 elderly people in Wei Jianjun's family died of illness before the end of the world. Among the remaining 3, one remarried to an old man a long time ago and has not contacted them for 3 to 5 years. The other 2 went out on the morning of the end of the world and never came back. In the past 2 days, he also found an opportunity to inquire. It is said that one turned into a zombie, and the other was bitten to death by a sickle mantis. Both are dead bodies. He was sad then, but now he's numb. So with his wife and daughter here, he has nothing to worry about. As for the others, except for those heroines who had to be taken away, Lu really wouldn't force it. With his current strength, if these people can't work well for him because of their relatives, it's useless to come. But fortunately, most people are still willing to go with Lu. Because they all know that in this fucking world full of dangers and without communication signals, it is almost impossible to find my relatives outside of Yancheng. If it is useful in itself, such as Shilei, Wu Jiang, Cao Meng, and others, maybe Lu will help them find it. But like Lu Chuan, Li Hong, Xiao Wang, Li Yang, and Fang Wan, how could Lu help them find their families? So the team willing to leave with Lu was determined. Except for Wei Jianjun and Lu Ruobing who needed to find the army. Dong Ying, a weak woman who brought Tong Nangeo, a foundry master, naturally couldn't take her 2 children and leave Lu to find the old man at home. There are 4 people in Xiao Manli's dormitory, leaving 3. Chen Yang, Qin Xiao, and Cao Meng, who were brought back from the supermarket base, all stayed behind. They either followed Lu on the way, or the girls were too timid to go to other teams. Wujiang, she lay needless to say. The reason why they can become Lu's younger brothers is that they are in the same direction as Luu, and they want to go to the Devil City to hang out with Luu after graduation. Now they each bring a girl. Shi Lei's girlfriend is non-mainstream He Li, and Wujiang's girlfriend's name is Lu Man. It was taken out of school before. This girl is quite handsome, she seems to be a sophomore, and Luu didn't know her before, so after a visual inspection, it's about %. After killing Chu Feng, this girl has been following Wujiang. Finally, add Luu, Yan Yun, and Li Wanning. There are 22 people in total, 19 adults and 3 children. Upgrade the chariot. Hearing Luu's words, several core members were taken aback for a moment, and then they came to their senses. Yes, this tank can be upgraded. The performance of the chariot has been improved, and everyone is more secure on the road. Only. Luu, don't you need a lot of crystal cores to upgrade your chariot? Yet, young Master Lu, our current crystal nucleus doesn't seem to be enough, right? After so many days, Luu, who got Xiao Fan's hidden abyss, of course, will not stand still in strength. Xiaojin and Heishui upgraded shortly after eating Xiao Fan's body. Zijin is high level, and Heishui is middle level. His wind attribute ability has also reached the high level bronze level, the lightning attribute ability has reached the first level bronze level, and the other abilities are all bronze level middle level abilities. Vitality, 110. Mental power, 112. Power, 109. Agility, 121. This is Luu's current 4-dimensional attribute. 110 points of vitality is the bottleneck of high-level bronze. If you want to upgrade to the silver stage, it is the same as before, either by fighting or by using the bronze essence. But in the whole team, only Luu has been strengthened to this level. When the others were in the police station, they were promoted to the bronze elementary level. With all the crystal nuclei given to Luu, only Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun got 5 bronze crystal nuclei alone. Where are the crystal cores to upgrade the chariot? Leave the matter of the crystal nucleus to me. Luu raised his mouth and said, you have given me the crystal nucleus during this period, and now is the time for me to play a role. Are you Obing? I will leave Xiaojin and Heishui to you, and you will bring Shueli and Ding Feng to pack up and protect their safety. Ah! Hearing Luu's words, Lu Ruobing was surprised. You mean, you want to act alone? What's the problem? Luu smiled confidently. When going out during this time, in order to deceive others, he only brought Shueli and Ding Feng with him. On the surface, it looks like a team of 3 is fighting. But only Shueli and Ding Feng knew that after going out every day, the 2 of them were free to move around. Luu himself goes out early and returns late, getting stronger every day. It is now invincible. No problem. Seeing Luu's confident smile, Lu Ruobing couldn't say anything more. Because she knows that Luu really doesn't need teammates anymore if he just faces the monsters in the city. After arranging everyone's work, the others left the hotel conference room and started to go about their business. Luu didn't go out in a hurry, but first found Li Wanning and dragged her to an empty room. Mr. Li, Ruo Bing's family is in Yanjing, and Yuner and Qin Zairo's family are in Yancheng. I saw that you were absent-minded just now. Are you worried about the safety of your family? During this period of time, in order to deal with Chen Yang, Luu searched for crystal nuclei to strengthen himself, but he hadn't had time to take care of her. It's a bit cold in the harem. When Li Wanning was registering the list just now, she was a little distracted. Luu noticed it, so he asked this question. Yes, yes. Li Wanning at this time is no longer the cold female professor she was back then after seeing the cruelty of the last days. In front of Luu, she found herself a little nervous. Even speaking became less fluent. Luu, although I know you may be very upset when I say this, but I really can't worry about them if you let me go with you. Li Wanning didn't finish, but she believed that Luu could understand what she meant. Luu did understand. People are people. It is because they have the 7 emotions and 6 desires, and no loyalty, filial piety, and integrity. Li Wanning would rather offend herself than go with herself, isn't it because the word filial piety has an effect? It's okay, I understand. I'm sorry, Luu. Li Wanning looked at Luu with a complicated expression, it's my fault this time. If you are still interested in me, as compensation, I am willing to honor the promise I made to you. What promise? Luu, who was thinking about countermeasures, was stunned subconsciously, and then reacted immediately. Smiling, she stretched her hand towards Li Wanning's waist. Seeing this, Li Wanning instinctively wanted to dodge, but she just hesitated for a second before giving up. After all, this is not the first time. Holding Li Wanning into his arms again, Luu was in a great mood. After taking a bath with water, the soft touch and the fragrance of the woman's body simply made him want to stop. Don't you remember? The close contact between the two made Li Wanning blush a little, but she still asked. Will you be my woman? Hehe, of course I remember. But don't worry about this, tell me where your home is first. In Chu Feng's previous plot and data, there is not even Li Wanning's data, and of course there is no information about her parents. However, in Chu Feng's previous life, he followed the same route as himself. There should be no exception in this life, so I can definitely take her away, but I don't know why Li Wanning thinks so. But when Li Wanning said that his home was in the Qingyang community in the west of Yanqinch, Liu immediately understood. Qingyang community in the west of Yanqinch? That's it. Ha ha ha, I thought your home was outside Yanqinch. Liu couldn't help laughing. This woman, doesn't she know the current combat effectiveness of her team? A post-apocalyptic chariot, plus so many powerful teammates, as long as you don't go blind, you are invincible, okay? What's the meaning? You can be my woman at ease, give me your home address and your parents' names, if they are still alive, I promise to bring them to you. But that place is far away from here, it is estimated to be at least 10 kilometers away, the road is so dangerous, Liu raised his hand and interrupted Li Wanning, if it's 10 kilometers in the city, I'll ride a bicycle, at most. No, I mean, I can risk my life to bring them here, but you have to repay me. Really? Who made you the woman I like? Liu. Li Wanning was obviously moved by Liu, so she took the initiative to put her arms around Liu's neck, and then kissed him. Thank you. Whether you can do it or not, as long as you come back alive, I will be yours for the rest of my life. Ms. Li, you said that. Liu smiled playfully, but you made me very unhappy just now, and I have to punish you. How do you want to punish the teacher? Liu. Li Wanning, who was originally nervous and scared, suddenly had a gentle voice countless times, and even a little shy. My mother, who can stand this? Liu couldn't stand it anymore, and then he couldn't help but attack evilly. Chapter 173 Li Wanning of Self-Strategy. Among Liu's current women, Li Wanning's bust is definitely the most stalwart. Well, the kind that is difficult to grasp with one hand. After getting along for this period of time, Li Wanning also had a certain understanding of Liu. This boy is not only bad, but also very unreasonable, the most important thing is that he is half-hearted. Before the end of the world, no matter how handsome or rich a boy like this is, it would be difficult for her to like him. But after the end of the world, his advantages will be revealed. In addition to being handsome and in good shape, strength, cohesion, and calmness in situations are all rare advantages in the last days. And what can't be done, never promise others easily. Liu said that he would help him find someone, so he would definitely help him find someone. So after hearing that Liu was willing to help her find her parents, Li Wanning was really moved. She never thought that this bad boy who threatened her to submit by various means would actually take risks for herself. Are you willing to use your life to protect yourself when you are much better than yourself? Isn't this the Prince Charming that he has been looking for? At this time, Li Wanning, who was taken advantage of by Liu, didn't even know that this kind of thing was not a problem at all to Liu who had hidden abyss. Turn on this skill and go outside, those monsters will not attack him unless they are too hungry to panic. So Li Wanning is completely self-guided. Half an hour later, a mountain bike was passing through the streets of Yanqinch. Looking at the monsters around him who turned a blind eye to him, and recalling the soft touch just now in his mind, a smile appeared on the corner of Liu's mouth. Li Wanning, hehe. Xiao Fan's skills are very cool to use, just now Li Wanning gave him an even better feeling. This feeling is simple. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have a shortage of women, and rushed out to collect crystal cores to upgrade the chariot, he would have killed her just now. But now it's still important to collect crystal nuclei. Time ticks by as mountain bikes disappear from the streets of Yanqinch. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon that day, Yanqinch Second Hospital. Damn, these nasty monsters. Su Ling, who was hiding in one of the rooms of the inpatient department on the 6th floor, looked through the window at the one-man tall wolf at the hospital gate, clutched the wound on his left arm and cursed angrily. Su Ling, male, is 26 years old this year. Both parents died when he was 15 years old, and he has been self-supporting ever since. Su Ling's skin is relatively dark, but he has good facial features. Just by looking at his face, he can be considered a handsome guy. Why only look at the face? Because he is thin and small, and his height is less than 169. In this era when a man who is less than 170 will be called disabled, his height is really not good enough. Since he was weak and sickly, and often coughed, his father took him everywhere to seek medical treatment. In the end, he met an expert who taught him a set of physical exercises and some breathing methods, and then he got better. For this reason, his childhood dream was to be a doctor. When he grew up, he realized his dream. Relying on his own efforts, he was admitted to Yancheng Second Hospital as an intern through part-time work and part-time study. He found a girlfriend in the hospital, and the two were together for 3 years. The other party is not particularly beautiful but gentle and kind, and he plans to marry the other party. On the day when the end of the world came, her girlfriend was studying at Nanjing's traditional Chinese medicine hospital, and he happened to be on vacation that day. Lying on the bed, talking sweetly and sending text messages to my girlfriend. With the sound of thunder, the screen of his mobile phone went black instantly. He was crazy, and wanted to rush out to check the situation, but was forced back by the monster. His left arm was bitten by the wolf outside. Flesh turned out, dripping with blood. If he wasn't fast enough, this arm would have been gone. Xiao Su, thanks to you just now. Seeing Su Ling's injury, a middle-aged man next to him who bandaged his wound looked apologetic. There were 17 people in this room, men, women, young and old. A few young and strong men met this wolf when they went out to find supplies and returned. Su Ling was attacked by this wolf just to save him. Otherwise, with Su Ling's ability, it would be very easy to escape back. Of course, the result was that the middle-aged man was killed by that wolf. It's okay, Uncle Yan. Although grinning in pain, Su Ling still insisted, it's just a small injury. He felt it was worth a little injury for a life. Is this still a minor injury? Uncle Yan wanted to say something, but in the end he could only sigh helplessly. Oh, this world is really not human. Who said no? Hey, why are you beating my child? A woman's angry reprimand reached the ears of the two. The two followed the prestige and saw that the two men who had just arrived yesterday had a conflict with a middle-aged woman. As for the reason? Your child is wasting food, you can't see it. Waste is waste, and you didn't waste your food, why are you beating my child? As soon as the woman said this, the 8 or 9-year-old boy immediately looked proud, and quickly hid behind his mother and made faces at the two men. Blah blah. Undoubtedly, a bare child. Didn't my food go to waste? Hearing this, one of the men immediately reprimanded, we went out to find this thing so hard, and we all have a share. Look at the milk. I didn't sprinkle it on you again. What am I? Click, the door. A strong man opened the door and walked in. The man's name is Li Jiang, the leader of the base. What's the matter? What are you arguing about? Boss, it's like this. Husband, this kid just hit something. The two said something at the same time, but Li Jiang seemed to only hear his wife's voice. Seeing the man's face instantly collapsed. You hit my son. No, leader, your son spilled milk on the ground just now, I just patted his hand, and then... Boom. Before the man could finish speaking, he was kicked and flew out by Li Jiang. Fuck you, just because you are worthy of beating my son? Who gave you the courage? Li Jiang's face was full of anger, and the man covered his chest with a look of surprise. Boss you. This is my site, and the rules are set by me. If you can't accept my rules, get out of here. Li Jiang said with arrogance all over his face. In the last days, whoever has the biggest fist has the right to speak. He is the leader of the base, so of course he has the final say here. Food, I still have a lot in my warehouse, what if my son wastes a little? Thinking of this, Li Jiang glanced at the others with some doubts. In this base, except for the kid named Su Ling, no one dared to challenge him. At this time in the past, Su Ling had already stood up. What is the situation today? Hey, why was Su Ling injured? Seeing the wound on Su Ling's arm, a coldness suddenly flashed in Li Jiang's eyes. How did this wolf go? Although Su Ling was very vigilant, he didn't have time to care about Li Jiang at this time. Because that child was Li Jiang's son, they were no strangers to children wasting food. Originally, he really should have said a few words, but he found that the wolf outside the window suddenly got up and ran. Wolves are very vengeful, and their vigilance is much higher than that of humans. I heard it myself, shouldn't it squat itself outside? Why did it suddenly stand up vigilantly and run outside? Su Ling looked puzzled. But he soon knew the answer. About 5 minutes after the giant wolf left, a young man in sportswear appeared at the door of the hospital. Fuck, survivor. Seeing this person, Su Ling looked surprised. Where did this person come from? How could he be alone? Did the wolf run towards him just now? He killed that wind wolf by himself? Su Ling couldn't believe his own judgment, and quickly looked at the other party carefully. The young people's clothes, shoes, and socks are very clean, and they don't look like they have experienced the end of the world. With a fist in his left hand and no weapon in his right hand, he just walked in leisurely. After entering the gate of the hospital, he paused, and then glanced at his own building. Seeing the other party's gaze, Su Ling was stunned again. This kid, did you find someone in your building? There are so many buildings in the hospital, all of which are similar, and my side is not the closest to him. How did he find out that there was someone here in the first place? Stop, this is Boss Li's territory, what are you doing? When the young man walked downstairs, a man hiding in the dark and responsible for vigilance came out with a bow, and arrow. Seeing this scene, Su Ling hurriedly opened the window on the 6th floor and looked downstairs. The young man downstairs had stopped, looking at the man with the bow and arrow. I'm looking for someone. The archer man frowned, who are you looking for? Is there anyone named Yan Qiaoban here? Yan Qiaoban. Hearing this, Su Ling subconsciously looked at Uncle Yan beside him. Uncle Yan, do you know him? Chapter 174 The Naughty Brat. There is no doubt that the young man is Liu, and Yan Qiaoban is Yan Yun's father. Although as a villain boss, the behavior of coming out to do things by himself is a bit low. Even after killing monsters, it will be more troublesome to get the core. But Xiao Fan's ability can provide Liu with a lot of convenience. In order to save time, Liu had no choice but to come out by himself. Liu could not look for other people's parents and family members, but how could he not look for his own woman's parents? If you don't look for them, how can you take them out of Yanchange? If you don't take them out of Yanchange, how can you earn rewards? If it's too far away, that's for sure. But they are all heroines in various plots, and there is a high probability that their family members will be in the same direction as themselves, or within the range of Yanchange. So when Liu came out, he brought out the information of their family members. As for why she came to Yan Yun's parents first, of course it's because his parents' coordinates are the closest. Do not know. Hearing Su Ling's question, Yan Qiaoban frowned and shook his head. He has known many outstanding young people in his life, but he really has no memory of this person in his mind. Then why does he know your name? Is it just the same pronunciation or the same name? Su Ling looked puzzled, and Yan Qiaoban shook his head. I don't know about that, wait for him to come up and ask. You got rid of that wolf just now. The man in charge of security downstairs did not let down his vigilance just because Liu was alone. During this period of time, people's hearts have become very unpredictable. As long as the other party is an outsider, no matter how many people there are, they must ask clearly. No, I just lured him away with sound and the smell of blood. Oh, that's how it is. Hearing this, the man let go of his guard, but said cautiously, okay, but we have a lot of people here, and I don't know if there is anyone you're looking for. Wang Tong, Biozi, take him in and look for him. It is good. Boy, come with us. Liu nodded and didn't care. Based on the information provided by Yan Yun, he found it from one place to another. This is already the 4th gathering place of survivors he found. He sensed the situation here just now through the induction jade pendant in his left hand. Although every building in the hospital is similar, and the doors and windows are closed. But only this building has survivors. There are many survivors, basically in every room. It would be troublesome to ask one by one, so after Liu came in, he asked the guy named Wang Tong to take him to the boss of the base. Are you looking for Yan Qiaoban? Open the door and come to the corridor. Li Jiang looked at the young man in front of him. Yes. Liu glanced at the door from the corner of his eyes and said slowly, you are the boss here, you should be very clear about the people under your command. He is about 40 years old, with sword eyebrows and star eyes. He is an old handsome guy with one. Okay, don't talk about these useless things, I just want to know who you are. It's his daughter's boyfriend. His daughter's boyfriend? Then why should I help you? Oh, what do you want? The corner of Liu's mouth raised, and he looked at the man in front of him with interest. There is no free lunch in the world, of course Liu knows this. What Li Jiang meant by saying this was obviously for some benefit. Of course Liu wouldn't care about giving the other party a little favor, but he was curious, what would the base boss want from him? You came here alone. Damn monster, go to hell. Li Jiang originally wanted to say, you can come here alone, you can't be without a weapon, right? Even if there are no weapons, there should be some treasures or something. But before the words were finished, the voice of the brat at the door reached their ears. Snapped. As soon as the boy's voice fell, a plastic bullet hit Liu's face. The current Liu not only has scary high attributes, but also has a powerful perception skill like danger perception. Not to mention such a frontal attack, even an attack from a blind spot, he can easily block or dodge it without using his eyes. So after realizing that the opponent was going to attack him, Liu raised his hand and hit him with a wind blade while dodging sideways. Swish! The wind blade with a powerful impact went straight to the boy behind the door. The strong mental power endowed Liu with powerful insight. He had known for a long time that there was someone staring at him with a gun. The other party was hiding behind the door, of course he would not know the authenticity of the gun. Although it was a child who heard the other party's voice before the other party shot, can a child kill someone with a gun? So. Boom, click. Ah woo woo woo. Dong dong, what's wrong with you, dong dong? Don't scare mom. On both sides of the gap in the door where the boy was, a deep cut mark appeared. The little boy who was hiding behind the door let out a scream of pain when he was sent flying out. Then there was the cry of a child after falling to the ground and the nervous cry of a woman. Oh! Just plastic bullets. Liu glanced at the object that hit the wall and attacked him, and said something very calmly. There is no tension, fear, or intolerance, just calm. Mommy. Li Jiang, which one killed my son? The sudden scene made everyone inside and outside the room unable to react. This naughty brat didn't expect at all that he just used a toy gun to play a game of fighting monsters with the other party, and this bastard would directly attack him? Aren't all the people in this base subordinate to his father? Even if I grab the girls' thighs, grab their food, and use some people as horses, they don't dare to complain. How dare this bastard? And Liu's wind blade is so fast, not to mention this little boy, even his father didn't react. Supernatural person? Damn, stop this kid for me. Before Li Jiang had time to ask Liu, he quickly ordered several of his men to surround Liu, and ran towards his son first. Since most of Liu's wind blade was blocked by the door, the boy aimed his gun again. So the blow only cut the boy's hand and cheek, but did not kill him. However, the bloody wound and the blood-stained skirt are still shocking. Dong dong. Li Jiang, who was squatting on the ground, looked at his injured son and fell into a madness. This is your son. Liu walked over slowly surrounded by several younger brothers, and his voice reached Li Jiang's ears. Take care of your son, it is a very dangerous behavior to attack others with a gun in such a dangerous environment. He was lucky this time, it was just a slight injury, and I'm afraid he won't be so lucky next time. Fuck you, Li Jiang, hurry up and kill this little bastard. The woman shouted angrily with a ferocious face, and then glared at Liu, dare to hurt Dong Dong, I want you to die. The woman's name is Hu Xia, and the child is her destiny before the end of the world. This can be seen from the degree to which she spoils her children. After the end of the world, Li Jiang awakened a powerful ability, so she naturally did not allow others to hurt her son in the slightest. But now, his son, who was regarded as a treasure, was beaten like this? How is this possible? No, absolutely not. This bastard who dared to hurt his son must die. Must die. Hearing the woman's words, Li Jiang, who had already lost his mind, immediately had a goal. He stood up slowly, looking at Liu surrounded by his younger brothers, his eyes were already bursting into flames. You hurt my son. It's you who are incapable of discipline. Fuck you, if you dare to hurt my son, I will kill you. After Li Jiang said this, he roared angrily. Then the body began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. Originally dark and strong, who was about the same height as Liu, he quickly rose to nearly 2 meters, and his muscles also bulged. Then brown hair grows. Transformation ability, Big Brown Bear. Roar. There was a roar of a beast. Little bastard, go to hell. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 175 One family is to be neat and tidy. The abilities of the transformation department are actually pretty strong. No matter what it transforms into, it will increase the characteristics of these animals. Even some weak chicken animals will have some unexpected effects after they are attached to people. Moreover, some of these transformation abilities will come with some additional skills as the enhancement level increases. For example, powerful transformation abilities such as tigers, lions, and bears. The supernatural beings who have awakened these abilities will have a talent skill called Roar. This skill can not only generate a shock wave that spreads in all directions, but also cause great disturbance to the opponent's hearing and spirit. The two forces can be released separately. Using the second ability close to one's body can even directly stun weaker awakened ones. The disadvantage is that the range is too small. At Li Jiang's current level, the surrounding area is about 1.5 meters. The interval is too long, usually an hour. But that's enough. Now the opponent is only Liu, and the power of the bear hits the weak body of the supernatural being, and he will be crippled if he doesn't die. Little bastard, go to hell. Because of the transformation, Li Jiang's voice also became extremely low. Seeing this, the younger brothers stepped aside one after another. Because the boss was injured by his son, he wanted to solve this boy with supernatural powers by himself. Of course, they would give their boss enough room to play. Dong 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 dong. After Li Jiang transformed, his body became extremely strong, and he rushed towards Liu with heavy steps. Although the transformation ability generally increases the defensive ability of the awakened. But according to Liu's attack method just now, Li Jiang guessed that Liu was a wind-type supernatural being, so he was angry but not reckless. Ability users release their abilities, usually with their hands. When running towards Liu, his eyes were fixed on Liu's hands. As long as he avoids the vital points, his thick fur after transformation can block Lu's wind blade. Then relying on the bear's strength and roaring skills, he slapped Lu to death with a slight injury. It's a pity that his idea is good. Facing other wind-type abilities, this method really works. But this time, his opponent is Lu. A man standing at the top of the pyramid of the awakened. The moment Li Qiang rushed towards him, Lu raised his hand as expected. Swish! The power of the wind blade is still strong. Sure enough. The corner of Li Qiang's mouth raised a sneer, with an expression that saw through his opponent. Puff! With a slight sideways movement, the wind blade hit Li Qiang's shoulder, causing a splash of blood. Li Qiang was in pain, but his thick fur blocked most of the damage, and the wind force at the edge of the wind blade was not very strong, so his momentum continued unabated. A few steps away, Li Qiang, who appeared next to Lu, was filled with hostility. Successful. It's too slow. Before Li Qiang's roaring skills were released, Lu clasped his hands together and disappeared in front of him instantly with a bow. Almost the same time, a cold voice came into his ears, and a horizontal silver sword light also appeared behind him. Die! Swish! The King's sword slashed at his relatively fragile lumbar spine. The bear's waist with thick fur and fat can't stop the sharpness of this sword at all. It's been a month since the end of the world, and there are still brats who dare to point toy guns at people? Something happened, and instead of blaming my son first, I was moved to kill me. You parents are really remiss. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Li Qiang turned around and wanted to say something. But his lumbar spine was cut off by Lu's sword just now, but because the sword was too sharp, there was no crack for a while. When he turned around, the upper body and lower body were separated directly. Looking carefully, Li Qiang's body is actually only a layer of belly still connected together. Realizing this scene, Li Qiang, who had already turned back into his original body, showed panic. Boom! Li Qiang fell to the ground without making a sound. Blood spurted wildly, and the internal organs also flowed out, and the smell of blood mixed with the stench of internal organs entered everyone's nostrils. Li Qiang, Pawn! Ah, murder! Dead! Fuck! How is this possible? This boy! At this moment, no one cared where Lu's sword came from, but looked at Lu with horror in his eyes. They are no strangers to killing people in the last days. But they had never seen Li Qiang killed with a single sword in such a clean but bloody way. For a while, everyone was silent, huddling in their corners and not daring to speak. Not even Li Qiang's younger brother dared to step forward. Good and fast sword. He killed Li Qiang with just one sword. Looking at Li Qiang who fell to the ground, even Su Ling and Yan Qiaobin were horrified. After staying in a team for so long, of course they are very clear about Li Qiang's combat effectiveness. Although Li Qiang was a bit immoral, he became more and more inflated after becoming the leader, and it was common to kill disobedient survivors. But it is undeniable that he is really strong. Can resist, can fight, can control. Even Su Ling had to work hard to cope with it. But now, Li Qiang was given a second by this kid in an instant? What's the situation? Originally, when Lu came here, he never thought of killing people. After all, the purpose of his coming here is to find someone, and it's too time-consuming to fight and kill. But the opponent is so fierce, of course he will not show mercy. With 121 points of agility plus wind walk and green sword, how could Li Qiang react? In his eyes, Lu's actions just now were similar to teleportation. Looking at Li Qiang who was lying on the ground covered in blood, his roots were broken, the bear child was already frightened. Even forget the pain, forget to cry. How did this happen? Xia muttered to herself, her eyes full of disbelief. My husband is so powerful, how could he be defeated so easily by a young man? Where did his sword come from? Why does he have such a sharp sword? It's impossible, it's impossible. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up together, kill this kid together, and avenge your leader. Xia was eager to incite the masses to attack Lu, but no one was willing to stand up for Li Qiang. Go up quickly. Seeing that the others were still indifferent, her voice became hysterical. Asshole, why don't you go up? Why don't you go up? Li Qiang is your leader, you must avenge him, you must. You, and you, hurry up and kill this kid. The few people who were pointed by Xia all lowered their heads. They do have a certain strength, and they usually call Li Qiang brothers and sisters, and help him manage this place. But Li Qiang is the strongest person in their base. Even Li Qiang gave it a second, what's the use of them going up? You are all a pack of wolves, a pack of white-eyed wolves. Have you forgotten how my husband took you in? Have you forgotten how he led you to find food? To shut up! Xia was still angrily scolding the younger brothers at the base, but was interrupted by Lu's cold shout. She turned her head just in time to see Lu walking towards her holding a sword, What do you want to do? What do you think I want to do? Liu sneered, since you are a family, of course you should be neat and tidy. Little brother, wait a moment. Liu raised his green sword and was about to kill the noisy woman in front of him. A man with a deep voice stopped him. Oh. Seeing the man coming out from the crowd, Liu was taken aback for a moment, and then a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. With sword eyebrows and star eyes, he is imposing. Although his face was extremely tired and there was still a little dust on his face, Liu recognized him at a glance. Hehe, what advice does Uncle Yan have? You know me. Hearing Liu directly calling him uncle, Yan Qiaobin was taken aback. He can be sure that he does not know the other party, and has never met the other party. The other party not only came here to look for someone named Yan Qiaobin, but also called him uncle directly after seeing him. This means that it is not homophonic or heavy Ming, the other party came for him. Of course, isn't Yuner's father? Yuner? Do you really know my daughter? After confirming that the other party's target was him, and now hearing the other party's name of his daughter, Yan Qiaobin suddenly became excited. How is my daughter now? Is she okay? Is there any missing arms or legs? It's so dangerous outside, I tried desperately to find her, but there was nothing I could do, Uncle, don't worry. Liu raised his hand to interrupt Yan Qiaobin's self-blame. Now she can eat, sleep, run, and jump, her limbs are also sound, not even a finger is missing, but this is not the place to talk. After Liu finished speaking, he raised the green sword in his hand again and pointed it at the mother and child. Seeing this scene, Yan Qiaobin quickly spoke. What are you doing? Cut the grass without eradicating the root, spring breeze blows and regenerates. Liu looked at the mother and son coldly, since we have done it, let's do it thoroughly. The icy voice made everyone feel like they were falling into an ice cellar. Yan Qiaobin, who was standing in front of him, froze in place. Is this murderous? Really murderous? How many people has this kid killed? Chapter 176. Murderous aura is a very special thing. You can understand it as a kind of aura. This kind of aura cannot be seen or touched, but it can be felt. Killing monsters can also exercise murderous aura, but it is very difficult, and this kind of murderous aura is generally only aimed at monsters. But Yan Qiaobin felt the murderous aura on Liu very clearly. The indifferent expression, calm tone, and cold eyes clearly told him, I have killed many people. Facing an awakened person like Li Qiang, no matter how high his abilities and level are now, Liu couldn't kill him instantly. After all, although bears are not fast, they have thick skin and fat. Coupled with the bonus of the transformation ability, the ability to resist attacks is very powerful. Ordinary weapons, not to mention hurting their vitals, even break through their defenses are very difficult. So Li Qiang also has his own confidence. It's just that he didn't know that Liu had a storage ring. Inside the ring is also a green sword that cuts iron like mud. In the face of the power of King Z sword and Liu 109, this kind of defense without scales is difficult to play a protective role. So Li Qiang died. Died at the hands of impulsiveness, inflation, arrogance, and his son. I said little brother. Yan Qiaobin couldn't understand why a young man gave him such a feeling. But Liu's sword had already been raised in the air, and he didn't have time to think, so he quickly called Liu to stop. Just let them go. Although they are hateful, they are not worthy of death. You can just give them some punishment, and Li Qiang has already been killed by you. With your ability to kill Li Qiang just now, even if they want to find you, your revenge is not a threat to you, is it? Oh. Liu heard the words, and smiled playfully, can't you see that Uncle Yan is quite soft-hearted? Where is my soft heart? Obviously you are too ruthless. Yan Qiaobin complained in his heart, but continued to explain. It's not soft-hearted, it's just that I don't think it's necessary to take action against women and children who are helpless. He is Yan Yun's father and a strengthener. I have seen the cruelty of the doomsday, and I have seen humans kill each other. But he was always a man, not a beast. Li Qiang used to bully others with his power, and he couldn't get used to it long ago, so it's fine if Liu killed him. But although Huxia and Dongdong are usually too much, they are just women and children who have no power to restrain their chickens. Not killing such a person is his bottom line. Okay. Since uncle has said so, then I will let them go. Hearing Yan Qiaobin's words, Liu took a meaningful look at the mother and son, and then directly agreed. After all, he is Yan Yun's father, so he still has to give him some face. After saying this, he put away his smile and gave the people around him a cold look. I'll give you 30 seconds to disappear from my sight. If there are still people around after 30 seconds, I won't leave any of you behind. As soon as these words came out, everyone's expressions changed. According to Liu's performance just now, they did not doubt the authenticity of Liu's words. At this moment, they started to flee in all directions just like when they encountered monsters on the first day of the last days. Even Hu Xia came to her senses, ignoring her husband's body, she slid into the crowd with her injured son in her arms. Seeing the people fleeing in panic, Yan Qiaobin couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth. What is the origin of this kid in front of him, will use this kind of iron-blooded method at a young age? Although a little violent, the efficiency seems to be quite high. Seeing that everyone had finished walking, Liu looked at the last person and frowned slightly. Aren't you going? Seeing Liu frowning, Yan Qiaobin was afraid that Liu would kill someone again, so he quickly spoke again. His name is Su Ling, and he is with me. Oh. Brother, hello, my name is Su Ling, Uncle Yan's comrade in arms. Hello, my name is Liu. Liu reported that his family was friendly, and looked at Su Ling's left shoulder. Are you injured? Hehe, it's just a small injury. That. Liu, I call you Xiao Liu, you don't mind? Of course I don't mind. Are you really my daughter's boyfriend? Yan Qiaobin was a little suspicious. If I heard correctly just now, when he talked to Li Qiang, he said that he was his daughter's boyfriend? He didn't know when his daughter had a boyfriend. But in this case, it is impossible for the other party to lie to himself. Of course, otherwise, why would I risk my life to come here to find you? Then why did you recognize me at a glance just now? Haven't we met before? Before I came here, I went to your house and saw your wedding photos hanging on the wall. Although the P look is a bit fierce, uncle, you are so handsome, you can still see it at a glance. Liu casually made a joke, but Yan Qiaobin was not amused. Because he suddenly thought, this kid is so hostile, his daughter won't be domestically abused, right? And? Have you ever been to my house? My wife, her. When the end of the world came, Yan Qiaobin was on his way to work. After the monster came, the scene was chaotic. He was forced to this hospital by monsters. Here, he met Su Ling, and the two became comrades in arms with a huge age difference. He remembered that when he left home, his wife was still sleeping, so he felt that his wife should be able to escape. She's fine. The food and water at home have been frugal to survive until now. I'll take you back in 2 days and you'll know. Liu told all the situations he encountered before and his plans for the future. The first stop he came here before was Yan Yun's home, so it's not surprising to know these things. Good, good, good. Yan Qiaobin heard that his wife and daughter were fine, so a grown man didn't say anything. With tears in his eyes, he even said 3 good words. After all, it is a very happy thing to have surviving relatives in this dangerous last days. But when he heard that Liu was planning to go to Shanghai to help his teammates find their relatives, Su Ling's eyes lit up beside him. Brother, you just said that you are going to Shanghai. Not bad. Then can I go with you? Come with us. Liu subconsciously looked at the thin man in front of him with the villain's eyes. Name, Su Ling. Age, 26. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Enhancement level, Black Iron Advanced. Shadow Assassin? Damn, I already know that the tasks related to the heroine can't be as simple as the surface. Seeing Su Ling's information, Liu couldn't help complaining in his heart. Yan Qiaobin is Yan Yun's father. If Chu Feng wanted to take Yan Yun away, he must have come to him. According to the plot routines of various movies and novels, when such an important character appears, it is impossible that nothing happens around him. Before coming to Yan Qiaobin, Liu thought about this problem. Now it seems that I guessed right, this Su Ling is the talent that God prepared for Chu Feng. Shadow Assassin, tut tut. Yes, brother. Seeing Liu's hesitation, Su Ling hurriedly said, you are going to Shanghai, and I am going to Nanjing. We just happen to be on the way. As for the reason for going to Nanjing? This Uncle Yan knows that although I am not as strong as you and I am injured now, I will definitely not hold you back. Apart from his girlfriend, he now has no relatives in the world. The only thought in my mind is to go to Nanjing to find my girlfriend. With his own strength, it is undoubtedly a dream to go to Nanjing, so he can only follow the group. But during this period of time, most people are still hiding at home and shivering, who dares to travel long distances. The appearance of Liu gave him a glimmer of hope. This person is not only ridiculously strong, but also walks with him. This. Xiao Liu, you take him with you. Yan Qiaobin quickly helped Su Ling to say good things. Xiao Su is quite a good person, and he will not become your burden. That's it, alright, but you have to do something for me. What's up? Liu didn't answer in a hurry, but looked at Yan Qiaobin. Uncle Yan, pack your things first, don't take anything that is not important, I will take him out to talk about something. Okay. Yan Qiaobin didn't think too much, turned and went back to the room. Liu turned around and took the King's sword back into the ring. Seeing Liu withdrawing his sword, Su Ling couldn't help being stunned, and then smiled helplessly. This world is really fucked up. There is even such a treasure. Liu didn't care either, and took Su Ling to an empty room, closed the door and told Su Ling what he thought. After listening to Liu's narration, Su Ling was dumbfounded. What? You asked me to kill Hu Xia's mother and son. Not bad. Liu nodded slightly. If I'm not wrong, it should be easier for you to kill than to kill monsters. How do you know? Su Ling was dumbfounded. Don't worry about it. In short, your ability can't be wasted. If you want to follow me, you have to kill them. Liu's tone was terribly calm. I'll take you out of this hospital later. You find an excuse to go to the toilet. I'll wait for you at the hospital gate for 15 minutes. Kill or not, you decide for yourself. Chapter 177 Shadow Assassin, Su Ling. Assassin is a special profession in human history, referring to killer in modern times. Often due to political, personal grievances and other reasons, responsible for the murder or assassination of a target person. Some assassins assassinate alone, some cooperate with multiple people, some are professional assassins who have received strict training, and some become assassins by chance due to the influence of objective circumstances. After the end of the world, some of the awakened human beings will awaken the profession of assassin. Awakened assassins will gain some assassination and concealment skills, and the effect of eating non-attribute crystal cores is just the opposite of that of Wei Jianjun. The value of increasing agility will be far greater than that of strength. As for Shadow Assassin, it is stronger than ordinary assassins. They have more awakening abilities than ordinary assassins, kill faster, and have stronger concealment abilities. Su Ling is a Shadow Assassin, and obviously needs to form two guards with Wei Jianjun, one dark, one light, one offensive and one defensive. Can you strengthen your body to a high level of black iron without eating crystal nuclei? Without exception, they are all the best among the awakened ones. Just like Liu, Lu Ruobing, Chu Feng, and Wei Jianjun. If Liu hadn't appeared, Su Ling and Yan Qiaobin would have been tricked by Li Qiang in about a month or two. Then he was rescued by Chu Feng who arrived in time, and he slapped Li Qiang in the face by the way. But now that Chu Feng is dead, it is meaningless to say these things. Anyway, these talents related to Chu Feng belong to Liu now. Do you want to kill even children? After listening to Liu's words, Su Ling clenched his fists. Hu Xia, a vicious woman, usually bullies people a lot, and slaps others every now and then. As the leader, Li Qiang once fell in love with two good-looking girls, so she took someone to scratch their faces at night and drove them out of the base. Later Su Ling went outside to search for supplies, and saw the two girls' torn clothes and their heads hollowed out by monsters. So killing Hu Xia, Su Ling will not have any psychological pressure. But a child? Although that child is very ugly, but the child is not the fault of the godfather. A child is born as a blank slate, and most of it is his parents' fault that he can become like this. After punishing their parents, why did they kill that child? Of course I have to kill. Liu explained lightly. First, to prevent future troubles. Second, a bare child without the protection of his parents, do you think he can survive this dangerous end of the world? Killing him is also a kind of relief for him, and life will be worse than death if he survives. Think about it carefully. I'll go first. After Liu finished speaking, he opened the door and left, leaving him alone in the room to meditate. If you survive, life will be worse than death. Su Ling in the room muttered Liu's words to himself. His parents died at the age of 15, of course he knows what a child without adult protection looks like. So, after thinking for a while, Su Ling had already made a decision in his mind. The next thing is a matter of course. Since Li Qiang is a base managed by force, no one will seek revenge from Liu for the dead Li Qiang. So Liu took the two of them out of the hospital very smoothly. At the entrance of the hospital, Su Ling suddenly complained of a stomachache and wanted to relieve himself first. Yan Qiaobin didn't care either. After Su Ling returned to the hospital, he began to look for Hu Xia's location. His strength is actually not weaker than Li Qiang, but he is restrained by Li Qiang's ability, so he can only be the second child. Given his status in the minds of these survivors, it is very easy to find Hu Xia's current location quietly. Originally, he still couldn't bear to attack a child. But when he came to the room where Hu Xia was, the conversation inside changed his mind. In the room. Hehe, I really deserve it. Happy to hear about it. I'm used to being domineering, but now I've kicked the iron plate. What do you say to take us in? Give us food? Where did you get the face? That's right, the day I first came here, Li Qiang snatched away a whole bag of food from me. If it wasn't for the danger outside and those bastards kept staring at me, I would have left this damn place a long time ago. Me too, shit. Slut, you still have today? This time without your husband, I see how arrogant you are. Go away, bastard, you are not allowed to bully my mother. Dead bastard? Draft it, little bastard, I have tolerated you for a long time, come here for me. Mother, you save me, mother. Bastard, let go of my son. Snapped. Fuck you. The man slapped Hu Xia and cursed angrily. Son of a turtle, grandson of a turtle. The boy who was taken away shouted, you too, help me quickly, as long as you help me, I will each give you an extra ham sausage at night. Children really don't understand anything. He didn't realize at all that after his father died, all rights ceased to exist. Still using some humiliating titles, calling these people's names. Such a pair of mother and son continued to stay in this base, even if they did not have themselves, their life would be worse than death. But Su Ling did what he said, and knocked on the door before the tragedy happened inside. Boom boom boom. A man inside was about to clean up the boy, but was stopped by Su Ling's knock on the door. Who? Brother Su. The man looked surprised and opened the door. Brother Su, don't you want to go to Nanjing with that kid? Why are you back? Before I leave, I want to say goodbye to you. Su Ling took a deep breath. Now that Li Jiang is dead, I have to leave too. Take good care of yourself and don't die. If you can, leave Yancheng and find a city with a military area. A place with an army will be safer. These are what Liu told him. Out of kindness, he reminded his former teammates. The road to Nanjing was dangerous, and these people had no relatives there, so of course they would not take risks with him. Well, I see, Brother Su. Thank you Brother Su for the reminder. Su Ling patted the shoulders of several people, and the feeling of comrade in arms was self-evident. His reputation among ordinary people in this base is actually higher than that of Li Jiang, but Li Jiang has more awakened people and stronger fighting power. So they have no way to rebel, they can only find an opportunity to break away from this base. This is why Li Jiang has always wanted to get rid of Su Ling. It's just that Liu came here before the plans of both parties were completed. Su Ling, you came just in time. They want to bully our mother and son. Since we have worked together for so long, please help me and my son. As long as you are willing to help, I, Hu Xia, will be your woman from now on. Seeing Su Ling, Hu Xia seemed to see a savior, crawled up to Su Ling with all hands and feet, and directly opened her own chips. To be frank, Hu Xia's looks are actually not bad, and she still has about 70 points for makeup. If it wasn't for her bad reputation and Su Ling's own heart, maybe he would really agree to her proposal. But now Su Ling looked at the men in the room and said, brothers, can you give them to me? Brother Su, you don't really want to. The man in the lead looked surprised, and the other man immediately refuted. Fuck, old Lu, what the hell are you thinking? How could Brother Su be this kind of person? That's right, you don't think about Brother Su's usual behavior. He, that's right. The leading man smiled awkwardly. Okay, Brother Su, since you spoke, I'll leave them to you. Thank you. Su Ling nodded, squatted down slowly, looked at the embarrassed but excited woman in front of him and said slowly. Hu Xia, you shouldn't be a powerless woman, right? Hu Xia was stunned. Su Ling didn't care, and still said to himself. You have such a fierce personality, but Li Jiang didn't abandon you to find other women, and even let you scratch the faces of those two beautiful girls and throw them outside the base. This is a bit unreasonable. Hearing this, Hu Xia's face was terrified. Su Ling's voice became colder and colder. Do you want to control me by controlling Li Jiang? No, Su Ling, it's not like this, you listen to my explanation. Pfft. From the cuff of Su Ling's right hand, a -cm self-made hidden sword suddenly popped out. The hidden blade pierced into Hu Xia's heart, but Hu Xia didn't react at all. Go to the underworld and explain to Hades. Blood stained the skirt of Hu Xia's chest, and after her heart was pierced, she could no longer speak a single note. He just widened his eyes and looked at Su Ling in front of him in disbelief. Why did he know this, and why do you want to kill yourself again? Why? Boom. Su Ling ignored her and just kicked Hu Xia to the ground. The moment the hidden blade was pulled out, blood began to spurt wildly. Mom! The distance between the two sides was at least 3 meters, but before the little boy could yell out his mother's second call, Su Ling's figure appeared behind him and covered his mouth. Like a shadow, one of the exclusive skills of the shadow assassin, it can instantly move to any position behind the target, and the moving distance will increase with the improvement of the body level. I'm sorry, kid, I hope that when you reincarnate in your next life, you won't meet such parents again. Chapter 178 Mortals, accept the gift of God. The hidden blade slashed across the little boy's neck, and the bloody red-hot liquid also slid down to the ground with the hidden blade. Tick, tick. When the first drop of blood fell to the ground, the struggling little boy, the whole world has also plunged into darkness. Su Ling's expression was complicated, but when he thought of the cruelty of the end times, what the family of 3 did, and his girlfriend in Nanjing, his eyes quickly hardened. In this cruel apocalypse, if you can't even do this, then life is meaningless. Su Ling comforted himself like this in his heart. Slowly put the little boy down on the ground, wiped the blood from the hidden blade on the clothes of his corpse, and then pressed the arm mechanism. Whoosh! The hidden blade bounced back into the cuff. There are generally two ways for the hidden blade to pop out. One is to pop out from the palm of the hand. This kind of sword is relatively short and has low lethality, but its concealment is high enough. One is that the back of the hand pops up. Compared with the previous one, the performance is just the opposite. His hidden blade popped out from the back of his hand. The thing worn on the arm looks like a handguard on the surface, and it is a weapon Su Ling made himself for self-defense after the end of the world. Before the apocalypse, he liked to study these things. It is not surprising to make one for self-defense after the apocalypse. It's only after making it that he realized that not only can this thing not protect against monsters, it can't protect against people either. It is more suitable for taking the initiative to attack and attack others. And if it can't be taken by surprise, the effect after being known by others is not even as good as a normal dagger. Fortunately, except for Yan Qiaoban, no one in the entire base knows that the gauntlet hidden in his sleeve is a hidden blade. Hu Xia didn't know. So she died. As Liu said, his speed is sufficient, but his strength is insufficient. The most suitable weapon for him is a dagger. Killing people with a dagger is indeed easier than killing monsters. In an instant, both mother and son died. The remaining survivors in the room were dumbfounded when they saw the mother and child lying on the ground. Didn't expect Su Ling to ask people from them just to kill them? You take care. After Su Ling spit out these words lightly, he no longer had a trace of nostalgia, got up and left the room. It was at this moment that the others came back to their senses. Brother Su, go slowly. Brother Su deserves to be Brother Su. He acted decisively, and even killed this brat directly. Isn't it, this method, tisk tisk? Several people talked and flattered Su Ling. After all, Su Ling's move was indeed beyond their expectations. Although they didn't get vented, they felt inexplicably happy seeing the dead bodies of the mother and child. Isn't Hu Xia a weak woman with no strength to restrain a chicken? Indeed not. It's just that her ability to awaken is rather tasteless. It's a curse ability called Curse of Love. This ability cannot be upgraded or evolved, and its only function is to bind a man. And only one man can be bound. As long as you give a drop of your own blood to a man, this man will become her accessory. Not only can the bound man not be able to hurt her, he must be punished by her every time he cheats. When a man hurts her, it is equivalent to hurting himself. She has the final say on how heavy the punishment after cheating will be. It's a bit like a master-servant contract. The only difference is that she is not qualified to execute this man with her mind, and the man's thinking is also completely free. Because of this curse, Li Jiang has nothing to do with her. Su Ling, who lives in the same base, found some abnormalities. It's just a matter of the couple. As long as it doesn't hurt the innocent, it doesn't have much to do with him. But just now Hu Xia was thinking of relying on her own body to calculate herself, which made Su Ling give up the last trace of pity in her heart. Liu didn't know her abilities. But judging from Hu Xia's attitude towards her, and how much the husband and wife doted on the child, he definitely wants to avoid future troubles. He didn't kill them before, just to give Yan Qiaoban a face. But now it seems that if she is not killed, she might be able to bind a strong man to protect herself. Then bring the child up safely, come to seek revenge on Liu, and even directly let this strong man come to trouble Liu. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with Liu's decision to cut grass and roots. Originally, Liu planned to take Yan Qiaoban away, and then find another chance to come back and kill her. But the appearance of Su Ling changed his mind. Although Su Ling is a good guy, he is the same as Chen Yang before. I have experienced too little in the last days, and I know too little about human nature, and my moral bottom line is a bit high. For such a person, being a teammate is no problem, but being an assassin is obviously not enough. Therefore, in order to make the most of his abilities, Liu used this pair of mother and son to lower his moral bottom line a little. As for his loyalty to himself, this can be done slowly. The hospital gate. Looking at the expressionless Su Ling who came out of the hospital, Liu spoke lightly. Is the toilet finished? It's over. Let's go. Su Ling, dot. He really wanted to ask Liu if he needed to check it out. But when he thought that Yan Qiaoban was beside him and he was only going to the bathroom, he could only hold back what he was about to say. What the other party cares about is probably just his own attitude, right? Thinking of this, he stopped thinking too much and quickly followed the two people in front of him. On the way, he saw the body of the wind wolf lying under the electric pole. Having seen Liu's speed and the power of the King's sword, he was not surprised. But when he saw Liu kill a giant zombie, and break open the zombie's head and fiddle with the white brain with the green sword, he was a little confused. What are you looking for? Liu didn't answer immediately, but after finding a bronze crystal nucleus, he put all the uncleaned crystal nucleus in a plastic bag. Then he took out 2 black iron crystal cores from the ring and handed them over. It's nothing, you eat it first. The two picked up the black iron crystal core and were skeptical. Because they have seen this thing before and know that it is something inside the monster's head. Is it just that the things in the monster's head are edible? Su Ling even wondered if Liu was hurting himself. But when he thought that with Liu's strength, he didn't need this method to kill himself, so he was relieved. After 1 minute, both Yan Qiaobin and Su Ling showed shock. This thing is not only edible, but the effect is so exaggerated. The reason why Liu is so strong is because of this. For monsters that have evolved to a certain level, this kind of crystal nucleus will appear in the central nervous system of the brain. Liu then explained, from tomorrow on, I will be responsible for killing, one of you will be responsible for vigilance, and the other will be responsible for finding. Ro. Can. Knowing the role of the crystal nucleus, of course the two of them would not refuse. Since Liu had to hunt for crystal nuclei while killing monsters alone, it was really troublesome. Therefore, even if Yan Qiaobin is Yan Yun's father, Liu has to make use of him. But after receiving Yan Yun's father, it was almost dark. The three of them could only find a place nearby to live in. Meanwhile, on the other side, on the green belt of the street near the police station, the willow tree is still the same willow tree, its size and shape have not changed much. But as long as someone can perceive the situation underground, they will definitely know that the number and length of the willow tree's roots are more than doubled than before. The toughness of wicker and tree roots is also several times stronger than before. At this time, there were more than a dozen corpses lying in disorder next to the mutated willow tree in the green belt. A large number of thick roots entangled them, while the thin and flexible roots penetrated into their brains, absorbing their lives frantically. Peng Qin, covered in blood, stood in front of the mutated willow tree and panted heavily. Mom, I finally avenged you. At this time, Peng Qin had wounds all over her head, shoulders, arms, and lower abdomen. The blood stained her underwear, shoes, and socks red. Even though she was about to lose too much blood and fainted, Peng Qin clenched her silver teeth and spit out these words. Yes. The dozen or so people in front of her were the murderer who killed her mother, Yu Kun, and his dozen or so confidants. They were led here by Peng Qin, and with the help of this mutated willow tree, they beheaded all of these dozen people. Mortal, accept God's gift. An ethereal, sacred, and majestic voice suddenly rang in her mind. If ordinary people heard this voice, they would definitely be startled, and then subconsciously worship. But Peng Qin was not surprised at all. After hearing this voice, she came back to her senses. Then dragging his body that was about to faint, he walked to the trunk of the willow tree and opened his arms. With a gesture of embracing nature, he looked up at the sky. Accept the master's gift. Chapter 179. As Peng Qin's voice ended, a drop of liquid with a faint green light appeared on the willow branch above her head. Boo! The liquid dripped to the center of her eyebrows, and after the ripples spread, the liquid disappeared. But in the next second, Peng Qin's whole body was surrounded by that faint green light. The wounds on her body were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a moment, those wounds recovered as before, and even his physical strength recovered a lot. Even if it was not the first time to experience this feeling, Peng Qin's face was full of surprise. Mortal, have you ever had a wish unfulfilled? The ethereal and majestic voice sounded again. Hearing this, Peng Qin hurriedly half-kneeled in front of the willow tree, lowered her head and said respectfully. Report to master, no. Very well, next, you need to use your current strength to accomplish one thing. Please give instructions, master. Peng Qin didn't complain at all, and spoke directly. Ever since she discovered that this willow tree has wisdom, she has regarded this willow tree as a godlike existence. Facing the oracle given to her by the willow tree, she could not refuse, and there was no way to refuse. Oracle? Yes, at least Peng Qin thought so. That's what you need to do next. After a sound transmission, Peng Qin knew what to do next. Yes, Ziokan, I promise to complete the task. Go. Peng Qin nodded respectfully, then stood up. But just as she was about to turn around and leave, a green light similar to the green liquid before appeared in her sight. The location of the green light is very special. There are no weeds around, and the willow branches are surrounded on all sides. It is obvious that it is protected by this wisdom willow. When Peng Qin met this willow tree on the first day, she noticed it. But of course due to the existence of the willow tree, she didn't dare to go over and take a closer look. But now, there is actually an extra flower there? A flower wrapped in a faint green light. It is clear. The mutated willow tree is temporarily unable to move by itself. So while strengthening itself, it also found a movable spokesperson for itself. Peng Qin is the spokesperson. Using revenge for Peng Qin as an exchange condition, Peng Qin is willing to listen to it. This is an equivalent exchange. At least for Willow, that's the case. Silent all night. After waking up the next day, Liu continued to walk back with Yan Qiaobin and Su Ling. At the same time, a special thing happened in a hidden street in Qingyang community, west of Yancheng. 8 young people were talking about an old man in his 50s with a large writing brush in his hand. Hey, Uncle Li, what's wrong with you? Why don't you have any strength? Ha ha ha, staying together for so long, this is the first time I've seen him in such a mess. Hee hee, me too. Qingyang district. It's just a very ordinary community, located in the westernmost part of Yancheng. At this time, in Qingyang community, except for the main entrance, the iron gates for the entrance and exit were closed, and the inside was sealed with various wooden boards. Plus lots of supports and guards with weapons everywhere. It directly turned this place into a large closed base. Looking at the 8 young men in front of him, Li Hai held his bloody lower back with an incredulous expression on his face. Why? Why are you doing this? Li Hai's voice was low, but there was not much anger, only disbelief. 5 men and 3 women, a total of 8 young people in front of them, fled to Qingyang community with a group of people on the 5th day of the last days. If they hadn't taken them in by themselves, they would have been bitten to death by monsters that day. I didn't expect now. These guys actually used someone is trapped by monsters and needs support. This kind of lie has deceived myself. Then ambush yourself and stab yourself in the back? He couldn't believe it was true. Why? Hearing Li Hai's words, the first girl who spoke just now was disdainful. Why do you say? I, Shen Tingting, used to be a big star with tens of millions of fans of a certain music. On the 2nd day when I first came here, I just used 2 basins of water to take a shower, and you old bastard scolded me in front of more than 100 people. You scolded me for 10 minutes. 10 minutes? I, Shen Tingting, don't want to lose face. Shen Tingting has yellow hair and a shawl, has a sweet voice and is very fashionable. Once relied on a video of Water Lotus and became a big internet celebrity with a level of tens of millions. It's just that what she did was a little unflattering. Use 2 pots of drinking water to bathe at the beginning of the end of the world, how can the general survivor team have such courage? 2 pots? Little girl, do you know that the water you wasted is enough for all of us for a day? In that kind of environment, taking a bath with water is just 1 day. That's your business. Shen Tingting interrupted Li Hai sharply, you can go out to find the water again, but you can't do it if you scold me. From childhood to adulthood, my mother never scolded me like that. Why do you have it? Okay, Tingting, stop talking nonsense with him. Next to him, a man of average height but not bad looks came out and looked at Li Hai. Old man Li, we don't want to hide the matter from you even now. Actually, we didn't want to kill you. If we want to blame, we can only blame you for meddling too much. You have to take care of us getting an extra piece of chocolate, you have to take care of getting an extra glass of water, you have to take care of even a relationship between a man and a woman. If we don't do anything to you, how will we live next? The man who spoke was named Takata. 27 years old this year. Like Shen Tingting, he is a big internet celebrity, but he is an internet celebrity magician. Before the end of the world, the two were a couple on the surface, but they were actually CPS fired by the company. After the end of the world, he awakened the fire ability. A group of people fled to Qingyang community, joined Li Hai's team, and were controlled by Li Hai. However, Li Hai's management style made them very dissatisfied. Everyone has tasks every day, and if you don't finish the food, you will get less food. It would be fine if these tasks were just simple jobs, but most of them were rough jobs like chopping firewood, carrying water, cooking fire, and cooking. Even let them form a group to go out to find supplies? How does this make them who are used to sitting and begging for money suffer? In this apocalyptic end of life, after they have been oppressed for more than 20 days, they finally couldn't help but broke out today. The current food is a non-renewable resource. If you want to survive, it is necessary to ration it every day. And you also call it falling in love? If Xiaozhang doesn't want to, you guys go to surround him. Boy, you don't have to make so many excuses. Li Hai gritted his teeth, clenched the 1-meter-long brush in his hand and said angrily, if you do something to me, isn't it just because of my current status and the supplies in the warehouse? Let me tell you, those things are related to everyone's life, and I will not hand them over to you easily. Humph, are you still stubborn when you are about to die? If that's the case, then you're going to die. Seeing that the opponent was bleeding almost, Gao Tian let out angrily. After receiving the instructions, the 2 young men rushed towards Li Hai directly. As long as Li Hai is killed, they can get the leader's position and all the resources in the community. Facing the siege of several people, even though Li Hai was at the end of his rope, he could only clench his teeth and raised the brush in his hand to the air. The tip of the pen swung quickly in the air. The flamboyant handwriting moves with the brush. 1 horizontal and 1 vertical, 1 stroke and 1 stroke, it seems to be able to write in the air. Seeing this scene, the two young men who were rushing forward quickly stopped, obviously not daring to go forward again. Because they knew that this old man Li's ability was very strange. Once the other party starts to write, there will be various dangers when they rush up. Fortunately, the old man was stabbed in the back. In addition, he had already had a hard fight just now, so he lost a lot of blood, and he couldn't write any more than half of the words. His head was dizzy and his body was shaking. Great opportunity, hurry up. It is good. Go to hell. Seeing that Li Hai was exhausted, Gao Tian's eyes lit up, and the others reacted and rushed up again. But just when they were about to rush to Li Hai, a cold drink suddenly sounded. Go away. The voice just fell. A cold light suddenly appeared, forcing the two young men in front to retreat. You're finally here. If you don't come again, I will hold on. No. Boom. Seeing the person coming, Li Hai breathed a sigh of relief. But before he could finish speaking the words "I can't hold it any longer," he fell straight down, and someone with quick eyes quickly helped him up. Chapter 180. Who is the person who came to save Li Hai? Of course not Liu. Because the current Liu is still taking Yan Qiaobin home, how could he appear near the Qingyang community? Swish. On a certain street in the west of the city, a sickle mantis was cut into two sections by Liu lightly. Because when Liu was looking for someone before, he opened the hidden abyss. So there were not a few monsters missing along the way. Now that I brought two people with me, this skill is of course unusable. It was also because of this that Su Ling and Yan Qiaobin saw Liu's true combat effectiveness. The group of dozens of monsters that originally required a group of people to divide and cooperate to barely solve it. He was killed by Liu with one sword, and he was killed in 2 minutes. And still unharmed. The speed at which they searched for crystal nuclei couldn't keep up with Liu's speed at killing monsters. If it weren't for the fact that Liu only needs to use 3 parts of his strength to kill monsters now, they wouldn't even be able to see clearly how Liu made his moves. Why is he so powerful? Uncle Yan, this can't be achieved by strengthening alone, right? Certainly not. Yan Qiaobin twitched the corners of his mouth, and the way he looked at Liu was obviously different. It is well known that enhancers will only strengthen various attributes, not moves and skills. This kid's movements and moves are just like the martial arts masters in the movie, which shows that he is not an ordinary person before the end of the world. Such a powerful young man is really my daughter's boyfriend. Yan Qiaobin was a little skeptical. There should be more than 100 monsters ahead. You guys hide here. I'll deal with them before you leave. After collecting the crystal cores, the 3 of them came to a street corner, and Liu's voice interrupted Yan Qiaobin's meditation. Yan Qiaobin came back to his senses and looked ahead carefully. On this street, there are many monsters in groups of 3 or 4. Bustling together, isn't it more than 100? To solve them. What do you mean? Like their previous team, if they encountered so many monsters, they could only choose to take a detour. If it is an encounter, the first few people may be able to escape, and the others should not think about it. But now Liu actually said that he was going to solve them? Just when they wanted to ask Liu if it was a bit risky to solve them by himself, Liu had already walked to the middle of the street. Boom. A gunshot not only attracts the attention of the monsters, but also theirs. My god, what is he trying to do? Attracting monsters with gunshots? Crazy. Even if you are strong, if you want to deal with so many monsters, shouldn't you take your time? What does shoot mean? When the monsters heard the gunshots, they were taken aback for a moment, and then rushed towards Liu overwhelmingly. Liu put the gun back into the ring without haste, and then rushed towards the group of monsters without retreating. With the speed of the wind walk, he bypassed the monster's main force, and then took advantage of the monster's gap to attract those monsters that were not attracted by the gunshots. When these monsters are pulled to a certain level, they will unknowingly condense together. This is the experience Liu summed up during this period of time hunting monsters alone. It's like pulling monsters in the game. When the monster pulled almost, Liu suddenly turned around. Call, boom. One wind, one fire, the 2 elements merged again. It's just that the fireball this time is much bigger than last time. Cohesion speed, penetration, and attack distance are also faster and stronger than last time. This trick, Liu named it, Feng Huo Liao Yuan. Goodbye, scumbags. Boom. The big fireball with a diameter of 3 meters was pushed out by Liu under the blessing of the wind attribute. The fireball that intersected with wind and fire kept rolling in the air, smashing into the group of monsters like a bowling ball. Boom boom boom. The group of more than 100 monsters was pierced directly by the fireball, and more than half of the monsters lost their fighting power in an instant. Either seriously injured or die. The remaining monsters continued to be dragged away by Liu. When the second fireball hit, of the more than 100 monsters, only those monsters with high levels and high defenses were left. And most of them were seriously injured. Kill them casually, just to collect crystal nuclei. Yan Qiaobin, dot. Su Ling, dot. This guy, isn't he human? Certainly not people. If it's a human, how can you be so awesome? More than 100 monsters, so easy to get it. This moment, the two people who fought well in other bases were a little skeptical about their lives. They suddenly felt that their only role was to collect crystal nuclei. The fact is indeed the case, in this time period, except for the protagonist. Even Lu Ruobing, Su Ling, Wei Jianjun and his like will look bleak in front of Liu. Before the end of the world, Yan Qiaobin lived in a villa area. Although it is not a single-family villa, it is a place where only the rich can live. Yan Qiaobin couldn't come back here before, only because no one was willing to help him clean up the monsters except Su Bin. Coupled with the monopoly of materials and the characteristics of monsters that can't be killed, it is not very realistic for two people to want to come back here. But now there is Liu, the #1 melee mage in the region, leading them. It only took half a day for Liu to bring them back safely. It's still too slow to collect crystal nuclei like this. It was around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, not far from Qingyang community. Looking at the 9 bronze crystal nuclei in his hand, Liu thought hard. When Liu came out this time, besides helping a few women find relatives, his biggest goal was to collect crystal nuclei. To upgrade my chariot, in addition to needing a lot of metal and leather raw materials, the black iron crystal core is no longer useful. The upgrade now requires a bronze core. So after he settled Yan Qiaobin and the others, he didn't bring them out again. It is too slow to kill monsters with them, and it is not convenient to do things. Remember that to increase the capacity of the tank by 20 cubic meters, 5 bronze crystal nuclei are needed. To increase the fuel tank capacity by 2,000 liters, 5 bronze crystal nuclei are also required. In addition to housing, defense functions, attack methods, and the upgrade of one's own teammates, the bronze crystal cores required are massive. So the current speed of collecting crystal nuclei obviously cannot meet Liu's requirements. But which way is the fastest way to collect crystal nuclei? Open the hidden abyss and kill them one by one? Of course not. Because after the monster dies, it will attract other monsters to eat. When fighting for food, the monsters will attack. You have to kill a few low-level ones first and let those monsters eat them. Then go to kill the high-level collection crystal nuclei. When collecting crystal nuclei, you must be fast, otherwise monsters of the same level will jointly attack you. You can't just kill high-level monsters, your stamina is limited, and you don't have sharp weapons. This is the reason why Xiao Fan's strength did not increase very fast before. So Liu feels that there are only 2 fastest ways to collect crystal nuclei. One is to rely on groups, and the other is to rely on robbery. The group is the same as before, relying on strong personal abilities to pull a group of monsters and use their abilities to kill them. But now the level of abilities is still not high enough, and there will be no blue after a few waves of monsters. This might not come as fast as Hidden Abyss. As for grabbing? Hey, this seems to work. The protagonist only needs to fight monsters to upgrade, and it seems more reasonable for the villain to use robbery, right? Thinking of this, the corner of Liu's mouth raised a bright smile. Tell the other survivors that the crystal nucleus can be taken, and then ask them to prepare enough crystal nucleus for themselves? What? Don't give it after knowing that the crystal nucleus can be used. I will kill you if you don't give it to me. He really didn't believe that he had strengthened for so long and gained the abilities of the 2 protagonists, so he would capsize in front of these miscellaneous fish. I believe that as long as you don't put too much pressure on them, let them not have so much resistance. The deadline for raising crystal nuclei should not be too long, so that they have no time to improve their strength. Then this method is completely feasible. Fuck, is that a person? Isn't it a zombie? Hey, brother, it's so dangerous outside, why are you walking outside alone? A man's slightly surprised voice suddenly sounded, interrupting Liu's meditation. Liu subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. There are 2 men there. One of them was a dark-skinned, burly middle-aged man who stood behind a doorpost and greeted Liu cautiously. And on the doorpost next to him, the 4 characters Qingyang community are impressively engraved. Qingyang district? Are you here so soon? Chapter 181 Beauty, what end number 039, S your name? Liu came back to his senses and carefully looked at the 2 men opposite him. One is tall and burly, the other is tall and thin. A burly man in his 30s, with an axe in his left hand, a binoculars in his right, and a homemade longbow on his back. The other one is similar, except that the weapon is replaced by a crowbar instead of an axe. This is obviously the role of the 2 sentinels. Liu smiled, and walked slowly towards the burly man closest to him. I'm coming out to find someone. Looking for someone. The man was stunned for a moment, and then said with a helpless smile, Hee, are you looking for your relatives? There are too many people who have lost their relatives these days. Most people who walk outside are either searching for supplies or looking for their relatives. Yes. Liu nodded in agreement, but the person I'm looking for should be in your neighborhood. Really? That's really great. The man showed a smile on his face. In this case, come in as soon as there are no monsters outside. It will be troublesome if there are monsters coming over. As he spoke, the man directly took out the key and opened the small door on the iron door. The only place where the entire community can enter and exit is the main entrance. In the middle of the main entrance is the security room, and on both sides are the entrances and exits. At this time, iron doors were installed on the two entrances and exits. Not only were the two iron doors locked, but there were also many refrigerators, washing machines, and other things blocking the doors. If people want to enter, they can only go through this small door under normal circumstances. Seeing the man directly opened the door for him, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. What's the situation with this man? Are you not wary at all? Is it bad intentions, or pure enthusiasm? Subconsciously glanced at it with the villain's eyes. The defection rate was only 38%. The first time we met was this rate of betrayal, which meant that this person didn't have any plans, but was simply overzealous? Is it because I am alone, so I let go of my guard? Thank you. Thinking of this, Liu smiled and walked in slowly. The grade of the community is not bad, but the outer walls of the high-rise buildings have some traces of time. Green plants have also become extremely lush due to the end of the world. Liu knew that Li Wanning's parents were also high-level intellectuals, and had already bought the house here a long time ago. You're welcome. By the way, my name is Zhang Hengzin. What's your name? Liu. Hi brother Liu, can you tell me the names of your relatives? I didn't mention this community before, but now I know most of the people, maybe I can help you find it. Zhang Hengzin was really enthusiastic. After letting Liu in, he not only shook hands with Liu, but also recommended himself to find someone for Liu. Before the end of the world, the relationship between neighbors was definitely not as good in the city as in the countryside. Sometimes they live upstairs and downstairs, and they are not very familiar with each other. But after the end of the world, everyone will gather together to live, which is almost the same as in the countryside. I don't say I know all of them, but I know at least half of them. It's fine. Liu didn't show any pretense, and said directly, his name is Li Hai, he is over 50 years old, I don't know if you recognize him. Hey? Uncle Li. Hearing this, Zhang Hengzin couldn't help being stunned. You really know each other? Liu smiled, hee, then it's easy to handle. This time it seems to be much smoother than last time. Take me to find him. After seeing him, I will give you a big gift. The great gift Liu mentioned was of course the crystal nucleus. Now slightly larger bases have discovered the existence of crystal nuclei, but they don't know how to use them. Liu has the eyes of a villain and knows that Zhang Hengzin is a strengthener. So for the sake of the other party's enthusiasm, it doesn't matter if you tell him the secret. It's just that Zhang Hengzin, who heard Liu's words, became a little embarrassed. Brother, who are you, Uncle Li? His daughter's friend. His daughter's friend? That pretty girl who is a teacher at Yanda University. Yes, what's the matter? It's nothing, it's just Uncle Li this morning. It was very difficult for Zhang Hengzin to speak, and it was the skinny man next to him who took over. Let me tell you, Uncle Li was originally our leader, this morning. As the two talked about it, Liu also understood a general idea. It turned out that Li Wanning's father, Li Hai, was not only a special power awakener, but also the leader here? It's just that this morning, something suddenly went out. Didn't come back after going out? You mean, he's dead? Liu narrowed his eyes. Not bad. I went out and encountered a group of monsters, and I haven't come back yet, so it's probably a disaster. Yet, we still have a search team looking for him outside. Both men looked a little sorry. They still admire Li Hai, the leader. An old man in his 50s can unite the whole community. And like young people, they can take the lead and lead everyone to survive. This is not something ordinary people can do. Is this impossible? How could he die? After listening to the narration of the two, Liu inevitably had some doubts in his heart. Li Hai is Li Wanning's father, even without him, he should be able to survive until Chu Feng came over. This is his fate. The time I came here was definitely before Chu Feng, Liu can be sure of this. But now he is dead? This unscientific. What, the butterfly effect? This is also unscientific. Even if he is really a butterfly, it is impossible for his flapping wings to affect the Qingyang community. Unless Li Hai deserved to die in the first place, it was impossible for him to die. What are the chances that Li Hai deserved to die in the first place? Liu felt that it would not exceed 10%. Oh, we don't want to believe this is true either. Zhang Hengzin sighed helplessly, but we can also understand your feelings. Well, if you are not in a hurry, you can stay with us for a few more days. Maybe our search team will be able to find their news in 2 days. Zhang Hengzhen can be regarded as kind, after all, there is no way out of the way. But Liu didn't have the time to wait. No need, I'll do it myself to find someone. Just take me to the place where Li Hai lives. Hearing this, Zhang Hengzhen couldn't understand, but after holding back for a long time, he nodded his head. It's okay, Xiao Yang, please help me to keep an eye on it first, and I'll take him to Uncle Li's house. Okay, let's go. After the end of the world, countless human beings died and injured in other places, and the residents in this community are obviously better off. All survivors are now gathered in the innermost buildings. Following Zhang Hengzhen all the way, it didn't take long for Liu to arrive at the place where Li Hai lived. Hey? Who are they? Looking around, several young men and women were standing at the door of Li Hai's room discussing something. Seeing Zhang Hengzhen coming, one of the girls named Fang said in a strange way. Hey, isn't this brother Zhang? You're not standing guard at the front door at this time, what are you doing here? It's like this, his name is Liu, he said he is a friend of Uncle Li's daughter, he is here. Zhang Hengzhen didn't pay attention either, and explained the matter in detail. A friend of Uncle Li's daughter. When he said that Liu was looking for Li Hai, Liu could clearly notice the changes in the eyes of several people. The betrayal rate has also risen from more than 50% at the beginning to more than 70%. Hehe, this group of people is quite interesting. Hey, this woman looks okay. Hey, beauty, what's your name? What? Seeing how handsome Liu Yuchang is, Shen Tingting subconsciously replied. Nothing. Liu smiled meaningfully, I just think there might be some fate between us. Chapter 182. Who is destined to be with you? Don't make friends there. It was not Shen Tingting who spoke, but Gao Tian who was standing next to her. They were pretending to discuss about finding Li Hai, but they were interrupted by Liu. Seeing Liu as tall, rich, and handsome, the women subconsciously relaxed their vigilance. After all, it is really rare for a boy to be so handsome in the last days and to wear such clean clothes. But the hostility in the hearts of these men instantly increased a lot. Especially Takata. Don't look at him awakening the power, and Shen Tingting is the superficial CP. But this woman is not only good at playing tricks, but also used a treasure to restrain him, so that he hasn't hit home plate yet. Seeing that Liu is not only taller than him, but also more handsome than him, now he comes to flirt with the woman he likes? Of course he would be very upset. Li Chuan is Gao Tian's younger brother and one of the people who ambushed Li Hai before. Hearing Gao Tian's words, he immediately agreed. That's right, and you? After saying this, Li Chuan looked at Zhang Hengzhen next to him. Old Zhang, do you believe him when he says he is Uncle Li's daughter's friend? Why aren't you vigilant at all? Did you get the name, age, and home address clearly? What if he is a bad guy? Yes, Zhang, you are the guard of our team now, you must put everyone's safety first. No. Zhang Hengzhen was also a little upset when he was questioned by several young people. There is only one person, and after he came, he reported Lao Li's name. Can I not bring him in? Forget it, stop arguing. Since he knows Uncle Li, I'll leave this place to him. We don't need to show our tongues here. Let's go. Seeing that the two sides were about to clash, the girls quickly smoothed things over. I don't know if it's because I simply don't think of the conflict, or because I have a guilty conscience. Takata nodded, and didn't intend to stay here any longer. Just took a deep look at Liu before leaving. Brother Liu, don't mind, this group of young people is like this. I heard that they used to be big stars with tens of millions of fans, so they look down on ordinary people like us with arrogance. Big star? Had. Liu chuckled lightly, it's so chaotic outside now, what's the use of my previous identity? They are quite strong now. Oh, by the way, are you here to find clues, or? I'll just take a look at it casually, and it won't take a few minutes. Is that so? Then go in and see for yourself. I won't go in, Xiao Song. Oh, brother Zhang. Come over. Zhang Hengzhen called a 17 or 18-year-old boy from the next room. Brother Liu, his name is Xiao Song, if you need anything, just ask him. Ro. Liu nodded. This Zhang Hengzhen is pretty good, even if the end of the world is coming, he will show China's way of hospitality to the fullest. But Liu didn't have time to pay attention to them now, so he quickly opened the door and walked in. Since Li Hai is the leader, even if everyone huddled together to keep warm, he still lived in a suite by himself, and it was his own house. Fortunately, he left in a hurry in the morning and did not close the door, otherwise he would have to use some violence to break down the door. After entering the door, Liu glanced at the layout of the room. Although the house is quite old, it is clean and tidy inside, with a faint fragrance. In the middle of the room is a large pear marble table. On the case, there are various celebrity calligraphy posts, dozens of square ink stones, pen holders of various colors, and the pens inserted in the sea of pens are like forests. Li Ha's own calligraphy is everywhere on the wall. Hehe, this old Li is quite leisurely. Seeing what was inside, Liu smiled slightly, then directly took out his predator and came to Li Ha's bedroom. When Liu found a short black hair on the bed and put it in the predator, the pointer on it began to shake. Seeing this scene, Liu smiled. I just said, you can't die. If the target tracked by the predator is dead, the pointer will not respond. The hunter's reaction now is enough to show that Li Hai is still alive. An hour later, when Liu used the hunter to track Li Hai, in the warehouse of an auto repair shop 800 meters away from Qingyang community. Look at you, I told you earlier that I won't let you care about these things, and you won't listen to them, so it's okay now. If you didn't react well, the knife didn't hurt the internal organs, and I happen to have the habit of carrying a first aid kit, this injury could kill you. Wang Xiaomei looked at Li Hai who had regained some strength after the wound was stitched and bandaged in front of her. While feeding him food, he complained about the other party. Wang Xiaomei is an ant in her 50s. But she is different from ordinary ants. In addition to having a tougher body than ordinary ants, she also wears Xiaoguo's unique white exercise clothes, making her look energetic and full of vitality. Most importantly, there was a thick-backed machete at her feet. That's right, it was none other than Li Wanning's mother, Wang Xiaomei, who rescued Li Hai in the morning. Li Wanning's parents are very special. Before the end of the world, their hobbies were writing and fighting. The old man is Wen, and the old lady is Wu. Li Hai is a doctor and usually likes calligraphy and painting. Wang Xiaomei has a bachelor's degree, and usually likes to dance with knives and guns. This is very different from the parents of ordinary families. After the end of the world, both of them awakened special abilities. One is called Bai Ling, and the other is called Daopo. It's just that no one except Li Hai knows about Wang Xiaomei's ability. When Li Hai went out in the morning, of course Wang Xiaomei knew it very well. Seeing that Li Hai didn't return for a long time, she was really worried, so she followed out alone while the others were still organizing their staff. Then the previous scene happened. Originally, relying on Wang Xiaomei's ability, she could have competed with Takata Nebo. But in order to protect Li Hai, she could only compromise with those people. Oh, I can't help it either. Hearing his wife's nagging, Li Hai sighed helplessly, you said there are monsters outside, I can't just watch them die, can I? Okay, I know that the ancestral motto of your old Li family is, you must be worthy of the world, and you must leave a good example for your children and grandchildren, okay? Wang Xiaomei said helplessly, then you tell me, now we should what to do. I didn't bring a few things with me when I came out this time. The community can't go back now, and our daughter. When their daughter was mentioned, the two elders became extremely depressed. Li Wanning lives in the school dormitory, which is at least 10 kilometers away from the Qingyang community. It's okay if it's normal, but now that the outside is so chaotic, one can imagine what will happen to a girl who is alone outside. The reason why Li Hai became the leader of the base, dare to say that it has nothing to do with Li Wanning? There is no other way. I can only make plans after my injury is healed. You can go outside to see the situation and try to find a suitable place to spend the night before dark. Okay. It's the only way. Wang Xiaomei sighed helplessly, then picked up the thick-backed machete next to her and stood up. With their abilities, it is actually very easy to survive in the last days. It's just that now that the back road has been cut off, everything has to start all over again, which makes her feel very unbeautiful. Click, Wang Xiaomei carefully opened the warehouse door. But the moment she opened the door, she was startled by the situation outside. Who? Looking at the figure in front of her, Wang Xiaomei clenched the steel knife in her hands and made a defensive move. She originally thought that the other party was a zombie, but when she saw that the other party was in good condition and still holding a long silver sword in her hand, the vigilance in her eyes immediately turned into surprise. Some zombies have evolved the ability to hunt, and it's normal to be able to approach here when they are chatting with Lao Li. But the other party is a person who can approach him without him noticing? This is not so simple. Who is he? Why are you here? How did he come here with so many monsters outside? All kinds of questions filled her mind. Hearing Wang Xiaomei's words and seeing the machete in Wang Xiaomei's hand, Liu, who had already prepared his opening speech, suddenly couldn't fix it. You should be Aunt Wang, right? Your machete cough is quite unique. Chapter 183 Momentum comes up instantly. Li Hai was rescued and survived, this Liu had already expected. But the person who rescued Li Hai was Wang Xiaomei, which he did not expect. You know, when Wang Xiaomei was at the base, she only did some laundry and cooking, and the heavy work was done by men. This time he ran out alone, and only took a poker stick as a weapon. This is the information Liu got from Zhang Hengzhen and Komatsu. But now an ant, holding a machete, still looks good? No matter how you look at this style of painting, it is strange. Hearing Lu's words, Wang Xiaomei couldn't help frowning. Who are you? How do you know my surname is Wang? I'm Wanning's friend, and I'm entrusted by her to come here to find you. Wan Wanning. As soon as Lu said this, the two elders were all stunned. After hearing this, Li Hai in the warehouse struggled even more to stand up. Fortunately, Wang Xiaomei reacted quickly and went over to support Li Hai. How did you find us? I have my own way. Lu explained casually, but now is not the time to talk about this. The hidden abyss, the predator, the sensory jade pendant. This combination of skills and treasures made Lu's tracking ability a bug level. After finding Li Hai's hair, it doesn't take much time to find the two of them. Boy, are you really Wanning's friend? Why do you always like to ask me this question? Forget it, let me tell you about it first. Lu found a place to sit down, and then explained the specific situation to the two of them in the same way. I met Li Wanning from the first day of the end of the world until now. Following Lu's narration, while the two elders were glad that their daughter was fine, they gradually let go of their guard. Because Lu even knew that Li Wanning was on a blind date with Shen Bin on the day of the end of the world. Doesn't this explain Lu's identity? Hey, is that child Shen Bin dead? It's a pity. Yeah, but boy, you said you killed it alone? Doesn't it seem unreasonable? Hearing that Lu came here alone, the first reaction of the old couple was not to believe it. Because of those monsters, except for the weaker lizardmen, praying mantises, zombies, bugs, and mutant beasts, all of them are fatal to humans. The distance between the two sides is so far, alone, how to kill? If it was really that easy, they would have gone desperate to find their daughter long ago. You will know this later. Lu didn't have time to explain this question, tell me about your situation first, why are you here? It is not far from the Qingyang community, and there are a lot of monsters wandering in the streets outside. In the situation of the two of them, it is impossible to come here because they got separated from others. According to the behavior of those young men and women before, Lu had reason to suspect that this was not an accident. It's like this on our side. Wang Xiaomei didn't waste any time and quickly explained her situation. With the explanation of the two, Lu also understood what happened. For the leader's position and supplies? Are those guys? But you said they have a treasure in their hands. Yeah. Wang Xiaomei nodded, because of that treasure, we have no way to go back to that community now, if you didn't find us. Okay, I see. You guys rest here, I will deal with the remaining monsters. Lu got up immediately after saying this, but a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth unconsciously. Treasure? This plot related to the heroine can really surprise people. It's fine that Li Wanning's parents are experts, but there are still treasures? Tisk tisk, incredible. Originally, Lu's mission was to find someone. Now that the person has been found, Li Hai's injuries are not particularly serious. There was no need for Lu to waste time going back to avenge Li Haibao, he just took the two of them out of here. But as soon as he heard that those guys had treasures in their hands, Lu's enthusiasm rose instantly. You know, after the end of the world, apart from the King's sword, I only got 4 treasures in total. The Dark Contract, the Storage Ring, and the Induction Jade Pendant were obtained from the Secret Realm, and the hunter snatched it from the police station Su Bao. And now, this should be the 5th piece? When Lu helped Li Wanning's parents clean up the monsters outside the auto repair shop. Qingyang Community, the innermost unit building, the living room of the topmost room. Several people were sitting on the sofa discussing something. Where's that kid? A dark-skinned, muscular man with a cropped hair asked in a low voice. The man's name was Zhang Xiang. He was originally the owner of several KTVs. His actual identity was a drug seller, but he was never caught. He still had a lot of real estate. The reason why he was in Qingyang Community on the day of the end of the world was because it was hidden enough. On the day when the end of the world came, he brought a woman and 2 younger brothers and was waiting for clients here. As a result, the customer did not wait, but the end of the world did. He became a strengthener that day, 2 younger brothers died, and only a woman named Wu Yan is still following him. Later, when Li Hai summoned other survivors, Zhang Xiang successfully became the deputy leader of the entire community by relying on his outstanding deterrent power. As a former boss, he certainly didn't want to be stepped down by a pedantic old man like Li Hai. So after seeing Gao Tian and the others being oppressed by Li Hai, he found Gao Tian and planned the previous series of actions. That's right, Takata's prestige is not enough to become the leader of this community. This guy named Zhang Xiang is the real mastermind behind the scenes. Zhang Xiang is a person who has really come into contact with the dark side of society. How can someone like Gao Tian and Shen Tingting who live in the sun and shine brightly be his opponent? Upon hearing this, Li Chuan said, I heard from Zhang Hengzhen that I went out alone. Go out alone. Zhang Xiang was a little surprised. Although the monsters outside are much better than in the first few days. But let him go out to take risks alone, he absolutely dare not. The other party goes out alone? Yeah, I guess no one is willing to help him, so I left by myself. Hee. It's just a stranger, who wants to help him. Okay, it's good to leave, it will save us trouble. Hearing this, Zhang Xiang no longer doubted. Because people are selfish. In this last days when everyone is in danger, it is good not to harm others, but to help others? How is that possible? People like Li Hai and Li Wanning are really only a minority. As for the previous search team, this was also deliberately sent by Zhang Xiang in order to silence other people. Half of them were his own. Well, we thought so too. Brother Xiang, you should be fine now, right? It's okay, just let me handle the rest of the aftermath. That's what we promised. Don't worry, you are indispensable, but in the future work, you need to support more. That's no problem, as long as we don't let us do those menial jobs, everything will be fine. That's it, I'll go first. Well, Brother Xiang, go slowly. Go slowly, Brother Xiang. You guys are busy with your work, don't send it away. After Zhang Xiang chatted with a few people, he found an excuse and left. Takata's other younger brothers also returned to their room one after another. In the entire living room, only Gao Tian and Shen Tingting were left. Seeing the beautiful Shen Tingting sitting on the sofa, Gao Tian subconsciously sat beside her. Just as he reached out to hug the other person's slender waist, Shen Tingting moved her body slightly, inadvertently letting his hand go empty. Ting Ting, you. Seeing this, Gao Tian looked a little displeased. Shen Tingting also pouted and looked at Gao Tian. Brother Gao Tian, have you forgotten the oath you made? Of course I won't forget, but isn't it normal for us to hug each other? You never refused me before. The past was the past, and the present is the present. Shen Tingting corrected, in the past, I had no choice but to work, but now it's so dangerous outside, how can I have the heart to think about it? Takata retorted, it's because it's too dangerous outside, so we need to vent more? Ting Ting, we. Brother Takata, I know what you mean. Shen Tingting didn't want to hang too hard, so she quickly and gently took Gao Tian's hand and interrupted the other party, but you should also understand my character. If we do that kind of thing without a foundation of emotion, I really can't do it go down. Brother Takata, don't force me, okay? Chapter 184 Takata, let end number 039, start with you. Originally, according to the normal story, when Chu Feng came over, Zhang Xiang and Gao Tian would be discovered by the experienced Chu Feng in the end of the world, and then rely on violence to find out information about the two elders, and then kill them. Li Hai and Wang Xiaomei will also persist outside until Chu Feng arrives. But now, the plot has completely changed. After getting rid of Li Hai, Zhang Xiang was very happy. Because after Li Hai died, he was the boss here. As long as others don't know the truth, he can sit firmly on Diao Yute and become the king of this base. As for Takata, who are Shen Tingting, Zhang Xiang didn't take it to heart at all. You must know that there is not a big gap between the enhancer and the superhuman in the early stage. The number of his men is enough to make up for the lack of strength. In addition, Takata and the others just want to live a more comfortable life, and they don't have any ambitions. So he is not panicking at all now. Feeling the softness from his palm, Gao Tian looked at Shen Tingting, who was so cute and pitiful, and gritted his teeth. Ting Ting, I don't want to force you, but we have been together for so long, you should have feelings for me. Brother Takata, you can't force things like feelings. Shen Tingting explained patiently, the relationship between a colleague and a man and a woman is different. You should be more patient, and I already have a good impression of you now. You don't want to leave a good impression in my heart, because the temporary anxiety is all ruined. I'm fine, fine. Hearing what Shen Tingting said, Gao Tian wanted to say something, but he couldn't say anything. He is not a fool, after such a long time, he has naturally understood what Shen Tingting meant. This woman obviously never wanted to be with him. Otherwise, based on the relationship between the two before the end of the world, staying in such an environment for so long in the end of the world would have already cooked rice. Where will you find a lot of excuses to push back and forth like you are now? But he can't help it. Because on the first day of the end of the world, a vortex of silver light spots the size of a blue ball appeared neatly in the middle of Shen Tingting's bedroom. The entrance to a secret realm of this size not only has very little space, but also has no monsters. It is completely a place to give benefits to human beings. Shen Tingting got a very good treasure inside, and then used this treasure to deceive him. Otherwise, he would have used force on Shen Tingting long ago. I know you've been holding back very hard these days. If you really can't help it, go to the next door Lu Min for help. Didn't that girl always like you? Lu Min? Hee hee. Hearing Lu Min mentioned by the other party, Gao Tian laughed dryly and took Shen Tingting's hand. Tingting, what are you talking about? You are the only one in my heart, Gao Tian. I hate it, so I will say something nice to make me happy. Shen Tingting patted Gao Tian's hand coquettishly, and Gao Tian responded with a smile. Then the two started flirting. In fact, before the end of the world, Shen Tingting had feelings for Gao Tian, and the two of them almost made their relationship clear. But the arrival of the end times changed her psychology. In other words, the appearance of the treasure changed her psychology. Takata is a fire-type supernatural being, but his fighting power is not as strong as he imagined. In addition, he is not tall enough, not handsome enough, and he is no longer the best candidate for her, Shen Tingting, so the relationship between the two has developed to this day. But these are no longer important. Because the next morning, Lu's figure appeared at the gate of the community again. Hey? Brother Lu, you're back? How's it going? Did Uncle Li find it? Seeing Lu coming back, Zhang Hengzhen, who had just switched defenses, couldn't help asking. Zhang Xiang's search team naturally couldn't find Li Hai, and Lu went out alone. It never occurred to him that Lu would come back alive. Lu shook his head. No, but there are already some clues, and now I need you to do me a favor. Help? Help for what? Uncle Li is not here, who is in charge of the base now? I don't know about this, but I think it should be Brother Xiang. Brother Xiang? Lu raised his eyebrows. You go and let him come to see me. Oh. Ah. Let him come to see you. Lu's words made Zhang Hengzhen a little unresponsive. What's up with this Nima? Zhang Xiang is the second in command of the base anyway, even if it's just a small base, shouldn't you go to see him? Why did you let him come to see you? Just tell him, I'll wait for him in the open space in front of him for 15 minutes, if he doesn't come for 15 minutes, you will bear the consequences. Before Zhang Hengzhen could react, Lu walked towards the open space ahead. Since the community is still relatively safe, there are people walking around from time to time. So Lu randomly found 3 people, and first used Zhang Xiang's name to ask one of them to notify Gao Tian, and then asked the other 2 to carry out a table and a chair. The 3 people called by Lu were confused at first, but when they heard that it was the order of Zhang Xiang, they didn't ask any more questions. So Lu just sat in the middle of the community. He took out a bottle of Lafite and a luminous glass from the ring, and began to taste the red wine by himself. Don't say it. Tasting red wine in the last days is really different. At least, most people can't drink this stuff. A man is a creature that easily breeds ambition. Hibiscus comes out of clear water, and heroes come out of troubled times. In this chaotic era, the ambition of men has been greatly increased. But most of the time, ambition needs strength to support it. Either his own strength is strong enough, or the people under him are strong enough. Zhang Xiang, before the end of the world, did have certain strength and connections. A group of desperados also gathered under his command. But after the end of the world, most of his subordinates lost contact, and he was just a strengthener. With him like this, he is no longer worthy to be on an equal footing with Lu. What? Let me see him. Yes, yes. This kid can do it, lead the way. After hearing Zhang Hengzhen's report, Zhang Xiang was a little surprised at first, and then very angry. This kid not only came back, but also arrogantly asked himself to see him? Looking for death? But Zhang Xiang is the second in command of the base on the surface, so naturally he can't get angry easily. Getting angry easily will reveal his true nature. So no matter how upset he was with Lu, he could only go and have a look first. A moment later, in the middle of the open space in the community, Lu's behavior of leaning on the chair leisurely and drinking red wine with his legs crossed has already attracted a large number of onlookers. Hey, what does this kid do? Drinking red wine alone? Isn't that too pretentious? Isn't it? But where did he get that bottle of red wine just now, have you noticed? From where? It seems to be from the ring on his left hand. What? A ring. So that ring is a treasure. Probably. Everyone was talking about why Lu was so arrogant. Lu's storage ring is indeed a treasure. When he was not strong enough before, he even tried not to use it in front of others in order to avoid being targeted. But now that he is strong enough, he doesn't bother to hide it anymore. Over time, the crowd forked a lane. Zhang Xiang took a woman and 4 younger brothers and walked in through the passageway separated by the crowd. Little brother, what do you mean? Don't worry, I've already sent someone to notify Gao Tian. Lu gently shook the red wine glass, and said unhurriedly, when he comes, you will know what I mean. Hearing Gao Tian's name, Zhang Xiang's pupil shrank, and he felt a bad premonition in his heart. Could it be that this kid found Li Hai in just one night? Is this impossible? It is already a miracle that a person can come back alive. Can he still find Li Hai who was injured and disappeared? At this moment, Gao Tian's voice interrupted his thoughts. No need, I'm already here. Gao Tian walked in slowly with a few of his former companions. Looking at Liu who was sitting on a chair tasting red wine in front of him, he frowned subconsciously, you need me for something. Has everyone arrived? Very good. Liu glanced at the crowd lightly, and then concentrated his gaze on Gao Tian and the others. Now I can explain the details of how you killed Li Hai. Takata, let's start with you. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 185 Kill Without Amnesty. Liu's words were thrown into the crowd like a blockbuster. Not only did it confuse Takata, but also confuse others. Gao Tian originally thought that Zhang Xiang was looking for him, so after receiving the news, he brought people over immediately. Didn't expect the person looking for him to be Liu, this made him very unhappy. You said that you are a wild boy who didn't know where you came from, how can you have such a big reputation? But before he got angry, Liu's words froze him in place. What's the matter with this kid, the details of killing Li Hai? Did he know that Li Hai was forced to leave by himself? How can it be? After a brief silence, everyone in the room began to discuss. My Nima. What's the situation? Uncle Li was killed by someone? No way, didn't you say that you died when you went out to save people and encountered a group of monsters? That is. What's going on now? Zhang Hengzhen also looked at Liu in surprise, his face full of disbelief. Zhang Xiang gave them the news, Li Hai went out to save people yesterday morning, and accidentally encountered a large group of monsters, and then lost his life. So apart from regret, everyone has no other extreme emotions. But now, Li Hai was killed by someone? This is somewhat unacceptable, right? You know, in this world, there are indeed some people who will repay kindness and revenge. But most people still know how to be grateful. How much did Li Hai contribute to this base? Without him, we not only lost a powerful support, but also lost a backbone. Such a soul-level figure was actually killed by someone? Boy, what are you talking about? Hearing Liu's words, Zhang Xiang frowned. He knew that Li Hai was not dead, and he also knew that Li Hai would never come back. But it never occurred to Liu that he could find Li Hai in one night alone. So when he heard that Liu called him and Gao Tian at the same time, he couldn't believe his own judgment. But now, am I talking nonsense? Just ask Gao Tian and these guys. Liu gave Zhang Xiang a playful look. Although before this, Liu didn't know whether Zhang Xiang was involved in this matter. But after he uttered the words the details of killing Li Hai, the betrayal rate of Gao Tian and Zhang Xiang directly soared to 95%. This change made him instantly confirm his inner thoughts, Zhang Xiang is also an accomplice. Brother, I have nothing against you, right? Why do you want to frame me? Gao Tian came back to his senses, suppressed the killing intent in his heart and asked. There are a total of 800 survivors in this community, and there are more than 70 combat-type awakened people including the 8 of them. Among them, there were at least 50 strengtheners who remained neutral and stood on Li Hai's side. Unless he is willing to give up everything here and face these 50 combat-type awakened people with Zhang Xiang. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible for him to admit that he killed Li Hai. Framed? Hee hee. Liu sneered and pointed to Li Chuan next to him. Brother, did I frame him? Li Chuan, who was pointed out by Liu, was taken aback for a moment, and then puffed up his chest. It was a false accusation, who are you? Do we know you? A guy who came out of nowhere and wanted to provoke the relationship within our base? Don't even look at it. Boom. Before Li Chuan finished speaking, he was blown away by a strong wind and fell heavily to the ground. Although Liu only used the strong wind, he did not use the wind blade. But Li Chuan's gums were still bloody from the fall, and the dust stained his face. Wrong answer, next. You say. Liu lightly tapped a girl beside Gao Tian with his finger, the red wine glass in his hand was still shaking slightly. The complacent look and the calm tone made everyone present shudder. The few people he pointed out were all the ones who besieged Li Hai back then. Li Hai told him these names, and he used the villain's eyes to find out these guys one by one. But this time, Liu's question did not get a response from others. Because his attack on Li Chuan just now has aroused public outrage. Wind element supernatural power. Damn, sneak attack. Why do you guys hit people? A draft, Li Chuan, are you okay? Hey, brother, you beat people indiscriminately, haven't you? You. Do not move. Zhang Xiang wanted to go forward as he said that, but was scolded by Liu in a cold voice. The area within 3 meters of me is now a dangerous area. It doesn't matter if you are innocent or not, as long as you dare to appear within this range, you will be killed without mercy. You. The cold voice and the involuntary killing intent made Zhang Xiang stop unconsciously. He really wanted to find a chance to go up and kill Liu just now. Because of Liu's behavior just now, Public anger has already been committed. Under such circumstances, even if you kill him yourself, you can completely fool those ignorant people. But now he actually felt the murderous aura from this kid? How can it be? How could there be a murderous look on a little brat who looked like a student? Zhang Xiang was inexplicably horrified, and while forcing himself to calm down, his brain began to spin rapidly. This guy came alone, how dare he go out to find someone alone? After staying out for a night and coming back, dare to ask the teacher so swaggeringly? There are all signs that this guy is not a psycho, but a master? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiang really didn't dare to move anymore. Damn it, this kid is here to make trouble, let's kill him together. It is clear. Not everyone has Zhang Xiang's meticulous thoughts. Li Chuan, who was sent flying by Luyu, couldn't think of so many things in a short time. He only knew that he was beaten by Luyu, and he flew out in such a mess. After losing face in front of so many people, he naturally wants to get back this place. With such a voice, the others also reacted. Although because of Luyu's performance and Li Ha's news, most of the survivors remained neutral. But the 7 or 8 younger brothers who just came over from Zhang Xiang's side still stood up. Yes, this is an outsider who wants to provoke the relationship between our base. Let's go together and get rid of him. Don't be afraid, everyone, no matter how powerful he is, there is only one person, we just need to go up together. Boy, you asked for this. Go to hell. Seeing that Luyu was alone, they wanted to attack him together. Because it's useless to say anything at this time. As long as the opponent is killed, those voices of doubt will naturally disappear. It's a pity that in front of Luyu, these black iron level enhancers are not much stronger than the monsters outside. Bronze seniors can feel like they are beating children against black iron seniors, not to mention that most people here have not yet reached black iron seniors. Luyu's physical fitness, weapons, abilities, and fighting skills, which one does not crush them? Seeing that the melon-eating audience around him began to disperse, and when these poor cannon fodder were really rushing towards him, Luyu just slightly hooked the corners of his mouth. The ring slowly swept across the red wine bottle and the red wine glass in turn, and the wine bottle and wine glass disappeared in an instant. In the next second, Luyu also disappeared on the chair. Swish! The king's sword is out of its sheath. The person at the front felt dizzy in the eyes and cold in the neck. Then I couldn't say a word again. Don't wait for others to react. Dong dong! 2 more people fell to the ground inexplicably, bleeding all over the ground. Good and fast speed. It's incredible. This guy. Looking at the few people who fell to the ground, everyone present was inexplicably horrified. You know, these are people who have awakened special powers in the base. Usually, in their eyes, they are like supermen. Now, in the blink of an eye, 3 people died? No, 4, 5, 6. Wherever Jianguang went, someone must lose his life. Puff. After Luyu stabbed the 8th person to death with one sword, his speed gradually slowed down. It's not that he has no physical strength, nor is it that there are no other enemies, but that within 3 meters of him, there is only one Li Chuan left. How is it possible? Seeing Luyu with a sneer at the corner of his mouth, and walking towards him step by step with a green sword in his hand, Li Chuan was inexplicably horrified, and his legs trembled unconsciously. What kind of monster is this guy? Killed all the others in such a short time? How can it be? He wanted to run away, but his legs just didn't listen. Luyu's every step seemed to be stepping on his heart, making him unable to move at all. Soon a hot liquid flowed down Li Chuan's trouser legs. Puff. A random sword strike is enough to seal the throat. Can you answer my question now? Luyu's voice was calm, but it seemed to come from the Juyu hell. After speaking, he looked at Shen Tingting beside Gao Tian with a playful look. Well, this time, it's up to you to talk about it. Chapter 186. Let me do anything. Li Chuan peed in fright. Facing such a guy with super fighting power and killing without batting an eyelid, anyone would be scared to pee. The smelly liquid soaked his pants completely. Luyu didn't give him a chance to say another word. It is said that it is a 3-meter danger zone. It is a 3-meter danger zone. Anyone who enters this area must die. Following the flash of that cold light, Li Chuan covered his neck, widened his eyes, and fell limply on the ground. He died without resting his eyes, and blood flowed all over the ground. The clean and neat movements made the huge open space of the community silent. Looking at Luyu who kills people like eating and drinking, even Zhang Xiang is heartbroken. He used to think that he was ruthless enough, but he didn't expect this kid to be even more ruthless than himself. Killed 9 people in just a few breaths? And there are still 9 enhancers? This is not something ordinary people can do. Takata is even more unbearable than him at this time. Are these 9 enhancers? For him, let alone 9 enhancers, even 3 enhancers can kill him. So at this moment, Zhang Xiang and Gao Tian both wanted to quit. It's a pity that the other strengtheners of the base reacted at this time, and under the leadership of Zhang Hengzhen, they surrounded them. Zhang Hengzhen was still thinking, should he step forward to help? After all, Liu was alone, and he was still confronting other people over Li Ha's matter. In the blink of an eye, the battle was over. This left him to do some aftermath work. Judging from the performance of the two parties just now, they are biased towards Liu in their hearts. Because such a strong person, if there is no conclusive evidence, how could he come to this base for no reason to slaughter these weak people? Coupled with the unnatural expressions of Takada and his party. It's none of my business, it's none of my business. Shen Tingting was already stunned by fright at this time, and after being locked on by Liu's eyes, she became even more incoherent. As an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, she is certainly not a person who is easily nervous. On the streets with a lot of people, she can dance and twist her waist to shoot videos. Facing the tens of thousands of online viewers in the live broadcast room, she can also poke her head and pose without blushing. After the end of the world, she has also seen bloody scenes of monsters eating people. But now, seeing those Zhangxiang brothers who were arrogant and domineering in the base before, all of them lost their vital signs and lay on the cold ground. She's really scared. They made me do it, they made me do it. Shen Tingting vehemently denied it, trying to distance herself from the relationship. He was afraid that Liu would turn his anger on her and kill her too. But after hearing Shen Tingting's words, the expressions of the others changed instantly. Asshole! These guys! It's really them! Damn it, grab them! Yes, grab it! Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, and those strengtheners even turned their attention to Gao Tian and his party. Don't worry, listen to what she has to say. Liu smiled playfully, interrupted everyone, and after seeing that the others were quiet, he said to Shen Tingting, "Your name is Shen Tingting, right?" Yab. This time, Shen Tingting didn't dare to show off in front of Liu. He quickly lowered his head and answered Liu's question respectfully. "Tell me everything you know, maybe I can spare your life later." Liu is the best at sowing dissension. Hearing this, Gao Tian subconsciously looked at Shen Tingting. But Shen Tingting ignored him at this time and hurriedly said. "Okay, I said. Ting, you. As long as you are willing to let me go, I will tell you everything." Shen Tingting was really scared. After saying this, she subconsciously leaned towards Liu, obviously wanting to draw a line with other people. There is no way, Liu's strength and style of handling things are no longer under her control, and if she wants to survive, she can only obediently listen to Liu's words. "I'm also willing to say, can you let me go?" It was about her own life. Fang also spoke quickly. Originally, there was nothing wrong with Zhangxiang and Gao Tian's plan. If Li Hai and his wife don't come back, no one will know what they did. Zhangxiang can comfortably be the boss of his own base, and Gao Tian and others can also enjoy some comfortable life above others. It's just that there's something wrong with the people they're dealing with. Li Hai's own ability is not important, what is important is his special identity as Li Wanning's father. Whether it's Chu Feng or Liu, if they want Li Wanning to fall completely, they need to come to this Qingyang community to find Li Hai, Wang Xiaomei and his wife. So Zhangxiang and Gao Tian's plan looks okay on the surface, but in fact it is a dead end. From the moment they decided to deal with Li Hai, the ending was already doomed. So the bloody scene began to be staged. Shen Tingting was afraid of death and wanted to tell the story to save her life. Seeing this, the others rushed to rebel in order to save their own lives. Zhangxiang naturally didn't want them to speak out, but with Liu around, what could he do? You can only argue with them. The two sides began to fight. "Stinky bitch, don't spit blood, don't blame me for what you do yourself. It was you who found us first, and all of us can testify to that." "Yes, we can all testify." "Framing, this is simply framing. Little brother, you must believe me. We didn't lie, Zhangxiang instructed us. Everything is Zhangxiang's fault." Gao Tian and his party seemed to have found a life, and poured all the dirty water on Zhangxiang. Of course Zhangxiang wouldn't just catch him without a fight, so he let out a yell. "Fuck you, Gao Tian, since you guys want to die, then I will accompany you to the end, brothers, kill him for me." I heard Zhangxiang's angry shout. The rest of the younger brothers looked at each other subconsciously, and then looked at Liu again. No way, although Zhangxiang is their current boss, the impression Liu left on them just now was too deep. If Liu wanted to stop them, they would kill themselves by taking action against Gao Tian. But fortunately, Liu didn't intend to stop it. Seeing this scene, those younger brothers rushed towards Gao Tian and the others with their weapons in hand. "Come on, you think I'm afraid of you?" Gao Tian knew that the situation was over, but he had no choice but to raise his hand to fight. The two sides quickly fought together. "Fuck you. Oh, I'll kill you." Hastily. "I'm fucking your mother." They are not Liu, and with similar levels and weapons, the battle situation is naturally much more tragic than Liu fighting himself. You give me an axe to cut my thigh, and I will give you a knife to cut my shoulder. The scene was bloody and chaotic. There were shouts of killing and screams one after another. Looking at the chaotic scene he created, Liu nodded in satisfaction. This is the result I want. Brother Liu, don't we stop them? Zhang Hengzhen wanted to come over and ask Liu what to do, but suddenly he stopped 3 meters away from Liu when he heard Liu's words just now. They dog eats dog, what do you stop them from doing? Liu Yuking took back the ring and replied casually. The battle that I finally provoked, and still going to stop them? Are you crazy? Ah, handsome boy, you said so. Boom. There are 3 girls in Takata's team, and 1 girl wants to come to Liu for help. Unexpectedly, he was hit in the back of the head with an iron rod when he was halfway there. The girl fell to the ground in an instant, and a large amount of blood flowed out from the wound on the back of her head. It seemed that she would not survive. Handsome guy, you said you would let us go. Please, please let us go. Seeing this, Fang Fang and Shen Tingting didn't care about being 3 meters away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, he ran up to Liu and knelt down. At this time, only Liu can save them, and they know this very well. Seeing the 2 women kneeling and begging for help from Liu, the 2 younger brothers who were about to catch up with them didn't dare to go any further. Because going forward is Liu's so-called danger zone. Even if they are enemies, even if these 2 women are just asking for help from Liu, if they want to kill within 3 meters of Liu, they must get Liu's consent. This is the deterrence brought by great power. Liu looked at Shen Tingting, who was kneeling in front of him, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. He waved his hands at Zhang Xiang's 2 younger brothers. The 2 younger brothers felt very helpless, but they could only turn their spears to deal with Gao Tian. But Liu squatted down slowly at this time, stretched out his right hand, and pinched Shen Tingting's fair cheek very roughly. Do you remember that I told you yesterday that there might be some fate between us? Remember? Know what to do. I know, just, as long as you are willing to save me, I can do anything. Ah. Chapter 187 Do It or Die. Due to Liu's instigation, Zhang Xiang's subordinates and Gao Tian's subordinates fought in the central open space of Qingyang community. The scene is extremely bloody and chaotic. Is Zhang Xiang a fool? Knowing that Liu is an enemy, but wanting to fight Takata's snipe and clam, and then let Liu fisherman benefit? Of course not. Because he saw that Liu's strength could no longer be dealt with by rules and tactics. If he wanted to survive, he had to find another way. To him, other than his own life, other people's lives are worthless at all. So he just wanted those younger brothers to die, and then he took advantage of the chaos to escape. While the other younger brothers were helping him create chaos, he had already taken the opportunity to slip behind the crowd. He didn't even care about his own woman, so he retreated towards the edge of the community. Is it just that he ran away? Of course I can't run away. With so many people in the community, so many pairs of eyes, even if most of them went to watch the scuffle, 1 pair would always see him. Hey, hey, Zhang Xiang ran away. I don't know who suddenly yelled this, some enhancers reacted and subconsciously looked at Zhang Xiang's previous position. Just in time, Zhang Xiang left the crowd and ran towards the edge of the community. They didn't have time to think about it, so they quickly separated some of them and chased after Zhang Xiang. It's not that they have a deep relationship with Li Hai, they just want to avenge Li Hai. It was Zhang Xiang who ran away, which was a safety hazard for them. If they don't want others to escape and come back to take revenge, they have to stop Zhang Xiang. Because of this shout, the battle in the field stopped. The boss has all run away, why are you still playing? Takata threw a fireball to force 1 person back, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that the other party didn't come forward again. He subconsciously glanced in Liu's direction, just in time to see Liu's rude movement of pinching Shen Tingting's cheek. Asshole, let go of Ting Ting. After all, Takata is a supernatural being. Although the fatality rate of the fireball is very low, its lethality is still very good. So in the battle just now, no one else forcibly attacked him, all his companions were dead, and he was only slightly injured. Zhang Xiang's women and younger brothers all surrendered because of Zhang Xiang's escape. Gao Tian clutched his injured left shoulder and ran towards Liu. Let go of her. Seeing Liu's actions, Gao Tian was furious. I have never been so rough to Shen Tingting before, why is this guy? Let go. Liu maintained his own actions, and looked at Gao Tian with disdain, ask her yourself, if you want me to let go. Ting Ting. Hearing Liu's words, Gao Tian still had hope in his eyes. It's just that Shen Tingting doesn't care about him now? I don't want to. She didn't even look at Gao Tian, even though the cheek pinched by Liu just now hurt and it was inconvenient to speak, her gaze was still on Liu. I said, you can do anything to me. Did you hear that? Liu then let go of his hand, and looked at Gao Tian playfully, it was your woman who came here to let me play, I didn't force her. You Ting Ting, how could you? Otherwise. Shen Ting Ting glanced at Gao Tian and interrupted the other party, do you have another way? Takata clenched his teeth, but he had nothing to say. Because they harmed Li Hai, Liu would not let them go. When they couldn't beat Liu, there was really no other way but to beg Liu to spare their lives. Okay, old Zhang. Brother Liu. I took this woman away, and you can deal with the rest yourself. Liu said, grabbed Shen Tingting's wrist and stood up directly. The treasure is on Shen Tingting. Now he is not interested in anything other than this woman and the treasures on her body. The reason why Zhang Xiang and Gao Tian were killed was because of Li Ha's knife, so that they could be easily dealt with. It is good. Hearing Liu's words, Zhang Hengzhen nodded. What Liu wants to do, is he qualified to stop it? Obviously not. Regardless of strength or status, both sides are not on the same level. So what Liu said, he could only do. It's just that Fang, who was next to Shen Tingting, was frightened out of her wits when she heard that Liu would not take her away. Ting, please let him take me with you. She grabbed Shen Tingting's arm with both hands and kept begging. The remaining 3 girls in Takata's team are actually enhancers. It's just girls like Shen Tingting and the others who are spoiled, who are afraid of hardship and tiredness, and who have never trained in fighting skills. Unless the awakening is a powerful long-range ability, no matter how strengthened the body is, it will still be a battle scum. Now without Liu's protection, based on what they did, even if Zhang Hengzhen and the others couldn't bear to kill them, would they still be kept in the base and continue to give them food? Therefore, Liu's move undoubtedly sentenced her to death. Let go, you let go. Shen Tingting shook her hand twice in a row to get rid of Fang's hand, and then quickly followed Liu in front. Husbands and wives are birds of the same forest, and when disaster strikes, they fly separately. At this time, she is unable to protect herself, how can she take care of others? This bastard! Watching Liu take Shen Tingting away repeatedly, Gao Tian gritted his teeth but was helpless. Because when he was still hesitating, several enhancers came and surrounded him. Zhang Xiang is still on the run, and all his younger brothers have been arrested. On Jiaoshan's side, except for Shen Tingting and Fang, everyone else died. Liu grabbed Shen Tingting's wrist and pulled her to the place where they lived. This is a large set of 3 rooms, clean and tidy inside. After entering the door, Liu casually threw her on the sofa. Shen Tingting let out a soft cry, it hurts so much. Yellow wavy hair, white suspenders and the same color tulle jacket, dark tight trousers and boots, make her look full of fashionable feminine charm. As an internet celebrity with tens of millions of levels, her figure and appearance are still very passable. Coupled with the existence of Zhang Xiang and Gao Tian, she made herself tidy every day. It's a pity that even if she rubbed her wrist and looked pitiful, Liu didn't have the slightest intention of feeling sorry for her. Boom. After closing the door and turning around, Liu sat not far from her and asked an unusually calm question. Do you know why I only took you away? Of course I know. Shen Tingting didn't care about the pain in her wrist, and quickly showed her specialty as a woman. While holding Liu's arm in the past, he deliberately put the top around on Liu's arm. He knew that Liu was different from Gao Tian, so he used a bolder method. However, I think that to do this kind of thing between 2 people, there must be some emotional foundation, otherwise it will always feel. What do you always feel? Liu smiled playfully, and looked at the woman in front of him with great interest. This Shen Tingting is indeed pretty, but in Liu's heart, it is definitely not as valuable as that treasure. So his original intention was to take the treasure first and then look at the situation. But now it seems that this woman still wants to play tricks with her? It's not impossible to change the order by yourself. No. It's nothing, I just think you are so powerful, I can't run away now. Shen Tingting suggested coquettishly, since I will be your woman sooner or later, why don't we cultivate our relationship first? Cultivate feelings? With you? Liu sneered and pinched Shen Tingting's chin, haha, do you want to develop a relationship with me? Do you think you are worthy? Or, do you think of me as those licking dogs around you? No. Liu pinched her chin, and Shen Tingting's body couldn't help trembling. The guy in front of him is really different from ordinary men, and he is not easy to fool at all. It's fine if you don't have it, I'm afraid that some people want to live, but don't want to pay the price. When Liu said this, an evil smile rose from the corner of his mouth. Then he released the hand that was pinching Shen Tingting's chin, caressed her big yellow waves, and gently pressed her head. Do or die, you choose one. I do. Chapter 188 I want to set off some bundles of fireworks. In this desperate last days, as long as you are strong enough, you can do whatever you want. If you can't do whatever you want, it proves that you are not strong enough. Now Lu's personal strength, even looking at the entire Xia kingdom, is definitely the top existence. So in the face of Lu's request, can Shen Tingting resist? No. Not only could she not resist, but she could only work hard to please Lu. In order to survive Lu's hands, she can only do what Lu asked her to do. Cough cough. Go, lie down on the sofa. Even if it was such a request, Shen Tingting did not dare to disobey in the slightest. It is obvious that Lu is not a good person, and he is extremely scumbag when it comes to dealing with women. Not to mention in this chaotic apocalypse, even in a peaceful past life, he couldn't be single-minded to a woman. This may be the nature of a man, or it may be that he has not met the person in his life. In short, Shen Tingting became a tool for Lu to vent his emotions. Going out to find a beautiful woman to relieve fatigue, in Lu's mind, is not such a great thing. Just when Lu was tormenting Shen Tingting on the sofa in the room. Others in the Qingyang community are very busy. Gao Tian and Fang Fang were tied up with iron chains by people from the base. Zhang Xiang's woman and younger brother were all expelled from the community by them. Anyway, after the leaderless group, they dare not come back to take revenge. Why are they leaderless? Because Zhang Xiang himself is dead. It is said that on the way of chasing, I met a very ferocious mutant beast, the steel-haired porcupine. This kind of porcupine is at the lowest level of bronze. In addition to two fangs with huge lethality, it also has pig hair like steel needles. When it is angry, a piece of steel wool on its back can be fired like a bullet to hurt the enemy. After releasing it once, it will grow back within 2 or 3 days. When Zhang Xiang was being chased, he met a steel-haired porcupine, and was soon turned into a hedgehog by the porcupine's steel needle. More than an hour later, in the room of Qingyang community, Shen Tingting knelt in front of Lu with disheveled clothes, holding a boxy piece of parchment in both hands and handed it to Lu. The material of the scroll looks a bit like the material of the dark contract, but there is no roll for storing the scroll. This is your treasure. Picking up the boxy, 1-foot-long ancient parchment scroll in front of him, the shirtless Lu couldn't help squinting his eyes. Oath contract, special props. Explanation: the oath made by using this contract will be protected by the law of heaven, and those who violate this oath will be punished by the law of heaven. A maximum of 10 vows can be stored, and the user can delete any one of the vows. The number of vows currently stored is 8/10. Note: this item is a special prop, and it can be used only after a drop of blood to identify the owner. Once the owner is identified successfully, it will be difficult for others to use it. If the user dies, all oaths will be voided. This is actually a scroll that can make the oath come true. 8 oaths have been written on it, among which are, I want to protect Shen Tingting well, and I cannot force Shen Tingting to do anything. Sworn by, Takata. From a certain month of the year, Li Hai and I were not allowed to return to the Qingyang community, and we could only move in the opposite direction of the Qingyang community every day until it was 3 kilometers away. Sworn by, Wang Xiaomei. There are several other irrelevant oaths on it, and Lu didn't look at it carefully. Yes, yes. Shen Tingting gritted her silver teeth and answered unwillingly. This is her only reliance in the last days, so naturally she doesn't want to hand it over to Lu. But Lu not only found Li Hai, but also knew from Li Hai that she had this treasure, and crushed everyone with his powerful strength. When Lu was on guard against her, if she wanted to survive, she could only give this thing without reservation. Not bad, not bad. It's a pity. Looking at the woman in front of him, the corners of Lu's mouth rose. This thing still needs blood to recognize its owner. Don't kill me. Shen Tingting, who was kneeling on the sofa, seemed to have noticed something, and begged for mercy. Who is this guy? Just by looking at it, do you know that this thing is going to bleed to recognize its master? This contract is very useful. In Shen Tingting's hands, it is just an ordinary oath contract. Because Shen Tingting is a weak chicken, she needs to rely on others to take the initiative to swear to restrain others. But this thing fell into Lu's hands. It was a master-servant contract that could sign 10 loyal subordinates. It is countless times stronger than Hu Xia's curse of love before, so this contract Lu is bound to win. But if this contract must be recognized with blood. If I don't kill you, I won't be able to get this treasure. I have a solution. Shen Tingting said quickly. As a young woman in the new era, she certainly knows about such things as confessing the Lord with blood. When she just got this treasure, she tried to recognize the owner with a drop of blood, but she didn't expect it to be possible. So she knows the correct usage of this thing, and also knows what Lu thinks in his heart. Do you have a solution? Looking at Shen Tingting, who had a strong desire to survive, Lu raised his eyebrows and asked in disbelief. A treasure whose owner is recognized by dripping blood can be changed without killing the owner? Shouldn't it be? Even if it is possible, Wouldn't it be necessary to use a special method to erase the spiritual imprint on it? Who can do such a difficult thing? Anyway, Liu can't do it now. Shen Tingting bit her lip tightly and nodded, as long as I swear by this contract, I will give it to you within a certain period of time, and if I break the oath, I will cut off the connection between me and it. It should be fine. Please don't kill me. Oh? Hee. You woman, you are quite interesting, you actually know about card bugs. After Liu slept with Shen Tingting and obtained the treasure from her, the affairs of the Qingyang community were completely over. Liu has a total of 3 mission objectives, and now he has completed 2 of them. After solving the aftermath of the Qingyang community, he began to look for Qin Xiao's father, Qin Zheng. Qin Zheng is the richest man in Yanqing, a man of the same type as Yan Yun's father, but more successful than Yan Yun's father. Originally, Liu thought that Qin Xiao's father would give him a guard or a surprise like the previous 2 places. But when Liu found Qin Zheng, there were neither particularly powerful masters nor any particularly powerful treasures. Some only have a survivor base of more than 200 elites. That's right, Qin Zheng didn't accept civilians other than his subordinates. Because he thinks the same as Liu, knowing that Yanqing is not a place to stay for a long time, and gathering other people is a waste of time. So not long after the end of the world began, he was preparing to leave Yanqing. It's just that Qin Zheng was enlightened, but Liu was upset. You said that there are surprises in the first 2 places, so why don't you, the richest man in Yanqing, have them here? This is a bit unacceptable. Is it because Qin Xiao is a special heroine, or is it because the chance here is Qin Xiao's father? Anyway, no matter what the reason was, Liu couldn't accept it. But when Liu was about to give up the rewards here and try to get them together, he suddenly discovered something different. There are many people here in Qinzhen. There are more than 100 bottles of gas tanks used for daily cooking and cooking in the base. The base is located 2 streets away, and there are 2 tank trucks full of oil? What the hell? A light flashed in Liu's mind. Boss Qin, I wonder if you, more than 200 people, can trust you. Of course, everyone has experienced life and death together, and there is no coward. How many people can kill monsters? A few 120, you, what do you want? I want to set off some bundles of fireworks. Smoke, fireworks? Or a few bundles? Chapter 189 The First Human Counterattack. A commercial building in the west of Yanqing. Qin Zheng's eyes widened, and he looked at Liu with an incredulous look on his face. This is Qin Zheng's company headquarters. When the end of the world came, he had just joined the company not long ago. After the initial panic, he used his leadership ability and some henchmen to stabilize the situation and established the current survivor team. Hearing Liu's words, Qin Zheng immediately understood what Liu wanted to do. You want to blow up those monsters with a gas tank? That's right. Liu nodded without denying it. In Qingyang community, did Liu kill Shen Tingting? Without a doubt, no. Beautiful women have an advantage no matter before or after the end of the world, you have to admit this. Such a beautiful woman is trying so hard to live, of course Liu doesn't mind to spare her life. Just like Joanna before. The 2 parties should be enemies, but she is willing to let Liu play. What can you do with her? But Shen Tingting's situation is a little different from Joanna's. Joanna and Liu have a personal grievance, and it is Liu's own business how Liu wants to play. The person Shen Tingting killed was Li Wanning's father, Li Hai. Although she was not the one who stabbed the knife, she was also one of the masterminds. In Liu's heart, Li Wanning was obviously much more important than Shen Tingting. So after Liu got the oath contract and erased all the above oaths, he took Li Hai and his wife back to Qingyang community, and handed over the power of Shen Tingting's life and death to Li Hai. Li Hai said that if she can live, she can live. If Li Hai wants her to die, Liu will never frown. The result is of course needless to say. Li Wanning's father and daughter have justice engraved in their bones, let him order Shen Tingting to be killed, obviously a little unrealistic. So Shen Tingting survived. Later, because Liu wanted to determine Qin Zheng's location, it was impossible to take Li Hai and his wife on the road together. So I could only tell them the function of the crystal nucleus first, and let Shen Tingting and Li Hai stay in Qingyang community to do some aftermath work. Do you know the consequences of doing so? Looking at the calm young man in front of him, Qin Zheng couldn't help asking. It's not that they haven't thought about bombing monsters with gas tanks, but there are too many uncertainties in doing so. The number of monsters, the type of monsters, the level of monsters, and whether all the monsters can be blown up after the gas tank is exhausted are all uncontrollable. If there is a mistake in one link, they may suffer heavy losses. It can be said that the fault tolerance rate is extremely low. Qin Zheng wanted to think about the lives of his subordinates, so naturally it was impossible to use such a desperate method. Of course I know, follow my method to ensure that you will not be in too much danger. Liu said something very calmly. This is a monster invasion from a different space, not a large area of the world turning into zombies. In a city with a large population, it will not attract tens of thousands of zombies like in other zombie novels. The small number of zombies means that the proportion of survivors will increase significantly. Under the ebb and flow, the surviving humans will eliminate those monsters bit by bit in order to survive. So for the survivors in the city now, the real threat is not those sturdy mutant beasts, but those bugs that are countless times more numerous than humans. And most insects are afraid of sound and fire. So after observing along the way, Liu is still very sure about this action. It still doesn't work. Qin Zheng thought for a while, then shook his head. I can't make fun of my subordinates' lives. Boss Qin, you are the richest man in Yanqing anyway, don't you even have this bit of courage? Liu was a little speechless, so he had to take out some weapons. You can find as many black iron crystal cores on monsters as you can, and these will also be used for self-defense. Isn't that okay? After Liu finished speaking, a heap of guns and ammunition appeared in front of Qin Zheng. For Liu now, guns are not very useful. If even he can't deal with monsters, it is estimated that it will be difficult to deal with them with these ordinary guns. So it's better to make the best use of everything. Of course, Liu kept 2 spares of each type of gun, more bullets and grenades, and even 1 flash bomb. Because of these things, either it is useful for your own team, or it is invalid for monsters. Qin Zheng was taken aback by Liu's move. Where did you get these guns? Don't worry about it. Anyway, these things are very dangerous. You can only give these guns to your confidants. With them, your safety factor will be higher. If you still don't agree with this, then I can only find others have cooperated. I need to ask their opinion. Please. Human life is no child's play. It is impossible for Qin Zheng to choose to believe in Liu unconditionally just because Liu saved his daughter. This is normal. Liu wasn't in a hurry either, he just sat on the spot and drank the hot tea that Qin Zheng ordered someone to brew leisurely. After saving Qin Xiao, he promised to give him a large number of black iron crystal cores and these weapons. Under the huge temptation of kindness and benefits, if Qin Zheng and his subordinates still refuse to agree, then they are not worthy of being the subordinates of the special heroine's father. Facts have proved that they are indeed elite. When they knew that the crystal nucleus could improve the combat power of the awakened, they already had the idea of forming a team to hunt monsters and improve their strength. Now that Liu is taking the lead, of course they can't wait for it. Although Liu took all the bronze crystal nuclei by himself, it was a bit unreasonable. But Liu not only rescued Qin Zheng's daughter, but also provided them with news that the crystal nucleus could be eaten. These 2 things alone are enough for Liu to take so much. Not to mention, Liu gave them so many guns and ammunition. So under the leadership of Liu, everyone began to collect more gas tanks and combustion-supporting materials, and began to arrange traps, combustion points, and explosion points around the tanker. In order to ensure that the gas tanks can explode, Liu asked people to stack 2 or 3 gas tanks together, wrap a quilt around the tanks, and finally pour gasoline on the quilts. The surrounding ground was also full of quilts and old clothes sprinkled with gasoline. Such a combination covered several surrounding streets. Those battery cars, used lithium batteries from mobile phone stores and scrapped cars on the street have also become Liu's tools to deal with monsters. In a few days. A sunny morning. A large number of fireworks piled up on the street near the tanker truck. A large number of monster corpses were piled up around those batteries and gas tanks. Boo! Bang! With 1 shot and 2 kicks rising into the sky, Yanqing's first large-scale human counterattack officially started. Call out! Boom! 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 The fireworks went off one after another, and the survivors who noticed the movement here began to discuss. Fuck, what's going on? Someone set off fireworks. Why is someone setting off fireworks again? It was the direction of the East City Police Station before, where is it this time? Ow! A wind wolf looked up to the sky and let out a howl. Roar! The zombie let out a roar. Chi chi chi! The fireworks continued one after another this time, and there was no intention of stopping at all. Zombies, lizards, praying mantises, and mutant beasts began to gather in Liu's direction on a large scale. 30, 50, 300, 500, 1000, 3000. Densely packed, overwhelming. Hey, it's you. Seeing a fire cloud leopard with a yellow and white mark on its forehead passing by, Liu, who had opened the hidden abyss in advance and ambushed by the side of the road, grasped the green sword tightly and rushed up. Die. Swish. The sword light flashed. Huo Yunbao couldn't react in time, and was seriously injured by Liu. It wanted to spit fireballs to attack Liu, but Liu didn't give it a chance at all. The sword light flashed, and the 2 swords chopped off the head of Huoyun leopard. Without further ado, he grabbed the leopard's head and ran away. When he came to a safe position, Liu quickly broke the Huoyun leopard's head with the green sword. A bronze essence with blood and brains appeared in his sight. Tisk tisk, the chances of the bronze monster being shipped are much higher. Chapter 190 Dark Lolita. The fire cloud leopard is the same as the wind wolf, with a rank mark on its forehead. The starting level is bronze intermediate. Although such a mutant beast only has the instinct of a beast, in addition to its powerful muscle strength, it can also use the forehead mark to release small abilities related to its own attributes. The attribute of the wind wolf is wind, and it can release wind balls. The attribute of fire clouded leopard is fire, and it can release fireballs. The fire cloud leopard that Liu killed was the kind that was about to evolve to silver. If it had intelligence, it would definitely call Liu a dog. Because it was about the same size as He Shui, and it wasn't such a weak chicken, but was slaughtered by Liu as a chicken? This Nima is not scientific at all. It just noticed that a similar kind of vitality was approaching itself, and didn't pay much attention to it, because sometimes leopards do hunt together with their own kind. Even if it is a creature from another world, it has not changed this living habit. It's just that it never expected that not only was this fellow faster than itself, but it also held a sword that cut iron like mud in its hand? Can we show some face? Everyone is of the same kind, even if they attack each other, shouldn't they fight naked? What kind of skill is holding a sword? But it didn't activate its intelligence, so it died for no apparent reason. It has to be said that the high-level bronze fire cloud leopard already has a certain ability to resist beatings. Without any precautions, it was slashed firmly by Liu with a sword, and it was not cut twice. It took Liu 3 swords to kill it. It can be seen that the bronze high-level mutant beast has evolved a certain defensive ability. Forget it, let's talk about advanced. Liu muttered to himself. If he wants to advance to silver, he needs a high-intensity battle or bronze essence. But with Liu's current strength, it is really not easy to fight a high-intensity battle. Not only do you need to pull the monster just right, but you also need to have a few teammates who can be trusted to protect yourself. Otherwise, it is easy to be life-threatening or unable to advance. For high-level black iron monsters, the chance of appearing crystal nuclei is about --, and the chance of appearing essence is about --. And the probability of a bronze monster having crystal nuclei is about 1/3 to 2/3 from elementary to high level. The probability of Jingyun appearing is as high as 90%. So whether it's for his own safety or to save other people's time, the best way for Liu to advance is to find the bronze essence. Liu's vitality was not enough before, he was busy improving himself, and later he was busy looking for someone, and he didn't deliberately look for this kind of monster. This time he teamed up with Qin Zheng's people to make traps to kill monsters, of course he will take advantage of this opportunity. The appearance of this fire-clouded leopard was completely expected. He took out a bottle of mineral water and washed the small marble with some bronze patterns. When no trace of stain could be seen, Liu sat down cross-legged and swallowed the bronze essence without hesitation. Down. Ding, you have used the bronze essence on your body, the strength of vitality has reached the standard, and the bronze essence is taking effect. With the familiar warmth flowing through the body. Ding, you got all attributes plus 20. Sure enough, 20 points for all attributes. Black iron advanced 10 points for all attributes, bronze advanced 20 points for all attributes, there is nothing wrong with it. Liu glanced at his attribute panel, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but smile. Vitality, 130. Mental power, 132. Strength, 129. Agility, 141. Enhancement level, Silver Elementary. Breakthrough to the elementary level of Silver, it will be more secure. The location where Liu ambushed the fire-clouded leopard, of course, couldn't be the point where the monster was ambushed in a large army. So after he was promoted to the first level of Silver, he rushed back without stopping. Hey? Have so many gathered? Liu hid his figure and came to the outermost ambush point, then hid upstairs and looked around. A large number of monsters have gathered on the street where the fireworks are set off. The light and sound of the fireworks made them a little overwhelmed. A group of monsters were roaring around the fireworks. Some bold ones are already destroying the fireworks on the ground. However, most of the monsters were still eating the corpses that Liu had prepared in advance. Liu didn't waste any time, and greeted Qin Zheng's subordinate who was in charge of lighting the fire, then closed the hidden abyss, went downstairs and rushed into the group of monsters. If you want to gather more monsters and prevent them from being scattered, you need a lot of monster corpses. Those monster corpses prepared before are obviously not enough. In the case that other people are not strong enough and can only use some self-made long-range weapons, the work of adding monster corpses mainly falls on Liu. And so. Damn, is this kid still human? Too strong, really too strong. That sword is a divine weapon, right? Why doesn't it curl when you cut it? What a sharp sword. Go to hell. Swish, swish, bang, bang. Holding the green sword in his hand, Liu walked and slashed output around those explosion points. If he stayed at each explosion point for more than 10 seconds, he would kill 7 or 8 monsters. Every time a monster is cut down, no matter whether the monster is dead or not, Liu will try his best to kick the monster to the side of the gas tank. This ensures that the gas tank can blow up more monsters. However, when Liu dealt with monsters, he would try to avoid the fire cloud leopard. This thing will set off fireballs when it gets angry. If those gas tanks were ignited in advance by Huo Yunbao, it would be a bit of a loss. Fortunately, there are not many fire-clouded leopards, and under normal circumstances, they will not set off fireballs. Otherwise, Liu might have to use the concentration method to get over there. Boom. As time goes by, there are more and more monsters in the street, and an explosion point in the center is ignited. This is not an ordinary incendiary bottle, but a human trap with a lot of combustion aids, and its lethality is stronger than ever before. A large number of quilts and clothes that had been doused with gasoline instantly ignited a raging fire. Lithium batteries and electric vehicle batteries quickly emitted white smoke. Chi chi chi, bang bang bang. Under the roasting of the fire, the lithium battery began to explode. The power of a mobile phone battery may still not be able to attract people's attention. But during this time, Qin Zheng's people dedicated a day to collecting used batteries. They raided mobile phone stores, scrap yards, and a street where second-hand mobile phones are sold. Now there are hundreds or thousands of batteries at any point of explosion. There was a crackling sound, and the monster burned by the fire was blown out. A praying mantis stepped on the battery stack and was blown to pieces. Damn it, how powerful is this battery? It's the first time I've seen it. This power is no worse than a bomb. Roar. Chi chi chi. Hey. The monsters engulfed by the fire and explosion let out screams. Boom boom boom. More and more explosion points were ignited, and more monsters were burned to death. Boom. The main gas tank explosion begins. One after another. Every explosion can make hundreds of monsters lose their fighting power. After the gas tank exploded came the oil tanker. Boom. The flames soared into the sky, and countless monsters were killed and injured. The raging fire turned several streets here into a purgatory on earth. Liu, who was hiding on the second floor of a certain building after killing the monsters, couldn't help but smile as he looked at the thousands of monsters burned to death in the street below. Beside him besides Qin Zheng and others, there is also Yan Qiaobin. After this battle is over, the crystal nucleus we leave Yanqing is almost enough. But outside the encirclement, there should be many monsters running towards here. Qin Zheng couldn't help feeling a little worried. Under him, there are a few people with perception abilities and a few scouts who are responsible for delivering information. So he knows something about the outside world. Since the fireworks and explosions lasted for a long time this time, a lot of monsters were pulled. Adding up all the monsters, it can be regarded as liberating half of Yanqing. Only a little more than half of those who entered the encirclement just now. Mr. Qin, don't worry, there are still a few explosions on the outermost periphery, and your daughter should already be on the way. My daughter? What is she doing here? Of course they came to reinforce us. Liu kept smiling. Although Qin Zairo's awakening ability is also exaggerated, she can be regarded as a dark little Lolita. But is it Qin Zairo who matters? Obviously not. What matters is the person who brought her here. Qin Zheng didn't care about this, he just looked at the young man in front of him who was calmer than himself, and suddenly thought of something. Little Liu. Ah. Tell me honestly, what is your relationship with my daughter? What's the relationship? Ordinary friendship, what's the matter? It's been a mess outside for so long, you didn't do anything to her. Liu. Chapter 191 The Last Battle. What to do with Qin Zairo? Qin Zheng's sudden question made Liu a little unresponsive. But seeing the other party's normal questioning tone, Liu immediately caught a trace of key information. President Qin, what you mean is that you really want something to happen to me and your daughter? You can't say that. Qin Zheng looked at Liu and said without any disguise, it's just that the world is already in chaos. During this period of time, I have seen too much ugliness in human nature. Although I wouldn't be surprised if any accident happened to a girl in this environment, as a father, I definitely don't want this kind of thing to happen. However, if this person is you, I can accept it. Yan Qiaobin. As soon as Qin Zheng finished speaking, before Liu said anything, Yan Qiaobin had a strange expression on his face. Is this old boy Qin Zheng so straightforward? Showing affection to her daughter's boyfriend in front of her? Well, in fact, Yan Qiaobin can understand this point. After all, he is also a person who has a daughter. If an accident must happen to my daughter, it's better to be cheaper than Liu if it's cheaper than others. At least Liu is handsome and strong enough, and he is willing to risk his life to find them among the monsters. This alone is enough to entrust his daughter to her for the rest of her life. Hehe, Mr. Qin is really transparent, but it's a pity that your daughter and I are really just ordinary friends. Really? Qin Zheng looked out of the window through the floor-to-ceiling glass, but couldn't see any expression. That's really a pity. Boss Qin, the monsters outside have come in. A bodyguard in a suit and leather shoes interrupted their conversation. This bodyguard is called Yuan Ji, a non-combat superpower. Before the end of the world, he raised an owl. After the end of the world, he not only awakened the ability to communicate with this owl, but also connected his optic nerve to the owl's eyes. In Qin Zheng's team, he is the most powerful in scouting information. At this time, in the middle of the circle surrounded by everyone, the fire was almost on fire, and the monsters outside smelled the smell of blood and meat, and began to rush in instinctively. Okay, I got it. Qin Zheng nodded, then looked at Liu, Xiao Liu. Just let your people do their best. Liu stretched his waist and moved his arms. My people should be coming soon. Your people? Qin Zheng has a total of more than 120 people with combat effectiveness. Even if more than half of them are not awakened, they can still be regarded as good players with weapons. So the real battle is just beginning now. Damn, are there still too many monsters? It won't explode. Hey? Is that Dixing Long? Damn it, don't let Dixing Long get close. Don't worry, leave it to me. Boom. The gunshot rang out, and Dixing Long let out a roar immediately after being shot, and was forcibly pulled away by the shooter. Bastard, even if there is no ground dragon to resist the explosion damage, the remaining gas tanks can't blow up so many monsters. What should I do? Do you want to go out and kill? Don't worry, what does the kid surnamed Liu say? Let's put our own safety first. Then wait a little longer. Hey, that's it. Reinforcement. Seems to be. Fuck, I didn't expect that we would have reinforcements. That kid should have found it, right? Just when Qin Zheng's subordinates were panicking, 30 or 40 armed unfamiliar faces appeared on the edge of the street. They wear homemade armor made of cardboard. He holds various cold weapons such as self-made spears, bows and arrows, and iron bars in his hands. Don't panic, everyone, let's kill in slowly. The man in the lead controls several huge ferocious insects, and cooperates with dozens of teammates around him to slaughter these monsters. Next to the man was a woman dressed in black, with tattoos on her back shoulders, and a sexy and hot woman. With her help, monsters scratched by bows and arrows can die quickly. He, how dare that guy Liu dare to fight in such a big battle? Looking at the scorched earth in front of him, and a large number of monster corpses piled up into a mountain, the woman was amazed in her heart, and at the same time, a charming smile was raised on the corner of her mouth. The first time I saw that kid, I knew he would be a figure in the future. Now it seems that I still underestimated him. Me too. Reinforcements, reinforcements indeed. Liu is not a reckless man who only knows that he is rampant. Whether it is monsters or people, he will not take it lightly. So what's the problem with calling all the people you can call? No problem. And he called reinforcements in more than one place, and there were more reinforcements in another street. This is the west side of the encirclement of the battlefield, and there are 7 to 80 people here. There are 5 of them in a team, also fully armed, with a clear division of labor and a tacit cooperation. The leader is an old man, holding a 1-meter-long writing brush in his hand. Seeing the group of monsters rushing forward, the old man quickly waved the brush in the air. A flamboyant character weak slowly formed in the air. As soon as the brush was turned, the weak characters changed from small to large, from solid to unreal and flew forward. After flying into the group of monsters, the handwriting disappeared. At the moment the word disappeared, a strange energy centered on the place where the handwriting disappeared, and spread in all directions. The strength and speed of the monsters within a radius of 10 meters were obviously weakened a lot. For all survivors in this area, the pressure to kill monsters has been greatly reduced. Next to him is an ant who wields a big knife until it is airtight. Her knife is fast and hard. Every time the knife is swung, there will always be a knife light that is longer than the knife appearing. Not only is this knife light full of visual effects, but it can actually do substantial damage. A praying mantis was cut in two when it encountered a knife light. Kill these bastards and avenge our dead brothers. Kill. Kill. Go to hell. A man raised his arms and shouted, and the others responded one after another. Everyone has not recovered from the mighty old man and ant. Boom. A loud noise suddenly sounded from the east of the battlefield, and the sound was no less than a gas tank explosion. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. There was a black minibus with a giant cannon surrounded by electric arcs on the front. In front of the car, there were countless corpses of monsters. The black minibus restarted, carrying 2 ground dragons, rampaging through the crowd of monsters. Fuck, what is this? A car. How is it possible? A black minibus. How did this minibus start? Who really knows? Sister Ruobing, you have to deal with the monsters behind. No, just let Manly's 2 ground dragons block it for a while. Old Wei, open the car door, hurry up. Good Ellie. Xiaojin, hey Shui, let's go. Wang. Squeaky. Xiao Ro, pay attention to the sky. It is good. Boss, here we come. Fire talisman, explode. Now that we're all here, I'll go for some activities. With the arrival of the Black Doomsday chariot, Liu also joined the battlefield. Holding the green sword in his hand, he quickly harvested the lives of these monsters. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 981.1/1000. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 982.4/1000. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 990.2/1000. Weapon grade, silver, energy value 992.6/1000. Congratulations, your weapon rank has improved. Weapon rank, gold, energy value 0.1/10,000. Call out. The familiar golden lines are fleeting. The green sword flashing with golden light soon appeared in everyone's sight. The golden light on the sword body can make it disappear, but under the sun, the golden color is dazzling. Fuck, look at that sword. It actually changed from silver to gold. And it still glows. Isn't it too cool? I feel a little too ostentatious. I feel the same. It's enough to attract attention, but now it's even more difficult to keep a low profile. Yanchen's first large-scale battle was also Liu's last battle in Yanchenj. Because of the improvement of King Z Sword's rank, he drew a perfect ending. Chapter 192. Who are the reinforcements that Liu called? Obviously, they are all people Liu has come into contact with. Zhou Xiong, Li Hai, and people from Liu's own team. Judging from Qin Zheng's location, after the fireworks exploded into the sky, the monsters around Zhou Xiong and Li Hai would basically be attracted. So it is completely reasonable to tell them to play by ear. Zhou Xiong was able to come because Liu told him that he would lead the battle. As long as you can bring people here and don't be lazy, you can get black iron crystal cores, and the minimum guarantee is 30. Don't think that 30 crystal nuclei are very few. You know, according to the probability of black iron crystal nuclei appearing, you need to kill high-level monsters to get black iron crystal nuclei. The monsters outside are not just high-level black iron, but also no-level, elementary, middle level and bronze. According to the current ratio of monster levels, Zhou Xiong would have to kill at least 500 or 600 monsters to get these 30 black iron crystal cores. They are not like Liu, who can lure and kill monsters unscrupulously. 500 or 600 monsters are enough for all the strength of their team to search carefully for 3 to 5 days. How could there be the efficiency of unscrupulously attacking monsters from behind? So Zhou Xiong came after weighing the pros and cons. As for why Li Hai was able to come, there is no need to say more. He now has great trust in Liu. Liu just asked him to cooperate in killing monsters, he didn't hesitate at all. Among all the survivors, the only one who shouldn't be there is the people from Liu's own team. The Rhine Hotel is too far away, even fireworks and gas tanks can't attract monsters that far away. But it doesn't matter, Liu's team has its own chariot. With the addition of my own help in finding information on the road, and the help of 2 ground dragons, it is not difficult to clear the road and get rid of those monsters rushing over. Xiao Manli has 2 ground dragons? That's right, it has been so long since Dixinglong was captured last time. With Liu returning to help, it is normal to catch the second Dixing dragon. So a coalition of survivors mixed with dragons and snakes appeared on the same battlefield inexplicably because of Liu's existence. I'll go, the people who get on and off this car are so strong. Not only are they very strong, but they seem to have tamed 2 earth dragons. After everyone was amazed by Liu's strength and weapons, they were attracted by the condition of the chariot. Seeing that the chariot hadn't stopped yet, a few fierce men with super fighting power came down. The 2 ground dragons went crazy and ran towards the group of monsters behind the tank, and the other survivors who didn't participate in the battle were dumbfounded again. There are also monkeys and mutant dogs. That woman in tight sportswear with a sword, so powerful. This sword move is too sassy. That little girl, is she using mind power? I look like it. The kid who threw the talisman is a bit awesome. Orangutans are more powerful. I think that Dinosaur Boy is the most awesome. Dinosaur Boy can't do it, close combat is too dangerous, not as strong as the one who threw the talisman. Look at the kid who threw the talisman. In addition to throwing the talisman, he also held an axe in his hand. It is obviously a dual-element awakening. People are talking about the abilities of Liu's team members. Holding the Fire Phoenix sword, Lu Ruobing made sharp and quick moves. Chen Yang who has the ancient book and throws all kinds of magical spells. Qin Xiero who used the dark ability. Cao Meng, who turned into a chimpanzee with a two-handed axe, and Wu Jiang, who turned into a dinosaur with a steel bar. If it weren't for Shueli and Ding Feng guarding the house, and Wei Jianjun using chariots to clean up the monsters, they might be able to show off. As time went by, some unfamiliar faces that no one knew also appeared on the battlefield. There are survivors from all directions, and the total number is 200 according to visual estimates. These people are all survivors within the scope of the fireworks attracting monsters. Liu only contacted them once, and they are completely free to come or not. But if you want to come here to mix crystal cores, you have to abide by the rules of the game formulated by Liu, try to help clean up the monsters, and you are not allowed to collect crystal cores without permission. Any survivor who does not follow the rules of the game will be sent to the west after being warned once. Hey, there is a crystal nucleus here. Seeing a black iron crystal nucleus fly out of the zombie's head, accompanied by red and white objects rolling to his feet, a survivor began to feel agitated in his heart. Anyway, no one will see it, why don't you hide it yourself? He thought for a while, then gritted his teeth, pretended to tie his shoelaces, and glanced around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, he wanted to put the crystal core in his pocket regardless of the dirt on it. But just when his hand touched the crystal nucleus, a cold voice suddenly sounded. Don't you know that crystal nuclei are distributed uniformly? Who's talking? The survivor's hands froze in mid-air, and he was inexplicably horrified. After quickly scanning the surroundings again, I was even more surprised. The survivors around me are all busy with their backs to me, where can anyone talk to me? He thought he was hallucinating, so he squatted down again and stretched his hand towards the crystal nucleus. At this moment, a hidden blade stretched out from nowhere and stuck to his neck. This time it is a warning, next time I will directly take your life. The voice was cold, like a ghost. It was the shadow assassin, Su Ling, who shot. The ability to use is called hiding. Escape, one of the exclusive skills of the shadow assassin, it can not only make the body invisible, but also hide the breath, large movements or within 3 meters of the enemy will lose the effect of escape. Note, the time of evasion is not counted, only the number of times is counted. The total number of times of evasion in 24 hours is 2/3, which is restored every 8 hours. The total number of times and recovery time will increase/shorten as the enhancement level increases. This is a power that makes you invisible in place. Cooperating with Shadow Follower, you can kill people invisible. Of course, the premise is that you don't meet awakened ones who are good at defense or level, and have high vigilance, otherwise it will be easy to deliver food. In order to collect the bronze crystal nucleus as much as possible, Liu arranged some stalkers at every corner of the battlefield. Su Ling, Shi Lei, Yan Qiaobin, several of Qin Zheng's subordinates, the non-combatant members in the car, and the drone in the air. Although under normal circumstances, there is no way to collect crystal nuclei in battle, but Liu doesn't want to let go of a single bronze crystal nucleus. So this scene happened just now. Now with Su Ling's obstruction, the survivor had no choice but to put the crystal nucleus back to the original place with an expression of unwillingness. As time went on, the war heated up. Rumble. The back-and-forth collision between the Earth Dragon and the Doomsday Chariot severely injured a large number of monsters. The survivors took their weapons to reap the endgame, and occasionally a fireball destroyed the ancients. Lickers, claw zombies, wind wolves, and fire-clouded leopards are bronze-level monsters that could have caused a lot of trouble for the survivor team. On the contrary, because the level was too high and they ran too fast, most of them were seriously injured in the first wave of gas tank explosions. Seriously injured bronze monsters are no longer enough to pose a threat to the human team. As for the bronze monster that was not injured later, it was either a sneak attack with a gun, or Liu's team was responsible for solving it. In short, it was a bloody battle. Hundreds of people fought from the first gas tank explosion at 10 o'clock in the morning until 1 o'clock in the noon. For more than 3 hours. Most of the awakened ones brought some black iron crystal nuclei. But even if they used the crystal nucleus, they are exhausted now. Fortunately, with Liu's powerful combat power and reasonable arrangements, human losses were minimized. Although many people were injured and many were seriously injured, the death toll was only 2. These 2 people still saw too many monsters and wanted to hide in a place where there was no one to be lazy. In the end, they encountered a bronze-level windwolf or a fire cloud leopard, and they were bitten to death when no one else could rescue them. Shi Lei, Su Ling, please help guard. Okay, boss. Roger that. President Qin, the doctors and nurses over there can come here. It's already on the way. Yan Yun, go and help treat those who are seriously injured and unable to move. It is good. Old Wei, let the crystal core collectors clean up the battlefield, and then you take Xiaojin and Heishui to clean up those monsters that are not dead. No problem. All remaining active survivors, gather at the plaza under the commercial building. Chapter 193. After the battle just now, Liu became the god in everyone's mind. Not to mention the courage to make this proposal. Just using less than 500 people, annihilating more than dash enemies and no death rate is enough for them to worship Liu as a god. Annihilated more than 10,000 enemies? That's right. Lithium batteries, gasoline, gas tanks, and oil tank trucks are all counted, and 6 or 7,000 monsters have been killed and disabled. In the subsequent group of monsters, Liu killed nearly dash of them by himself. Among them, there are countless black iron monsters, and there are more than 200 bronze monsters. What is the concept of killing 3,000 monsters by one person? If you cut one per second, one will kill one at a time, and you will have to keep chopping for 5 or 10 minutes. An ordinary person would have been exhausted long ago. What's more, when killing monsters, you can't get headshots again and again. Bronze-level monsters, especially bronze-level zombies, can still struggle to their death even if their heads are blown. From the fact that Lu Ruobing killed 400 or 500 monsters, which is number 2 in the ranking of personal killing monsters, we can see the gap between Liu and the others. But fortunately, Liu is already a beginner in silver. Relying on the green sword that has been promoted to gold, the full-level swordsmanship, and the abilities of the 5 departments, he achieved efficient killing of monsters. There is nothing to say about the fact that black iron level monsters are basically killed in one hit. Bronze level monsters in full condition are indeed a little troublesome, but only a little bit. Because everyone not only has guns, but also some supernatural beings who are good at weakening monsters. Such as Li Hai, Zhou Yana, Qin Zyro, etc. With these weapons and abilities, bronze to bronze is basically crushing. Not to mention a top player like Liu. Hey, it's finally finished. I'm exhausted. Unbearable. You go to assemble first, I will take a break. Hey, tell me, where did they get that car? Who knows? This shit, it's a solid black technology. The people who were about to gather at the building square saw a large number of crystal nucleus collectors appearing, and 1 or 2 couldn't help talking. After all, they had never seen such high technology before the end of the world. In the last days without electricity, this thing is even more rare. Dad, Mom, is it really you? Great, great. Dad. Dad, thanks to Liu, if it wasn't for him, I wouldn't be alive now. Hehe, are you okay now? Of course it's fine. It's okay, it's okay. In the square downstairs of the Yanchinj commercial building, a large number of survivors gathered here. People rest, and those who recognize their relatives recognize their relatives. The doctors and nurses gathered at Kinzen base kept going back and forth between the battlefield and the square. The wounded were carried back to the square one by one. 2 hours later, the collection of crystal nuclei was completed, and Liu counted the spoils. More than 600 black iron crystal cores, including 603 basic crystal cores and 62 attribute crystal cores. More than 170 bronze crystal cores, 162 3 basic crystal cores, and 16 attribute crystal cores. 7 black iron essences and 6 bronze essences. Why are there so many bronze essences? In addition to the much higher explosion rate of bronze monsters, it also takes longer to upgrade from bronze to silver than from black iron to bronze. So even if the base number of monsters is much less than that of black iron monsters, there is no less essence. Of course. Bronze core and essence are mainly provided by talon zombies, lickers, and giant zombies. After all, bronze-level mutant beasts are not only rare in number, but also powerful in combat. They are not as fearless as zombies. If they can't be seriously injured in one blow, they will run away immediately after seeing that they can't be hit. For other black iron level survivors, it often takes 2 or 3 people with weapons to barely deal with one. Therefore, the crystal nucleus contributed by the bronze mutant beast can basically be ignored. Boss Qin, there are a lot of people on your side, and you've been busy all the time. I'll give you 300. Is it okay? Liu took the crystal nucleus and found Qin Zheng in the crowd. Originally, Liu promised Qin Zheng that he could take as much black iron crystal core as he could. But with other teams joining, obviously it can't do that. However, these teams are not Liu's own, so there is no need for him to disclose the number of his crystal nuclei. No problem at all. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. In this battle, everyone is just supporting, and the main combat power depends on Liu and his tank team. So how much Liu gets depends on Liu's mood. How could Qin Zheng have an opinion? Uncle Li, I'll give you 130 for your side. Row. There are nearly 200 people on your side, but you came too late, I can only give you 100 in total. Young Master Liu, you decide. Zhou Ziyang, although you came early, there are too few of you. I promise you a guarantee of dash coins. Young Master Liu, you're useless to use the black iron crystal nucleus anyway, why don't you give us some more? Before Liu finished speaking, Zhou Yana came to Liu's side, grabbed Liu's arm with both hands and said coquettishly. She knows the consequences of being an enemy of Liu, and also knows the benefits of forming an alliance with Liu. So based on the unclear relationship between the two before, how could Liu treat him badly? Really? Liu looked at the remaining 70 basic crystal nuclei, hesitated and said. I'll give you 60, I have to keep 10 for spare. In fact, Liu still has 70 or 80 black iron crystal cores on his body, but it is not the spoils of this time, so of course he will not share them. Thank you, young Master Liu. Joanna took the crystal core and smiled happily. 60 basic crystal nuclei are enough for a group of their core members to rise to the black iron bottleneck, and there is still a lot left. It's not too cool to use the remaining crystal nuclei to recruit the strong. After dividing the basic attribute crystal nuclei, Liu sent a few black iron attribute crystal nuclei to a team. Because the ability level is the same as the body strengthening level, after upgrading to bronze, you can only use the bronze level crystal nucleus if you want to continue to improve. Therefore, Liu himself is not very useful, and it is still necessary to send half of them out to make connections. After the distribution of spoils was over, Liu described the current situation. Then most of the people dragged their exhausted bodies and went back to each house to pack their luggage and prepare to leave Yanshanj. Before leaving, Joanna gave Liu a wink, but Liu didn't know what this woman meant. But this is not important, what is important is that Liu gave her 2 extra black iron essences because of this wink. When Liu finished talking about the production and function of this black iron essence, Joanna's eyes lit up immediately. Whether it is the role of the black iron essence or the information about the black iron essence, it is very useful to them. So after listening to Liu's story about Joanna, she almost handed Liu her own whip. As for the survivor team of nearly 200 people, would they dare to snatch Liu's crystal nucleus? I am afraid that none of the survivors who have experienced the battle just now dare to have such thoughts. As everyone rested, rectified, and packed their luggage, time passed by. The next morning after the war, Liu's black chariot took the lead in heading towards the modal with 2 ground dragons. Qin Zheng, Li Hai, Yan Qiaobin, and others took some survivors with them. After Liu finished driving, they used the ground dragon and the rickshaw to load their luggage, and followed the route of Liu's chariot to the magic capital. At this time, Lu Ruobing became the driver of the black chariot. Wearing a maid outfit, Shen Tingting sat in the front half of the seat, listening respectfully to Jiao Manli explaining her future work. Liu, my dad asked me to follow you. In a bedroom in the lounge behind the chariot, Yan Yun said happily while holding Liu's arm. She still remembers how her parents kept praising Liu. Is there anything more satisfying than being recognized by your parents for someone you like? No. Well, I heard that before. Ha ha ha, I'm so happy, Liu, thank you for helping me find them. It's all right, it's a job. Student Liu, can you come over here? I want to ask you something. What's up? When Liu got up, Yan Yun could only let him go with a look of reluctance. When she came to the room where the voice came from, Li Wanning opened her white arms and hooked Liu's neck as soon as she entered. After closing the door casually, he leaned into Liu's ear and whispered. Should I call you honey in the future, or should I call you husband? Ding, congratulations on successfully changing the heroine's fate of Li Wanning, and getting the basic reward, all attributes plus 10. Get additional rewards, combat skill selection permission *1. Chapter 194 Fallen leaves and flying flowers are weapons. Battle skill selection authority. You can have this. Exhale like blue, warm like jade. Feeling the fragrant and soft body in his arms, and seeing the extra rewards in the system, Liu was very satisfied. This was included in the first kill reward for killing Chu Feng before. I remember that I chose the full level of swordsmanship proficiency. The full level of mastery in swordsmanship and the green sword provided great convenience for him to become a villain in the future. Now that I have another one, the skills I want to send will not be too weak. However, Liu originally thought that he had slaughtered so many monsters, and the bronze crystal core should be enough. But the reality is that it is difficult to become a fat man with one bite. Not only did he have so many teammates, but he also had a chariot. How can 160 bronze crystal nuclei be enough? So he currently only used 4 bronze crystal cores and 4 black iron crystal cores on this chariot, adding 4 houses. The 4 bronze crystal nuclei are the energy needed to expand the housing space. The 4 black iron crystal nuclei are the energy needed by nanorobots. As for steel, wood, glass, and leather cotton, etc., they were collected by Wei Jianjun before. That is to say, Liu's current chariot already has 8 houses, which can accommodate up to 16 people. But there are far more than 16 survivors. What if the chariot can't fit no matter how upgraded it is? So Wei Jianjun, Xueli, Dingfeng, Chen Yang, Su Ling and their fathers adopted the strategy of cycling for environmental protection, walking on the ground and manpower 3-wheeled luggage. In order to let them have no worries, Liu got Wei Jianjun's wife and children, Dong Ying and her 2 children onto the chariot. One party occupies a room. At this time, the 2 battle pets were lying on the aisle. The other 6 rooms belonged to Liu and those women. Yan Yun, Li Wanning, Xiao Manli, Lu Ruobing, Qin Ziro, Shen Tingting. Needless to say, the first 4 have always been in Liu's car. Qin Ziro was forced by Qin Zheng. According to Qin Zheng's words, his daughter was spoiled since she was a child, and she is not suitable for traveling long distances. With a car, of course she can't be tired. As for Shen Tingting, she begged Liu to take her away. Originally, the desperation of the last days made her lose confidence in the future, and it was enough to just think that she could live safely and comfortably. It doesn't matter if you stay in Qingyang community for the rest of your life. But the appearance of Liu gave her hope. If possible, who would like to stay in only one community for the rest of their lives? In order for Liu to take her away, she was even willing to swear on the oath contract that she would never betray Liu. Liu has no shortage of women, and he didn't want to take her with him at first. I feel like Joanna with her, just play around, but she is very smart to beg Li Hai. Li Hai knew that Shen Tingting's contract had changed owners, and he had a bit of grudge against her, but he couldn't see the other parties begging. So he had no choice but to nod his head in agreement, and said to Shen Tingting a decent and common saying, I hope you can turn over a new leaf and start a new life from now on. Therefore, Shen Tingting, an internet celebrity with tens of millions of fans, became the maid on Liu's chariot. Although it has its own independent room, it is the lowest in the entire tank. Even Li Kuiying, the wife of Dong Ying and Wei Jianjun, is above her. What happened to you? Looking at Liu who was distracted in front of her, Li Wanning, who had originally been teasing Liu, suddenly became puzzled. She originally thought that after hearing what she said, Liu would definitely start with excitement. Didn't expect him to be distracted. It's nothing. Liu came back to his senses, put his arms around Li Wanning's waist and raised a smile. You can just call me my dear husband? Why do you need to separate? It's okay. My dear, old man. Mr. Li Wanning looked at Liu affectionately, and called out without much hesitation. At this moment, identity and age are no longer a problem. Even if the other party has a girlfriend, it can't stop her from liking Liu. Oh. Liu smiled playfully, my wife is so good, I will come to you tonight. Li Wanning nodded with a reddish face. Before the end of the world, she never thought that she would be so shameless as someone else's mistress. But now, Liu received the response, and stopped talking, and used up the reward just now while hugging Li Wanning. Ding! Use the combat skill selection authority successfully, please choose one of the following 2 abilities. 1. The long soldier is proficient at the full level, 2nd, hidden weapon proficiency full level. Tisk tisk, they are really good things. Seeing these 2 skills, Liu couldn't help admiring. Just thinking about it casually, he already knew his choice. Long soldier proficiency refers to long-handed weapons such as long spears. Now there is no magic weapon of the spear type, and it is useless to choose long soldier proficiency. Although it is safer to kill monsters with long spears, it is impossible for me to give up the green sword and use it. Kill the enemy with an ordinary spear. This hidden weapon proficiency is different. For a hidden weapon expert, fallen leaves and flying flowers are all weapons. If you prepare some nails in advance, you can use hidden weapons instead when you run out of long-range abilities one day. So I don't explain why I choose the full level of hidden weapon proficiency. Dongxi. It is only 70 kilometers away from Yancheng. Normal driving, even if you don't take the high speed, will not exceed 2 hours. But when the end of the world came, everything changed. A large number of unknown vines covered the entire road. All kinds of mutated snakes, insects, rats and ants are simply impossible to guard against. Fly in the sky, crawl on the ground. If it wasn't for a chariot, Liu probably wouldn't have been trapped to death by monsters, but would have been annoyed to death by dealing with those messy bugs. 5 days after Liu left Yancheng. Boom. Puff. On a deserted street in Dongxi City, the handsome Liu Zifeng was punched flying by a bald man. After landing, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Around him, the corpses of 2 companions were already lying. At this moment, he looked at the bald man in front of him and couldn't believe his eyes. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Even though he is so powerful, it's fine if he can't beat Su Chen, but he can't even beat this big guy? This shit is unscientific. Boy, what do you use to fight Brother Chen with just these 2 actions? I can take care of you all. The bald man grinned, and after saying this, he looked at the young man with the one-eyed wind wolf behind him. The big man's name is Li Hu, and he was originally a brick mover with a weak head. He was a hard worker who came to Dongxi from a remote village. After the apocalypse, he awakened to the same profession as Tao Yang from Liu School, Hercules. Because of his pure nature, he was always bullied in other survivor bases. Do the most dangerous work and get the least reward. So after Su Chen met him, he brought him out and successfully brainwashed him into a killing machine. In other words, you can no longer let anyone bully you. The two younger brothers beside Lu Zifeng were killed by him. Asshole! Asshole! Hearing this, Lu Zifeng gritted his teeth unwillingly and said, Su Chen, I have no grievances with you, why do you want to kill them all? No injustice. Su Chen put his arms around and leaned against the wall by the side of the road, and said with a disdainful smile, Hee, you have troubled me several times, is this called no vengeance? Don't think I don't know that the string of firecrackers in my villa was thrown by you. You know. Lu Zifeng's eyes widened with disbelief. He originally thought that he had done enough concealment, but he didn't expect. Of course I know. A cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes, it's nothing to throw firecrackers at first, but if you frighten my sister by throwing firecrackers, then you deserve death. Lu Zifeng, let's make a break between us today, One Eye, you go. Bang bang bang. Su Chen's order was interrupted by the sudden sound of continuous impact. The one-eyed person standing beside him immediately became vigilant. Su Chen also frowned, Hey? What's the sound? Ha ha ha, Su Chen. We will meet later. Lu Zifeng was overjoyed when he saw this, he quickly scrambled and stood up from the ground, and Yazi ran in the opposite direction. When Su Chen came to his senses, there was only a back of Lu Zifeng left. Damn this kid, I want to see what made me let the enemy go. Su Chen couldn't help cursing angrily, seeing that he couldn't catch up with Lu Zifeng, he had to take Li Hu and Cyclops to the direction of the sound. Soon a black minibus appeared in his sight. Hey? Is this a minibus? There are two earth-moving dragons behind? They tamed the earth-moving dragon? How is it possible? Chapter 195 for the continuation of the human race. On Su Chen's side, there were two people and one wolf, and they were attracted by the continuous sound of collisions. Lu Zifeng took this opportunity to escape from the scene. Su Chen was a little annoyed. Because he used some means to force Lu Zifeng and this group of annoying guys to the current level. Didn't expect to let this product run away now, Su Chen was in a very unhappy mood. Just seeing the steel monster that hit the monster and made a sound on the street in the distance. Su Chen's eyes widened with disbelief. This is a black minibus. Not only is there a lot of mud on the surface of the body, but also many scratches on the body. Although these superficial scars do not affect the use of minibuses at all, how come there are minibuses here? And those two ground dragons were obviously tamed by the people in the car, so they obediently followed behind the minibus. After such a long time in the apocalypse, Su Chen certainly knew that there was a profession of animal trainer among these awakened ones. But he has never seen a beast trainer who can tame a ground dragon. And most importantly, this car seems to come from another city? Now the city is so dangerous, and going out of the city is even more dangerous. How could someone come from other cities? All kinds of doubts made Su Chen vigilant. Brother Chen, where did this car come from? Although Li Hu's brain is not very bright, he also knows that the car cannot be started now. There is clearly something wrong with this car. I do not know either. Want to go up and ask? Don't worry, let's see the situation. The end of the world has come for more than a month. Not to deal with strangers easily is already the awareness that most survivors should have. Not to mention Su Chen, who was already vigilant by nature, even if other survivors were here, it would be impossible for them to run up to stop the car recklessly. No doubt. The black minibus that Su Chen saw was Lu's doomsday chariot. It took 5 days to walk a short distance of more than kilometers. Although there are factors for cleaning up monsters for those who come later, the main reason is that there are too many roadblocks on the road. Mutated dense weeds, boulders rolling down the mountain, abandoned vehicles on the road, and big trees breaking the ground. All right. In fact, these are also relatively easy to solve. Weeds and blocked branches, Lu's King Z sword, and Lu Ruobing's Fire Phoenix sword can all be solved. The boulders and abandoned vehicles rolling down the mountain can also be easily handled by Qiao Manli's 2 ground dragons. The most troublesome thing is those monsters on both sides of the road, which will come out to attack you when you clear the roadblocks. There are not as many zombies outside the city as there are inside the city. Even the lizardmen and praying mantises that can be seen everywhere in the city are extremely rare because of the strong prey on the outskirts. But there are more troublesome monsters. Birds and beasts, snakes, insects, rats and ants. Some of the scars on the tank body were bitten by some unknown bugs. Some of them were hit by a group of iron-winged dragonflies. Dragonflies are small, but their wings are extremely sharp. A casual bump can leave a tiny scratch on the steel body. Steel plates are like this, one can imagine. The dirt on the car body was entangled with the roots of a man-eating tree that could hunt when it was parked on the road at night. I remember when I woke up in the morning, the roof and windows were covered with strong vines. It took Lu a lot of effort to get rid of those vines. On the road afterwards, there were countless monsters blocking the way. A bronze high-level iron-backed rhinoceros, and a silver primary level red python the size of a bucket. Killer bees, blood-sucking mosquitoes. In short, this road is definitely many times more dangerous than in the city. If Liu and Lu Ruobing were not strong enough and the car's defenses were impenetrable, it would have been difficult to reach Dongxi smoothly. Destination Dongxi has arrived, the chariot has already entered the docking state, use any operation to switch to manual mode. Hey, Liu, we seem to be here. Hearing the voice from the Bluetooth headset equipped on the chariot, Lu Ruobing said something casually. At this time, the back of the chariot driver's seat was turned backwards, turning into a reclining chair. Lu Ruobing was lying in the driver's seat in a tight-fitting black sportswear, with her hands on her head, her long legs on the center console, and her eyes closed. The graceful body and slender legs are vividly displayed because of this movement. Although she herself lived in this car, and lived there for a short time, she still couldn't believe that everything she saw before was true. The technology of this chariot is even more exaggerated than she imagined. In the end of the world, fully automatic driving is still possible? Yes, fully autonomous driving. Because the road conditions outside are very complicated and there are many monsters. Driving in this way will consume a lot of mental energy of the driver. So in order to ensure the state of himself and Lu Ruobing, Liu used 10 bronze crystal cores to upgrade a fully automatic driving function. When the chariot was in Lin Chen's hands, it already had a global navigation system. I don't know if the energy stone was scanned before it fell into the earth, or Lin Chen used other methods to upgrade it. In short, it can now not only follow the navigation by itself, but also easily detect whether the road ahead is open to traffic, whether there are obstacles on the road, and the speed of the vehicle is more or less appropriate. It can even detect the number and level of monsters within a range of 500 meters in real time through the vehicle's own detection equipment. It is countless times better than Liu's induction jade pendant. I saw. Young Master Liu, is the strength appropriate? Well, almost. Husband, imported drinks. It's so sweet. I said Liu, can't you restrain yourself a little bit? At least you should be concerned about my feelings. Hearing the conversation coming from behind, Lu Ruobing took off the earphones and sat up helplessly looking behind her. In the seat behind her, Liu leaned back against the seat and enjoyed it. Qiao Manli was wearing suspenders, shorts, and high-heeled black silk, sitting next to him and helping him beat his legs. And Cangyun was on the seat behind him, feeding him an imported drink. It's really imported. A man served by 2 women? Although in the last days, this kind of thing is not uncommon, and she has seen even more extreme things than this. But it happened to Liu, for some reason, she couldn't accept it. Why restraint? Liu kissed Cangyun again indifferently. You will be my wife sooner or later, you should adapt to this situation in advance. Come on. Lu Ruobing curled her lips and denied, the half-hearted man like you is what I dislike the most. How could it be your wife? You are also Yuner. How can you agree to such a thing? Sister Ruobing, I don't want to either. Cangyun felt aggrieved, but after thinking about it carefully, Liu seems to be right. What did he say to you? He said that human beings are now facing an unprecedented disaster. If we want to continue the human race better, we need to combine excellent genes to make the next generation of human beings stronger. Only in this way can we save all human beings. His genes are so good, it seems that finding a few more good girls is too much. My god, do you believe this kind of nonsense? Before Cangyun finished speaking, Lu Ruobing was already dumbfounded. For the continuation of the entire human race? This kind of words may be credible if it is said from other people's mouth, but it is not reliable if it is said from Liu's mouth. What's so unbelievable? Liu corrected in time, leaving aside the righteousness of race. The ancients knew how to let a rich family marry 3 wives and 4 concubines when the population was sparse. There are so many people dying outside now, and I'm not a saint. I live with you all day and night, how can I stay calm? Yes, Sister Ruobing, don't blame Liu. Qiao Manli expressed her position with a smile. The world is so dangerous now, it's good that we can live. If we still think about the old rules at this time, we will live very tired. Well, Manli is right. You guys. Lu Ruobing hesitated to speak, and finally had no choice but to give up. Okay, I'm meddling in my own business. But Liu, you have to play, you have to arrange your current work, right? We are in the city now, what should we do next? Do we want to clean up the monsters around? Of course, it's best to find a few survivors to understand the situation in this city. Let's split up. I will take Hayes Hawaii, you and Zyro will take Zyjin, and try to clean up the monsters in the surrounding streets before dark. The others stayed in the car and did not get off. It is good. Dong dong. The chariot door opened, and the 2 behemoths got out of the chariot first to clear the field. Seeing these 2 mutant beasts with extremely strong fighting power, Su Chen's pupils shrank involuntarily, who was watching from a far corner. Not only do they have Dixing Long, but also 2 battle pets with the same breath as one-eyed. Chapter 196 The reason for Yanyun and number 039, S compromise. Seeing a dog and a monkey getting off the chariot in the distance, Su Chen frowned again. Beast trainers can tame some monsters that are not seriously eroded by the power of the abyss. He heard this from 2 animal trainers. Lizardmen, zombies, and praying mantises are not acceptable, only some mutant beasts are acceptable. Although monkeys and dogs also belong to the category of mutant beasts. But Su Chen's ability is very special, he can feel the breath of death on the monkey and the dog. This feeling is the same as the one-eyed one beside me. Let's go. Su Chen hurriedly lowered his voice and gave an order. Being able to tame 2 ground dragons and 2 such pets proves that this team is very powerful. At least he has not seen such a team so far. Plus this weird chariot. Even Su Chen didn't dare to underestimate her. Brother Chen, don't you want to stop watching? Li Hu asked in a low voice. In his mind, Su Chen shouldn't figure it out first when encountering such a thing. Why did you leave like this? Don't look. Su Chen replied quickly, these people are not weak, let's leave before they get out of the car, or they will easily find out. Where do we go now? Su Chen thought for a while, and then made a decision, let's go to Boss Bai's base first. After saying this, the 2 of them quickly disappeared at the end of the street. Yet, after staying in the car for 5 days, I can finally go out to get some fresh air. On the other side, on the chariot. Hearing that Liu had arranged a job for him, Qin Xiao, who had just come out of the lounge, burst into cheers. Because Liu helped her find her father and established a good relationship with her father. So not only is she in a super good mood now, but her relationship with Liu has also undergone earth-shaking changes. Although it is not possible to fall in love with Liu, the 2 can be regarded as very good friends of the opposite sex. Be careful when you go out, follow Ruobing's command in all actions, don't run around by yourself. I know, brother Liu, I have always been obedient. After saying this, Qin Xiao happily returned to the room and picked up her daily travel equipment. Qin Xiao likes cosplay. When she left Yancheng, Liu suggested that she bring all the cosplay clothes at home. Anyway, her home is not far from Kinzen Company, and every room on the chariot has a space for folding wardrobes. If you don't use it, it's a waste. So she is fully equipped with clothes in her room now. He carried a black mini backpack on his back, and carried a -cm tall brown cub plush toy wearing light-colored clothes. This kind of equipment is matched with her double ponytails, black princess dress, black knee socks, and black leather boots. A proper dark loli. Zyro, let's go. Lu Ruobing didn't talk nonsense, and took out his fire phoenix sword in the void to help the 2 battle pets clean up the monsters. Liu, you also pay attention to safety. Seeing that Liu was about to get off the car, Li Wanning, who followed Qin Xiao out, also said something. The sound insulation effect of this chariot is exaggerated. After closing the door, even if you listen to it with your ears outside, you can't hear any sound from inside. So on the first night out of Yancheng, Liu took advantage of Yan Yun's sleep and went to the next door to put Li Wanning to sleep. Li Wanning's body is the softest among the women Liu has ever slept with. It was she who made Liu understand what it means to be truly cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Serious in front of others, unsmiling. In front of him is a gentle and obedient white rabbit. Oh, I see. Seeing the woman at the door of the lounge wearing a tight-fitting solid-color elastic bottoming shirt with an exaggerated figure outlined to the extreme, Liu subconsciously raised the corners of his mouth. After saying this, he got out of the car and closed the car door and window, leaving only Yanyun and Xiao Manli in embarrassment. That. Teacher Li, can you wear looser clothes in the future? Yanyun looked at Li Wanning, and asked with a flushed face. Hey? Why? Li Wanning was a little unresponsive. Yanyun didn't answer immediately, but looked at Li Wanning's upper body first, and then at herself. Finally, he whispered, we are under a lot of pressure when you are like this. Li Wanning followed the other person's gaze and lowered her head. Seeing that she couldn't see her toes, she immediately understood the other person's meaning. I'm really sorry, I heard that Liu and the others were going to get off the car just now, and I didn't have time to change clothes in a hurry. It's okay, no problem. Yanyun looked embarrassed, and quickly waved her hands. I just said that casually. That's good. Li Wanning nodded nonchalantly, but then again, student Yanyun, do you really mind me being with Liu? Of course I mind, but is it useful? Speaking of this, Yanyun felt like crying. After getting a long day and night for the past few days, Yanyun of course already knows everything. Do you think Yanyun is a fool, and you really believe Liu's remarks about the continuation of the human race? Of course it was impossible, she just accepted the reality out of helplessness. Although there was nothing wrong with Liu's remarks, what did it have to do with her Yanyun? She is just a 20-year-old girl, not yet great enough to consider for the entire human civilization, What really made her compromise was the morning after leaving Yancheng. At that time, Liu and Lu Ruobing were clearing the roadblocks. Qiao Manli dragged her into Liu's room and gave her the last thought work. Now is the end of the world, monsters want to eat people, and people also want to eat people. And Liu is not only handsome, but also very strong, and he is destined to be the overlord in this chaotic apocalypse. For a man as outstanding as him, it is impossible for him to live with only her Yangyun in his life. There are many beautiful women who want to rely on Liu, and there are also many women who are beautiful, have a good personality, and can coax men. Rather than letting Liu be with other women behind her back, it's better for them to unite in advance and shield Liu from some women they don't like. This was the fact that Qiao Manli explained to her. If Yangyun can't accept it, she can only choose to quit. Quit? If it was a peaceful era, Yangyun might really choose to quit. No matter how much she likes Liu, she can't accept Liu's 3 wives and 4 concubines. But now, she knows better than anyone what the lives of those women who have no fighting power and no strong protection are living. How many women are around those powerful men, she also has a heart like a mirror. In such a big environment, it really doesn't matter that Liu has a few beautiful women around him. What's more, these women, I not only know them, but also experienced the end of the world together for such a long time, it can be said that they are life and death friends. So after a day of deliberation, she finally bowed to reality. The continuation of human civilization is just a kind of rhetoric for her and Liu. I'm sorry, the teacher didn't mean it either. Seeing that Yangyun was about to cry, Li Wanning walked over and gently took Yangyun into her arms, and said with some guilt. It's just that the outside situation is very bad now. Without Liu, let alone seeing our parents, it would be very difficult for us to survive. So, I should give my life to him in terms of emotion and reason. If you want to blame, you can blame me. It is the teacher who abandoned the teacher's morality and destroyed your relationship. Mr. Li, this is none of your business, and I don't mean to blame you, don't get me wrong. Yangyun quickly put away her tears, and confided her heart to Li Wanning. Can she blame Li Wanning? Obviously not. Because in this environment, without Li Wanning, there will be Zhou Wanning and Wu Wanning. She couldn't stop it, she could only blame the world for changing too fast. Seeing this scene, Qiao Manli, who had been silent by the side, suddenly sighed helplessly in her heart. Before the apocalypse, she was a gold digger, but after the apocalypse, she was the fastest woman to accept reality. But Yangyun, Li Wanning and even Qin Xiao found their parents with Liu's help. What about yourself? Thinking of this, Qiao Manli laughed at herself. Although I have always been obedient, in his mind, his status should be the lowest. Chapter 197 Turn over the surf and sing. The end of the world is very cruel. If there is no support, to survive in this apocalypse, not only requires strong strength, but also the ability to read people's hearts. Otherwise, even if he is not bitten to death by a monster, he may be killed by his own people. After seeing Li Wanning and Yangyun open their hearts, Qiao Manli subconsciously thought of her parents. Because all the attributes of Liu are her favorite. So although she doesn't mind that Liu has other women, she still hopes that she can have a place in Liu's heart. It is not required to be higher than Yangyun and the others, at least not too much worse. But now it seems that even this has become a luxury. When he was still in Yancheng, Liu asked about the information of several women's parents and relatives, but he didn't ask about himself. This feeling made her very uncomfortable. It's as if no matter how hard I try, I can't get Liu's attention. Hey, forget it, find a chance to ask him. Qiao Manli let out a sigh of relief, and quickly adjusted her mentality. She is a woman who is good at self-regulation, and she will not go into a dead end just because of a little thing. Since you can't figure it out, then muster up the courage to ask. It is already November, and the end of the world has been coming for more than a month, and the weather outside has begun to turn cold. Fortunately, the earth was only at the beginning, and some earthquakes, tsunamis, and tornadoes occurred in other places. Not only did these natural disasters not affect Yancheng, but the climate after that did not change much because of the coming of the end times. Otherwise, human beings will have to face monsters, and the double blow of the weather will cause more casualties than now. But even so, it is still not easy for people who are still alive at this time. Either the home itself has enough food and water stored, or it has found a team that suits it, and hugs with other humans to keep warm. Li Ping obviously belongs to the latter. Li Ping is the security captain of a nightclub in Dongxi. Originally, I was waiting to die with my salary, but I didn't expect the end of the world to come suddenly more than a month ago. On the day when the end of the world came, the whole city fell into chaos, and people suffered heavy casualties. And he has become a strengthener, his physical fitness is far better than before, just like a Superman. Originally, he thought that he would stand up as a surf and sing, and he would no longer be trampled under his feet, but he didn't expect the reality to give him a slap in the face. It turns out that the strengtheners are only the bottom group of the combat type awakened ones. The ones who are truly powerful are those with supernatural powers. The one who is more powerful than the supernatural being is the dual line awakened person who strengthens supernatural powers. If combat type awakened people accounted for 10% of the total population, then supernatural powers accounted for 1%, and double type awakened people accounted for only 0.01%. It's truly 1 in a million. Listen up, everyone, my name is Li Ping. The leader of your base, Lu Zifeng, will not come back. From now on, Bai Shan will be your boss. Looking at more than 100 survivors in the small supermarket in front of him, Li Ping roared vigorously. Bai Shan is his boss name. Before the end of the world, he was a well-known gangster in the local area. Later, the country implemented a severe crackdown. After he realized that something was wrong, he started a business by washing his hands in the Golden Basin. In addition to being a bar, the nightclub where Li Ping works is also owned by Bai Shan. After the end of the world has been reshuffled, but Bai Shan is still awesome. Not only has he become the most powerful power-enhancing user, but he has also gathered a group of powerful combat-type awakeners under his command. They occupied a villa area on the second ring road, and planned to build a city wall here to occupy the land as king. At present, the villa area has accommodated nearly 1,000 survivors. Brother Feng, won't you come back? No way. Brother Feng. After listening to Li Ping's words, everyone talked a lot. They were managed by Lu Zifeng for a month, and they suddenly changed their boss, obviously a little uncomfortable. Li Ping grinned when he heard the words, I'll say it again, from now on your boss is called Bai Shan, do you hear me clearly? Why? Me? A survivor who had a good relationship with Lu Zifeng stood up and wanted to say something, but he forcibly swallowed the words back. Not for anything else, just because the opponent has an extra gun in his hand. Hey Dong Dong's muzzle was aimed at him, no matter how good his relationship with Lu Zifeng was, he didn't dare to say another word at this moment. What are you? Keep talking. The smile on Li Ping's face turned into a sinister grin. He had seen this kind of scene a lot, so he didn't panic at all. I have to say that Bai Shan is very good at managing his subordinates. Take this Li Ping as an example. As the manager of the base, Bai Shan not only gave Li Ping the position of a small team leader, but also gave him a pistol and 2 beautiful women. Power, weapons, and women are all things that men yearn for. So Li Ping is very satisfied with his current life, and is willing to work for Bai Shan. Damn it, is it really embarrassing to you? Biozi, take the 2 brothers to guard outside. Okay. That woman, hold your head up. The tone of the order was unquestionable, and the woman who received the order did not dare to hesitate. It is clear, Li Ping is helping Boss Bai to incorporate this survivor base. Ambitious people abound in the last days, and it is not too normal to be included like this. Just when Li Ping incorporated Lu Zifeng's base, in a guest room on the second floor of a certain hotel in Dongxi City. Lu Zifeng leaned against the door, panting heavily. Hey, who's such that bastard, why is he so awesome? At this time, his clothes and pants were all damaged, his body and face were covered with dust, and his hair seemed to have been burned. Thinking of the battle just now, Lu Zifeng couldn't help but want to curse. I brought 5 younger brothers out to solve the problem of water shortage, but I didn't expect to be besieged by 7 or 8 people from Beibo's base. After finally getting rid of them, they met Su Chen and that bald man again. The remaining 2 younger brothers were killed by Su Chen before they could surrender. If it weren't for the voice before, even if I'm strong, I probably wouldn't be able to run away. Forget it, let's take a rest first, I'm so fucking exhausted. Human beings will secrete adrenaline in excitement, fear, tension, and other excessive states. When the effect of adrenaline fades, various negative states will begin to emerge. Especially when the physical strength is exhausted, the situation is most obvious, as is the case with Lu Zifeng now. However, he didn't have time to think too much, so he found something to block the door, and then curled up in the corner of the room and fell asleep. The daily necessities in the hotel have been looted by other survivors. Not to mention the sheets and quilts inside, even the curtains were ripped off. So he could only curl up in the corner, like a stray dog on the street, bearing the consequences of failure alone. I don't know how long it took. Bang bang bang. A loud knock on the door came to his ears. Lu Zifeng slept in a daze, suddenly he thought of something, and he woke up instantly. Since his weapon fell to the ground in the previous contest with Su Chen, he hadn't had time to pick it up yet. So he could only clenched his fists, and walked carefully to the door, wary of the enemies who might break the door at any time. Who will come? Is it Su Chen, or Boss Bai? I had already hidden enough, and even deliberately used the monster's blood to block the smell on the road, how did the other party find me? All kinds of questions filled his mind, before he could think about it. Bang bang bang. The second violent knock on the door interrupted his thoughts, and at the same time made his heart become more and more tense. Hey, is the person inside dead or not? If not dead, call back immediately. Hearing this impatient voice, Liu Zifeng couldn't help being taken aback. Why didn't the other party directly break into the door, instead, choose the way to ask? Isn't he from Suchen or Boss Bai? And most importantly, why does this voice sound familiar? Who are you? Since the other party knew there was someone inside, there was no point in keeping silent. But for his own safety, he purposely made his voice a little cowardly. Show the enemy his weakness, and then attack him unawares. Oh? As long as you still have strength. Boom. There was a sudden loud noise, and the door of the hotel room was kicked open by the opponent. Looking carefully at the door, it was kicked by the other party and changed its shape? What the hell? Liu Zifeng, who was hiding behind the door, didn't have time to think too much. The moment the opponent entered the door, an electric elbow hit the opponent's door. Go to hell. Chapter 198 The Villain and One Family Member. The hotel is not a high-end hotel, and the door is also an ordinary stainless steel anti-theft door. Since the doors of hotels usually open inward, it is not very difficult for the enhancer to kick the door open. Moreover, in the battle between people, it doesn't mean whoever is stronger must be awesome. So Liu Zifeng was not timid when he saw the other party's kick on the door and deformed him. A lightning elbow hit the opponent's door directly. Breaking into the door is the enemy, and he didn't show mercy at this time. It's a pity that what he thought was a powerful sneak attack was dismissed lightly by the other party. The moment he shot, a strong airflow suddenly appeared out of thin air, and the airflow blocked his body first, preventing his elbow from touching the opponent. Then the surrounding airflow became stronger and stronger. After he felt that he couldn't stand it, he could only back away quickly to distance himself from the opponent. Supernatural? Hey. Answer me a few questions honestly, I can. Hey. After Liu Zifeng opened the distance, he was surprised when he saw the opponent's appearance. The other party looked at him with the same surprised expression. You are Liu Zifeng. There is no doubt that the person who came was Liu. Vitality, 144. Mental power, 145. Strength, 142. Agility, 156. Enhancement level, Silver Elementary. This is Liu's current personal attribute. 130 points of vitality will be judged as Silver Primary level, and 160 points will be judged as Silver Intermediate level. Because Liu got a reward from Li Wanning, and then killed a silver python on the way. That's why it has the current attributes. A silver level monster is already considered a very powerful monster, and monsters that live in groups rarely have this level. Even if there is a high probability, it is at the boss level. Therefore, at the level of silver, crystal nuclei must come out, and the attributes of crystal nuclei can be increased by 14 points to 16 points, and the best grades will have 18 points. Moreover, the flesh and blood of the giant silver python that was killed before was more precious than that of ordinary monsters. Snake scales can be used as armor, snake teeth can be used as weapons, and snake meat can be eaten. As for Liu's ability, after the last battle in Yanchinj, Liu obtained 2 black ironwood crystal nuclei. Now the wood-type bronze level, the lightning-type bronze level, and other abilities have all reached the silver level. With his current ability, the mobs in the city are no longer a threat to him. Of course, none of this matters now. What's important is that the monster saw some of them along the way after he got out of the car, but the survivors didn't see one. So he can only push forward all the way. As a result, when he was on the street outside, the induction jade pendant sensed the signs of human life on the second floor of the hotel, and then he came up directly. With 142 points of power, a random blow is measured in tons. It is not too easy to kick the hotel door out of shape. It's just that he never thought that the survivor in front of him was actually Liu Zifeng. Fuck, Liu Zifeng, is it really you? Why did you come to Dongxi? Looking at the handsome but extremely embarrassed young man in front of him, Liu was very surprised. Because although Liu is the only child in the family, his father Liu Mingyuan is the second child, and there are 4 brothers and sisters in the family. Liu Zifeng is 25 years old this year, his father's name is Liu Guangming, Liu Mingyuan's brother. In other words, their parents are brothers. They are cousins. I still want to ask you. Liu Zifeng saw that it was Liu who entered the door, and he hadn't recovered yet. I remember you kid, didn't you go to Yanchinj to study for a girl? Why are you here? It's a long story. Liu carefully looked at Liu Zifeng in front of him, the betrayal rate was 16%. As expected, they are the villain's family, even though the two sides don't meet each other often, even in the environment of the end of the world, Liu Zifeng's brotherhood towards Liu has not changed. But let's talk about you first. Liu smiled playfully, look at your disheveled appearance. You don't seem to be doing well. His hair seemed to have been burned, his clothes were torn, and his body was covered in mud. If it wasn't for his high mental strength, he wouldn't have recognized this guy as Liu Zifeng. After all, this guy is also a rich young master, right? Yarn. Liu Zifeng immediately rolled up his sleeves and said with dissatisfaction, "Brother, I just missed it for a while. If you don't believe me, just watch it. In a few days, I will be able to find my way back. Get back the place." "Yes, but now is not the time to talk about this." Seeing that it was Liu who came, Liu Zifeng also breathed a sigh of relief. Letting go of the tense nerves, he slumped on the spot. "You wait for me to take a breath before talking." Seeing this, Liu was not in a hurry. Randomly found a seat and sat down. To be frank, although Liu is a time traveler, the time traveler is himself after all, and he still has a complete memory of this life. So seeing Liu Zifeng, a familiar person, he was still in a good mood, especially when he saw that the other party's betrayal rate was only 16%. After Liu Zifeng's break ended, the two began to chat. As a former rich second generation, Liu Zifeng's current appearance is really a bit miserable. He first sighed with emotion about this fucking world, and then sighed with emotion that human beings can become awakened ones. In the end, he explained the reason why he came to Dongxi. After listening to Liu Zifeng's narration, Liu was speechless immediately. "You said, you came to Dongxi because of a female netizen?" "Yes. Are you crazy? There are so many beautiful girls in Shanghai, why don't you come to Dongxi to do wool instead of looking for them? Who would have thought that the world would suddenly become like this? And you are not the same? You can't go to a good university in Shanghai, so you can go to a third-rate university in Yancheng. What am I? Why am I so powerless to refute?" "Okay, don't talk about this, I think you used the ability just now? Is it the wind element?" "Yes, but unfortunately there is no prize. TCH, who is so rare? I tell you, the wind ability can only be regarded as mediocre, and my ability is the most amazing. Guess what I awakened? Thunder type. Fuck, how do you know? I'm not blind. Let's not talk about the information read by the villain's eye. He could see clearly just the flash of light on the opponent's elbow just now. Can't you deliberately guess wrong twice and let me pretend to be crazy? Liu. Well, Liu Zifeng is such a person. Because of Liu Minjiayuan's 5 brothers and sisters, the person who really controls the tens of billions of industrial chain is Liu's father, Liu Mingyuan. So whenever Liu Zifeng had a chance, he would bypass the issue of money and pretend to be aggressive in front of Liu. In the past, the two met rarely, so there was nothing to pretend about each other. It is to show off limited edition watches in front of Liu during festivals, show off modified sports cars and so on. At most, he will show off his driving skills and his ability to pick up girls. But now, he seems to have more. Lightning ability. Although the wind ability is the most drifting, except for the wind blade, the other abilities are more like supports. Wind barrier, wind walk, and wind wall are all auxiliary abilities. Even if it is a tornado, it just blows the enemy away. So in Liu Zifeng's mind, the power of thunder is definitely more powerful than the power of wind. Okay, stop pushing, tell me what's going on with you right now? Why didn't I see a single survivor other than you along the way? It's right if you didn't see it. The survivors around here have been recruited by other forces. Compilation. I don't know about other places. Anyway, apart from a few small bases in the north of the city, there are 5 major forces. The 5 major forces all have more than 1,000 people, and I was made into this by one of them. A base with thousands of people? Why did they mess with you? I don't know the specific reason, but I can be sure it has something to do with Su Chen. Su Chen. Hearing this name, Liu couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Who is it? Chapter 199 Brother Dong has already kneeled. Hearing the name Su Chen, Liu immediately felt that something was wrong. Because this is a world with protagonists. According to the routines he learned, Yelin, Chen Suxiao, are the 5 surnames that are most prolific in protagonists. If there are words like Yang, Fan, Chen, Tian, how after these 5 surnames, there is a high probability that it will be the protagonist. The protagonists who were dealt with in Yancheng before, except for Chu Feng, all had this characteristic. At this time, this guy's surname is Su, and Chen has the same pronunciation as Chen, so Su Chen. It's the way it is. Liu Zifeng's voice interrupted Liu's meditation. Although he couldn't see Liu's betrayal rate, the relationship between him and Liu was good, and there was no conflict of interest between the two parties. So he naturally had no defense against Liu, and told the whole story in detail. Following Liu Zifeng's explanation, Liu also knew the whole story. In the large area in the north of Dongxi City, apart from the 5 major forces, there are also some survivor teams ranging from 100 to 500 people. It's just that these survivor teams are all in the direction of the city center, so I didn't see it. And Liu Zifeng built a team of people himself. During a search for supplies, the younger brother named Liangzi had a conflict with a young man named Su Chen for supplies from a small supermarket. Liangzi was seriously injured by Su Chen. Later, Liu Zifeng took the lead for him, but he didn't expect that the other party had a wind wolf. The speed of the wind wolf is unmatched by the earth dragon. With Liu Zifeng's ability, it is undoubtedly a dream to solve Su Chen and that wind wolf. After the wind wolf killed a Curl, the two sides fought a blood feud. If Liu Zifeng gave up on avenging Curly, his team would face the risk of disbanding. In other words, Liu Zifeng should kill Su Chen no matter for his own face or for the management team. But the result is very sad. Liu Zifeng vs Su Chen, repeated defeats, and then evolved into what it is today. This Su Chen, do you know where he is? After solving Chen Yang's matter in Yancheng, Liu hadn't met the protagonist for a long time. Now that he realized that the other party might be the protagonist, he immediately became interested. You know, the power he gets from killing a protagonist is much stronger than the power he gets from killing a group of monsters. But now just with a name and a wind wolf, Liu still can't judge whether the other party is the protagonist. The best way is to use the villain's eyes to scan again. I used to know where he lived, but after throwing firecrackers at his villa, that kid seems to have moved. Liu Zifeng said with some embarrassment. He threw firecrackers originally to attract monsters and kill Su Chen. In the end, Su Chen didn't die, but instead frightened the snake, causing him to lose track of the other party. Moving? If you can't find the other party's location, then it's a little difficult to handle. Thinking of this, Liu looked at Liu Zifeng with deep meaning in his eyes. What are you going to do? If Su Chen is the protagonist, then Liu Zifeng is the villain in Su Chen's storyline. According to the normal storyline of the previous life, it is estimated that when I came to Dongxi, this product was already completely cold. But now, my base should have been swallowed by Boss Bai by now, so if you want revenge, you have to rely on several other major forces. Liu Zifeng calmly told Liu about his plan. He wants to use several other forces to deal with Su Chen and Boss Bai. I have to say that there was nothing wrong with this plan, but what if Su Chen he was dealing with was the main character? Then Liu Zifeng's final fate can only be defeat. I wasn't sure about it before. Liu Zifeng looked at Liu and laughed, but now that you are here, this plan is safe. By the way, you haven't answered my question just now? Why are you in Dongxi? Could it be that the girl you like is Dongxi so you skipped class to deal with her parents? Fix the yarn, I'm going back to the magic city, I'm passing by here. Back to the magic capital? You came from Yancheng? If not, how did you get here? Drive. Liu Zifeng, dot. Can you stop bragging, kid? Believe or not? Liu didn't bother to explain. Liu Zifeng, like himself, is a dual-element awakener who is one in a million. It's just that he is the wind and he is the thunder. And in the process of monitoring Su Chen, he discovered the function of the crystal nucleus. So although his supernatural ability is only at the elementary level of bronze, his physical strength is almost at the middle level of bronze. Why is the elemental ability released, which is more cool than ordinary abilities? Because such abilities can mobilize the elements of nature for their own use. Such as the soil system. The strongest point of Earth-type supernatural powers is not that they can grow a layer of rock defense on the surface of the body, nor can they conjure a stone out of thin air to smash people. Instead, you can change the terrain by relying on abilities. The same is true for several other attributes. It's a pity that there is no electricity in the whole world now, and the lightning ability has been greatly weakened. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for Su Chen to catch Liu Zifeng. As the two chatted, Liu also made a decision in his heart, and began to walk back alone. At the same time, in the villa area opposite to Liu's location. A working minibus? Brother Su Chen, are you sure you're not kidding me? The living room of the most luxurious villa in the villa area. After listening to the story of the young man in front of him, the middle-aged man on the sofa looked surprised. The middle-aged man's name is Bai Shan, and he is 46 years old this year. Since he is already the boss of this base, he doesn't need to work and hunt monsters anymore, so he is still wearing a clean and decent suit. And it's a white suit. Beside him are women in different dresses. Cheongsam, OL professional attire, stewardesses, nurses have everything. Those who pinch their shoulders, those who beat their legs. Do I have to joke with you? Su Chen didn't answer the question. Instead, the relationship between him and Bai Shan was similar to the relationship between Xiao Fan and Zhou Ziyang. It's just that Xiao Fan and Zhou Ziyang don't know each other, and Su Chen is Bai Shan's savior. When Bai Shan just started the incident, I encountered a large wave of monsters and had nowhere to go. It was Su Chen who rushed over to kill those monsters and rescued Bai Shan and the others. Don't think that Bai Shan was the boss of the gangster before, so he must be the villain. In some urban novels, it is not uncommon for the soldier king to surrender the black boss. In other words, Baishan was actually an opportunity for Su Chen. But Yancheng is more than 70 kilometers away from here, even if you have a car. So I told you to be careful. Su Chen said something indifferent. What should I do if I meet a stranger with a treasure that makes me greedy in the last days? Generally, people are sent to explore the bottom first, and after confirming the opponent's strength, they decide on the next step. If the opponent's strength is weak, just go ahead and grab it. If you dare to resist, just kill it. If the opponent's strength is not much weaker than his own, or stronger than his own, then he will definitely play dirty. Is that so? Okay, I see. Hearing this, Bai Shan nodded thoughtfully, and was about to say something more. Boom boom boom. A sudden knock on the door interrupted their chat. Boss, it's not good, something happened. The person who knocked on the door was a man, and his voice seemed extremely anxious. Click, the door opens. Bai Shan frowned and appeared at the door. What happened? Hulin, he was beaten. The man ran out of breath. Hulin was beaten? Didn't he go to incorporate Wang Kui's base? How could he be beaten? Did Wang Kui go back on his word? No, it's not. It's not Wang Kui who beat people, but 2 women. 2 women? Had. Hearing this, Bai Shan laughed angrily. You can't even beat 2 women, and you still have the nerve to come here to complain? Are you ashamed? Get out of here. Boss, these 2 women are very powerful. No matter how powerful you are, don't bother me. Didn't you see that I was talking about things with brother Su Chen? If other people can't solve it, let Xie Dong go. That kid likes to deal with this kind of things the most. No, boss. The man had a bitter face. Brother Dong has already knelt down, otherwise how dare I bother you? What? Even Xie Dong do. Chapter 200 Qin Zyro and number 039, S ability. The man who reported the letter was named Guo Wu. He is average in appearance and short in stature, and his only advantage is that he can run very fast. Even if he is not an awakened person, his running speed is no slower than that of an ordinary fortified person. Therefore, his task at the base is to report the news, and he is responsible for delivering messages for several of these big shots. It's just that after hearing Guo Wu's words, let alone Baishan, even Su Chen was stunned. Xie Dong is kneeling? How is that possible? A double-line awakened person with enhanced abilities is the standard equipment for a truly strong person. This Xie Dong is not only the number 1 thug under Bai Shan, but also the only person with enhanced abilities in this base. And most importantly, before the end of the world, he was a master of mixed martial arts. An enhanced ability user with fighting ability would lose to 2 women? This Nima is not scientific at all. Go, brother Su Chen, let's go and have a look together. Bai Shan made a decisive decision immediately. It is good. Su Chen also nodded without hesitation. On an empty street in the northwest of Dongxi City, the surrounding monsters have been cleaned up by the survivors. More than a dozen survivors held weapons and formed a large circle with vigilant faces. What's going on with these 2 women? How can it be so powerful? Even brother Dong. In the middle of their circle, there is a golden monkey and 2 beautiful women, one tall and one short, back to back. The tall woman was wearing a tight black sportswear, holding a fiery red longsword with bronze patterns in her hand. The short one is a girl, wearing a black princess dress, with double ponytails, holding a toy bear in her hand, like a harmless little Lolita. Although the 2 women are very beautiful, they dare not underestimate them at all. Because at the feet of the 2 women, several of their companions were still lying. One of their companions was Xie Dong, whom they dubbed a battle madman. Even Xie Dong lay down inexplicably. How dare they act rashly? Sister Ruobing, this person is quite powerful, he should be an important figure in their base, right? Seeing Xie Dong fainted on the ground, Qin Zyro carefully touched the other's shoulder with her toes, and asked innocently. Obviously, these 2 women are Lu Ruobing and Qin Zyro who came out to carry out the mission. Because there are still many survivors in Yancheng who want to come to this city, they need to understand the situation of this city first. When I came here before, I happened to see Hulin and his party who were incorporated into Wang Kui's base, and then they stepped forward to inquire about information. As a result, the looks of the 2 special heroines were too high, and they were molested by a few gangsters as a matter of course. Of course Lu Ruobing couldn't let them tease her. So the 2 sides fought. With Lu Ruobing and Qin Zyro's strength, how could Hulin and his party be their opponents? Lie on the ground in a few minutes. Qin Zyro is also very strong? Of course it's strong. Name, Qin Zyro. Age, 17. Height, 158. Weight, 82. Vitality, 73. Mental power, 91. Power, 8. Agility, 7. Enhancement level, Bronze Intermediate. Ability level, Dark Attribute, Bronze Intermediate. Advanced abilities, Life Drain ability, Devour ability, Seize. This is all of Qin Zairo's attribute information. Her ability needs to be felt by touching the corpse of the awakened. So the end of the world came for a long time, and she didn't find out. Generally, how many non-attribute bronze crystal nuclei are needed for a general enhancer to upgrade from the primary level of bronze with 50 points of vitality to the high-level bottleneck of 110 points of vitality? Theoretically speaking, it is 30 pieces. Because 1 to 2 spiritual crystal cores have to be replenished in the middle, so the fluctuation will not exceed 2. Liu collected 162 bronze basic crystal nuclei before, plus those collected when he was with Yan Qiaobin, there are a total of 178 bronze nuclei. 25 coins were given to Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun each. Wu Jiang 20 pieces. Although Chen Yang, Cao Meng, and Su Ling have high potential for supernatural powers, but because they have just joined the team not long ago, like Shueli Dingfeng, they each divided 10 coins. This used up 120 pieces. Simple supernatural beings and auxiliary professions such as Yanyun require fewer crystal nuclei. For life type and spiritual type crystal nuclei, 6 to 7 pieces of each type are enough to upgrade to the bronze bottleneck. However, in order to save the bronze essence, Liu tried his best to give the bronze essence to those who had no fighting power. So Liu's entire team now, only Liu and Yanyun have come to the first level of silver. Lu Ruobing and Wei Jianjun have a bronze bottleneck. Qiao Manli and Wu Jiang bronze high rank. The rest of the team, including Chen Yang and Qin Zairo, basically only have intermediate bronze ranks. After doing all this, there were only 29 of the 3 basic bronze nuclei on Liu's body. 4 upgrade the housing, 10 upgrade the autopilot, and the remaining 15, Liu built a laser cannon. That is to say, every one of Liu's crystal nuclei was used to its full potential, and Qin Zairo never gave Qin Zairo a single crystal nuclei from the beginning to the end. However, Qin Zairo still came from behind, and strengthened her body and abilities to the middle bronze level. How is this going? This is about her 3 advanced abilities. Like Lu Ruobing, she is a special heroine, and her ability to awaken is extremely exaggerated. Before the end of the world, Lu Ruobing was a master fighter, righteous, active, and sunny, and all the attributes on her body were positive. The various abilities awakened after the end of the world are also open and above-board melee abilities. Qin Zairo didn't know why, it was the exact opposite of Lu Ruobing. She was a war scum before the end of the world, and the ability to awaken after the end of the world is also a long-range dark ability. Darkness, Devour, Absorb, Seize. The ability of the dark attribute can not only use light to fight, but also use human negative emotions to fight. Fear, nervousness, fear, negativity, etc. are all objects she exploits. People or monsters entangled by dark attribute abilities will not die directly, but their mental power will be tortured. Therefore, the dark attribute can also be regarded as an entanglement or control ability. Life absorption, you can use dark attribute energy to absorb the vitality and spiritual power of monsters or humans to restore yourself, and there is a certain chance to convert the absorbed vitality and spiritual power into your own permanent attributes. Note 1. Use it on humans or monsters of the same level to obtain permanent attributes. Note 2. Most of the dark attribute abilities are continuous skills, and they have the risk of causing death and being interrupted. Please use them carefully. This skill is not available to other dark abilities. It was also the fundamental reason why Qin Zairo was able to keep up with everyone without using crystal cores. It should be. Lu Ruobing scanned the surrounding survivors and said calmly, "It's a good thing you were there just now, otherwise I would have to work hard to get rid of him." Like Gao Tian, Xie Dong's awakened ability is the fire element. But the fighting power of the two is not at the same level at all, even Lu Ruobing has to be serious to be able to deal with it. "Hey, Sister Ruobing, don't praise me like that, I'll be proud." After Qin Zairo finished speaking with a smile, she looked fiercely at the people in front of her. "Hey, you guys, are you sure you won't let us go?" "We. I'm really sorry, both of you. We have no other choice. Yet, if you just let you leave like this, we will be in trouble." These dozen or so survivors almost wanted to cry but had no tears. The base of more than 1,000 people is mixed with dragons and snakes, and it is impossible for all of them to be good or bad. They didn't have them for molesting the girl just now, but now they can only bite the bullet. Otherwise, if you just let them go like this, Boss Bai will definitely go crazy when they go back. Hearing what they said, Lu Ruobing frowned slightly. "It seems that I really need to meet the boss of your base. What's the name of your boss?" "White Mountain. When can I come?" Hurry up, beauty, wait a few more minutes." One of the survivors nodded quickly. After 10 minutes, a middle-aged man in a white suit walked over with more than 100 survivors. "Hey, there are still 2 such beautiful beauties? Rare and rare." Boss Bai was all smiles, but Su Chen in the crowd looked at the mutated golden monkey next to the two girls. Is it the people on the minibus? How could it be two women? Su Chen frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It is not to say that women must not be strong. But in the environment of the last days, women's nature is destined to be difficult for them to grow up. Even more so when it looks so beautiful and stunning. But now, just when Su Chen was sizing Lu Ruobing and Qin Xiero carefully, the end of this street. With a mutant dog by his side, the young man with his hands in his trouser pockets walked over leisurely. Hey? Damn, why are there so many people here? Are they fighting in groups? Hey Shui, you should hide for a while, I'll go and watch. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Thank you.